Volume 4, Chapter 174. As a tense atmosphere brewed between Vulcan and Theo, Yan delved into his pocket and retrieved something. It was a bundle of rolled-up parchment. Yan distributed dozens of sheets to Owen and Damien. "What's this?" Owen blinked in confusion. The parchment was inscribed with indecipherable symbols at regular intervals. Damien, too, looked at Yan with eyes full of questions. Yan placed a finger to his lips and whispered, "Disposable artifacts. When the orcs charge, tear them towards that direction." Damien and Owen seemed eager to ask more, but Yan's sealed lips and shaking head stopped them. Yan then turned his gaze to Theo and Vulcan. The dense mana emanating from the two enveloped the surroundings, and in that moment, Theo made his move. Swoosh! With a swift draw of his sword, he slashed across Vulcan's chest. It was an attack so sudden, responding was nearly impossible. Yet it wasn't fatal. It was too shallow. Not due to Theo's lack of strength, but because of Vulcan's abnormally tough hide. Enraged by Theo's strike, Vulcan let out a massive roar and thrust his axe skyward. "Roarer!" His roar seemed to signal the encircling orcs, who, with wild eyes, charged forward. "Theo, get out of there!" Owen shouted, leaping into action. Damien and Yan also dodged the oncoming orcs, retreating backward. Yan tore one of the parchments as a wave of orcs surged towards them. Rip! The parchment split dramatically. Suddenly, the symbols on the parchment glowed and began to materialize in the air. Swoosh! The swiftly drawn symbols formed a pentagram, and within it, smaller symbols started to spin. Whoosh! With the flow of mana, a fierce blaze erupted from the magic circle. It was the Fire Storm, known as one of the most powerful spells in the Sixth Circle of Magic. Where the flames engulfed, orc bodies crumbled into ash. Damien and Owen gasped in shock. "What madness? Magic? What have you created?" They weren't the only ones astonished. Even Vulcan, locked in a fierce battle with Theo, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Magic, there shouldn't be." "Any mages here?" Yan smirked and tore another parchment. This time, countless icy spears burst forth, raining down upon the orcs. Turning to his companions, who watched in stunned silence, Yan said, "Our secret weapon." The parchment's true nature was a magic scroll, invented during the heyday of the Mage Tower. A disposable artifact, its creation technique vanished into history as the Mage Tower declined. Yet, Yan discovered it within Mamon's subspace. After persistent inquiry, Mamon revealed the method of its creation. It was an impossible task with current technology. But with the time-transcending genius, the mage scholar Isaac, it was worth an attempt. Thus, Isaac led the charge, with Mamon assisting, to research the magic scroll. The initial trials were fraught with issues. Mana-infused magic stones had become exceedingly rare, unlike the past, and the skill to inscribe magic circles onto parchment was lost. However, Isaac's brilliant ideas combined with Mamon's theories eventually led to the creation of the magic scroll. Still, mass production remained a dream. Substituting magic stones for magic crystals meant an enormous amount was needed for a single scroll. And perhaps due to purity issues, the scrolls were usable for only about 3 days. Moreover, unless a grand mage of Mamon's caliber personally inscribed the magic circles, the magic wouldn't manifest. Despite these challenges, Yan ordered the use of all remaining magic crystals in his domain to produce as many magic scrolls as possible. And the scroll now in hand was the fruit of that labor. Damien and Owen, tongues wagging with excitement, examined the magic scrolls allotted to them. Then, with a gleam in their eyes, "This is going to be fun, to wield magic without ever learning it." They dashed towards the orc-infested area, tearing the parchment as they went. Boom, boom, boom. The magical barrage unleashed by the two decimated the orc ranks, visibly dwindling their numbers. The orcs, overwhelmed by the relentless magic, could not muster the same fervor as before. I, the creator, cannot be outdone by them. Yan leaped from his spot, using the orcs' heads as stepping stones, fervently tearing magic scrolls. Storms of fire, spears of ice, blades of wind, and massive bolts of lightning steadily reduced the orc numbers. Vulcan, witnessing this, hardened his expression and bellowed, "Kryak, Krukai, Krya." It was a command to close in and kill at all costs. He would have loved to crush those rats himself, but, "Looking away while I'm still here?" Clang. The young monster before him made that impossible. Theo, known as the dwarf Owen's lieutenant, possessed a skill level that was astonishing. At least a third-grade level, to be on par with me. It was puzzling why such a talent remained a sub-legion commander rather than a legion commander. And then, crack! Vulcan shattered the ice blossoming under his feet with a hollow laugh. For someone who appeared barely 20, infusing mana with attributes was no small feat. Vulcan swung his great axe, aiming for the ground where Theo stood. Crash, a large crater formed in the earth, but there was no sign of Theo. Grinding his teeth, Vulcan shifted his gaze towards the source of the mana. Thud, but Theo was quicker. Appearing suddenly behind him, Theo plunged his sword into Vulcan's abdomen. Theo's lips curled into a smirk. Size isn't everything, after all. As he withdrew his sword, green blood gushed out like a fountain. Whoosh! Yan and his companions had used up most of their parchment. Yet the outcome was worth the effort. The once mighty orc army had been halved in number. Hey, don't you have any more of those? Owen seemed to have developed a taste for tearing magic scrolls, clamoring for more. Do you even know how much one of those costs? Yan retorted, carefully folding the remaining scrolls and tucking them away. The orcs had scattered, approaching in disarray. If they couldn't be blasted by the hundreds, there was no need to waste precious magic scrolls. As Yan drew his sword, Owen clicked his tongue and loaded his hand cannon. So, we're on our own now, Damien nodded, drawing his shadow sword to its full length. Seems like it, but with these brutes around, I can't even see Theo. He'll manage. You know what he's like? Everyone, take these. Yan pulled out 2 small pouches from his cloak and tossed them to Owen and Damien. Owen tilted his head curiously, while Damien's eyes sparkled. Is this the artificial elixir you made in your domain? Yes, take a handful if you feel your mana draining. Owen marveled at the pouch before stowing it away. Ho, your domain really has all sorts of wonders. Enough chit-chat, let's get moving. At Yan's words, Damien and Owen's gaze hardened. Thud, Damien was the first to leap into action. With his shadow sword, he dashed through the orcs at breakneck speed. Whoosh! Shadow blades emerged from the darkness, slashing through the orcs. They charged at Damien, fearless even of death, but slash, not one could catch him, they were torn to shreds. Remarkable as always, Owen chuckled, watching Damien's display, but in terms of sheer brutality, he was no less than Damien. Boom! Bang! The bombardment from his hand cannon was powerful enough to pierce through the front line of orcs and crush those behind. If Damien was a sharp awl, then Owen was a destructive hammer. He charged at the orcs with a maniacal laugh. Roar! He grinned at the sight of the orc horde charging with a blood-curdling scream and lit the fuse. With his other hand, he reinforced his sword with a blade aura, slicing through the flesh of the orcs that came too close. Boom! Another explosion scattered orc bodies and green blood in all directions. Yan clicked his tongue at the sight. Both men were not just skilled in one-on-many fights, they were overwhelming. Damien had already expanded his shadow, trapping thousands of orcs and unleashing havoc. Owen, true to his title warsmith, was waging a war on his own. Yan smiled slyly. Can't let them outdo me. He took his stance with a scallon in hand. Thanks to Damien and Owen, all orc eyes were on them. Whoosh! Yan stimulated his mana heart. Mana flowed from it, passing through the moon and Mercury, filling him with an unprecedented sense of omnipotence. Gone were the days when he couldn't control it and his body would tremble. The mana smoothly traveled up the mana rod and surged towards a scallon. When a scallon was filled with more mana than a blade aura could hold, Yan's eyes gleamed. Nothing can withstand the dragon's claw. Dragon Fang? With Yan's murmur, a tremendous force erupted from a scallon. He swung a scallon in a straight line, and then an unbelievable scene unfolded. Swoosh! The sword force extended from a scallon, targeting the heads of 10,000 orcs. The orcs hit by the sword force had their heads severed from their bodies. Green blood gushed from their headless trunks, dyeing the wasteland green. Damien and Owen stopped in their tracks and let out a hollow laugh at the spectacle Yan had created. Insane. When did he grow so powerful? They never imagined a single strike could fell 10,000 orcs. Unconsciously, they thought of one person, Yan's father and their leader, the former Supreme Commander Argon. But that thought was fleeting as something rapidly approached them. Recognizing it as a threat, Owen and Damien swiftly turned to face the incoming object. Theo! The object hurtling towards them was none other than Theo. They rushed to catch him, quickly tending to his body. "Hey, Theo, are you conscious?" Damien examined Theo's body quickly. While the rest of him was intact, his ribcage was grotesquely sunken. Roar, a ferocious roar echoed from afar. Vulcan, his body dyed a deep red, was bellowing. It was a power only the chosen among orcs could wield. Berserk! Madness! It was the very picture of berserker rage. Chapter 175. In the ranks of the orcs, only a select few awaken the power that once made the founding empire's armies tremble. It elevates an ordinary orc's strength and defense to superhuman levels. How could it be considered ordinary? The Special Task Force's prized technique, the reverse blood method, was inspired by the orc's frenzy. Of course, it's a clear downgrade from the original rampage. Roar of the berserker with Vulcan's roar, the skin of the surrounding orcs began to blush in a riot of colors. Seeing this, Yan shouted, "We must slay the orcs first." Damien and Owen did not object. They too sensed that something was amiss. "Grunt, I will be the one to kill that pig-headed brute," Owen muttered. "Save your breath and focus," came a retort. Owen laid Theo on the ground and began to check his weapons. Click! The hand cannon was loaded with 5 rounds, enough to sweep away a horde of average orcs. And his greatsword was in perfect condition, without a single crack, ready to withstand this battle. After finishing his preparations, Owen plunged back into the fray. Battle Cry and Clash Owen lit the fuse and swung his greatsword at the heads of the orcs. But unlike before, the orcs began to withstand his strikes. "Have I already lost my strength?" Owen wondered. No, he still had plenty of stamina and mana, not to mention the artificial elixir Yan had provided. That wasn't the issue. Clash, 2 red orcs charged at Owen's greatsword, which stopped abruptly as if hitting a wall. Owen glared at the orcs holding his blade. For a moment, his eyes widened in realization. So it's come to this. He knew something had changed when their skin color shifted, but to this extent? From afar, an irritated voice called out, "Old man, how long are you going to dawdle?" It was Damien, fuming as the frenzied orcs blocked his path to Vulcan. Owen snorted. "I was about to start anyway." As he spoke, veins bulged on his forehead. "Vulcanus?" A foreboding aura began to emanate from him, like a dormant volcano awakening. The menacing presence made even the crazed orcs hesitate. Sparks of destiny sparks flew from Owen's shoulders, and strange patterns traced down his arms. Soon, blue glyphs adorned both the hand cannon and the greatsword. Roars and Sparks 20 orcs, each brandishing their weapons, charged at Owen. He laughed maniacally at the sight. "Ha ha ha, I am Owen Valdi, the continent's sole warsmith." As he shouted, the blue glyphs on the hand cannon flashed. The white sphere, a small white sphere, formed at the muzzle of the hand cannon. Rumbling power, it greedily absorbed the surrounding energy, swelling in size. And when the orcs were almost upon him, thump! With a soft sound, the white sphere shot towards them. Vulcanus, the racial secret, first formed the spear of lightning, Astropae. Lightning unleashed the white sphere, stretched into a spear brimming with lightning. Crackling fury, the electrifying spear of lightning slowly flew towards the orcs. Their screams were drowned out by the sound of the spear tearing through the air. Thunderous arrival at that very moment, as the spear of lightning vanished, so did the red orcs that filled the wasteland, erased as if by an eraser. Yan chuckled at the sight, muttering, "Insane." The lightning spear he had launched swept away the orcs of the wasteland at an imperceptible speed. He had thought it was just a 4th-grade superhuman, but it was a monster. Had he unleashed such power in the old mining village, his life would have hung by a thread. Is this the warsmith? Only now did he understand why such a grand title was bestowed upon the dwarves' guardian. The charge and the clash should have cleared the path sooner. "This brings back memories," Damien chuckled as he charged at Vulcan. The red orcs that had blocked the way were annihilated by Owen's attack, rapidly closing the distance between them. Vulcan swung his massive club with both hands. Swoosh! 3 thick strands of chi poured out towards Damien, who was charging in. He reached down with his hand, and the trailing shadow leaped up, wrapping around Damien's hand. Slick, Damien drew the sword from the shadow and placed it near his waist. Then he lowered his stance and bent his knees, like a knight about to draw his sword. And then, flash! He unsheathed the sword at an invisible speed, and a semicircular arc of black sword chi flew from the black shadow sword towards the chi Vulcan had fired. Boom! The collision of sword chi and chi caused an explosion, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. A thin stream of blood trickled from Damien's mouth. It seemed too much to counter Vulcan's attack head-on, especially in his frenzied state. Flash! Vulcan emerged from the dust cloud, spewing madness from his blood-red eyes, and immediately struck down at Damien. Tusk! Damien clicked his tongue and filled the black shadow sword with mana, lifting it above his head. The sword's width expanded unnaturally, transforming into a shield-like form. Clang! Crash! The club and the black shadow sword clashed, sparking a grating metallic noise. KKK! But as time passed, Vulcan's club slowly pressed down on the black shadow sword. He had the upper hand in strength and momentum. Seems funny to you? Damien spoke to Vulcan, whose overwhelming power made the black shadow sword tremble, yet a smile spread across Damien's lips. Huh! Vulcan, lost in his frenzy, let out a primal grunt of confusion. Damien's smiling face in such a dire situation seemed odd to him. Boom! Bang! At that moment, Vulcan's eyes widened at the sound of two loud blasts. A familiar voice came from behind. I'm a Legion commander just like you. Shouldn't I be doing more than just standing by? It was Owen. Vulcan growled and turned his head, finding Owen aiming his hand cannon at him. The frenzy that had inflamed his reason now cooled to a chilling calm. His gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for the one responsible for the incredible blow that had slain countless orcs. 2 of the 4 were here, one he had dispatched himself. The remaining one was nowhere to be seen. Vulcan swiftly turned his gaze towards the Black Tower. Has he already entered the tower? The situation was spiraling to its worst. Facing Owen and Damien alone might have been manageable, but together, they posed an insurmountable threat. And if the former general imprisoned within was released, I must stop it. With that thought, Vulcan's eyes blazed with determination. Despite 2 large holes in his back from Owen's hand cannon, Vulcan's momentum grew stronger, not weaker. And with that, veins bulged in the hand gripping his club. Rumbling. A swirling red aura centered around his club, forging new chi. The energy emanating from him was markedly different from before, causing Damien and Owen's expressions to harden. Roar! Vulcan let out a monstrous roar, ignoring Owen and charging at Damien. Get out of the way, Damien! Damn it! Damien cursed as he drew mana, draining enough to cause aftereffects, turning his face pale. But he didn't think it was too much. From now on, the danger was worth risking his life. The tower's secret at that moment, Yan left Vulcan in the hands of Damien and Owen and headed towards the Black Tower, where he presumed his father was imprisoned. The door to the tower was locked, barring entry, but screech. With a scallon, Yan sliced through the door itself, and no further obstacles emerged to halt his progress. Inside, there was nothing but a spiral staircase. He tried to look up to the end of the staircase, but the pitch darkness hindered his sight. Even enhancing his vision with mana couldn't penetrate the darkness. And though he couldn't see what else might be up there besides his father, just looking up sent shivers down his spine. Mammon, who had been watching from his pocket, poked his head out. Mammon? Mammon drooled as he looked upwards. The entity that created this immense impression is up there. There's someone else besides my father? It's unknown. Yan nodded and stepped onto the spiral staircase, then began to ascend with all his might. Initially, he climbed the stairs at an incredible speed, like a ray of light, but as he went higher, his pace slowed. Is it because of what's above? Correct. The impression is most intense at the top, weakening control over mana. Yan clicked his tongue and powered up his legs to climb the stairs. He wasn't as fast as a ray of light anymore, but his speed was still remarkable. Tap, tap, tap. Thus, he ascended 10 floors, 30 floors, 50 floors, and finally reached the 99th floor. Yan gasped for breath and looked ahead. His eyes sparkled. There were no more stairs leading upwards. Instead, a corridor extended inward from where he stood. And within that corridor lay a thick, pitch-black darkness. Yan drew a scallon, heightened his vigilance, and slowly walked inside. The ominous darkness, contrary to appearance, did not interfere with Yan's body in any way. Passing through the darkness, Yan's eyes revealed a vast space. There, a man was bound by an absurd number of chains. An eye patch covered his eyes, and shackles as large as a child's head encased his wrists and ankles. And chains as thick as a thumb pierced through the man's skin. The blood on the chains had turned black, suggesting that much time had passed since he was put in this state. Yan, facing the scene, found himself unable to utter a word. The man's face was somehow familiar. Yan opened the pendant he had received from Owen and looked inside. A family photo, and then he looked up at the man. Only then did Yan's lips slowly part. "Father!" The man chained to the wall bore the same visage as his father in the family photo. Chapter 176. The sight of my father, sealed within all manner of restraints, was harrowing. His skin clung to his bones, so emaciated that at a glance, one might mistake him for a mummy. As Yan gazed blankly at his father's form, Mammon stealthily poked his head out and let out a sigh. Heavens! To think such a manifestation could be forcibly realized. Yan frowned and asked, "What are you talking about? Do you see the countless chains and shackles embedded in that man's body?" Yan turned his gaze towards his father. The restraints were not meant for a man, but rather a great beast. "Those are no ordinary bindings. I don't know the principle behind it, but they're forcibly stealing his power. And with that as the foundation, they've created the environment outside." At Mammon's explanation, Yan clenched his fists tight. "So, father is trapped in this wretched place, imprisoned by his own self. That's one way to see it. Shall we move forward?" At Mammon's words, Yan strode ahead. Fortunately, no magical guards or obstacles arose to cause mishap. But the closer he got, the more rigid Yan's expression became. His father's pitiful state became ever clearer. Approaching right up to the front, Yan bit his lip hard and reached out towards the chains. "Stop!" Mammon halted him. Yan, with eyes ablaze, looked at Mammon, who barked fiercely. "You, who usually have such a sharp mind, why have you become a fool? Do you think nothing will happen if you free your father just like this?" Yan snapped back to his senses. His mind had heated up without him realizing at the sight of his father's misery. "Thank you. Save your needless thanks and cool your head first." Taking Mammon's advice, Yan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and composed himself. Then he glared at the chains binding his father. Yan's eyes sparkled as he discovered something. The chains were engraved with indecipherable characters. Though versed in many languages, he had never seen such a script before. But Mammon seemed to recognize it. "How can this be? Surely, these are characters forgotten 1,000 years ago." Mammon, usually unflappable, was visibly shocked. Yan, seeking an explanation, looked at Mammon, who swallowed hard before speaking. "They're called celestial script." Celestial script? In ancient times, there was a floating island of advanced civilization called Skyhold, inhabited by a race known as the Celestials. This was their script. Of course, they perished long ago in an unknown catastrophe, and the last surviving Celestial died 1,000 years ago. Celestials? A familiar race name. Yan, whose face hinted at recognition, exclaimed, "The founding emperor." "Ah, you know of it." "Correct, the founding emperor slew the last Celestial." Yan suppressed his curiosity. Now was not the time for leisurely inquiries. That could wait until after everything was resolved. So, he asked, "Then how do we break these chains? Is there a condition or something?" Mammon shook his head. "I don't know." "What?" "Records of the celestial script are exceedingly rare, so research has been impossible. We're not in a position to decipher it here and now." A valid point. Yet for Mammon, who seemed to know everything, to be so passive, Yan bit his lip hard, then Mammon snorted. "Why such a downcast face? There is a way to save your father." Yan's head shot up. "What is it?" "You must enter your father's mind." Yan wore a rare look of bewilderment. "What?" "You must enter your father's mind." In the shadow of the Black Tower, Yan grappled with finding a way to save his father. Boom, crash. Outside, Damien and Owen were locked in a fierce battle against Vulcan. Both were of legionnaire caliber, and though the task was daunting, they believed they could defeat Vulcan. Yet when they clashed, Vulcan's resistance was unexpectedly formidable. It wasn't just resistance, it was an overwhelming force that pushed them to the brink. Damien, who had been parrying Vulcan's storm-like barrage, quickly retreated and shouted, "Old man, can't you fire off another one of those shots? Mana's running dangerously low. What about the synthetic elixir you took from him? You know how much mana my weapons consume. I've already scraped the bottom of the barrel. Damn it. You're no help, old man." Even Damien, who always maintained a calm demeanor, couldn't afford such luxury in this dire situation. The crazed orc seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. Now, even blocking that massive axe was becoming a struggle, and evasion was all Damien could manage. Gritting his teeth, Damien pulled out a synthetic elixir from his pocket and tossed it into his mouth. Crunch. Though it was a small amount, his depleted mana saw some recovery. He could have restored more if he focused on absorption, but Vulcan, who closed the distance in an instant and swung his axe, was the problem. The truth that larger size meant slower speed didn't seem to apply to this orc. Swoosh! Whoosh! Damien narrowly dodged the axe, but such was the force that even without a direct hit, his cheek was sliced open and blood flowed. His face hardened rapidly, not from the pain, but because he couldn't move his feet. Looking down, he saw a large green foot pinning his own. Vulcan's goal wasn't to kill him with the axe, but to immobilize him. Damn it, it was a blunder. He had been so focused on the axe that he failed to notice such a simple trick. Q-hoo-hoo! Vulcan let out a sinister laugh as he raised his axe high. Its large shadow loomed over Damien's face. Boom. Owen, who had been covering Vulcan's rear, hastily fired his hand cannon, but to no avail. This madness? Vulcan's back, unlike before, remained unscathed. Owen rushed in with his greatsword, but Vulcan's axe, already charged with power, was descending upon Damien. Quickly, Damien drew another shadow sword from the darkness and lifted it above his head. Boom! The wasteland echoed with the explosion. The impact of the axe colliding with the shadow sword created a fierce wind that swept the surroundings. Crack! Crack, crack! Damien's face turned pale. The situation was the same as before, but Vulcan's strength was now on a different level. The shadow sword slowly began to press down towards Damien's nose. Tremble, tremble. Despite mustering all his strength, Damien was running out of energy to block Vulcan's strike. Owen, closing the distance quickly, swung his greatsword at Vulcan, but the orc didn't even bother to look back. It seemed he was determined to deal with Damien first, regardless of any damage he might receive. Just as Damien's face turned ashen, the temperature around them plummeted. The ground beneath Damien, Owen, and Vulcan whitened. A single white flake fell upon Damien's brow. A cold sensation spread. Snow! A flush of color returned to Damien's face, and at that moment, a familiar voice was heard. I really didn't want to use this, but you forced me to reveal my trump card, you monster. It was Theo's voice. Damien shouted with all his might, hurry up and do something. We're about to die while you're lying there. Theo chuckled and muttered, then stay put. Who asked you to step in? Veins bulged on Damien's temple. They had known each other for a very long time, but he's still as irritable as ever. Yet, despite his temper, his skills were as reliable as anyone's. And at that moment, boom, 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 from afar, ice surged from the ground at a terrifying speed. The ice didn't just rise. It transformed into a tidal wave-like form, advancing towards Damien and Vulcan. Beowulf's secret technique. Frost Soul's second form ice seal. It was a technique that Lorna of the Beowulf family had not mastered for years. It was, perhaps, to be expected. Ice seal was a technique of such difficulty that even the most extraordinary beings dared not attempt it. Only those with supreme control over mana, able to fully command it even to their target, could learn this secret technique. It was a feat possible only for someone with Theo's talent or a superhuman like the Duke of Beowulf. And the power of the technique was as immense as its difficulty. As the ice tsunami surged near, Vulcan's face twisted in fury as he lifted his axe from its descent upon Damien and stomped the ground, retreating with a speed that belied his massive frame. This was a stark contrast to his earlier tactic of absorbing Owen's attacks with his body, indicating the sheer force contained within the ice wave. Suddenly, Vulcan's eyes widened in alarm. Crack! Something had seized his ankle. Looking down, he saw a long shadow wrapped around it, connected to the black shadow sword Damien had thrust into the ground. Damien's lips twisted into a smirk. How does it feel to be caught by the same trick? Just as Vulcan had pinned Damien's movement by crushing his foot, now Damien had ensnared Vulcan's ankle with a shadow trap. The result was the ice tsunami crashing into Vulcan's body. Roar! In an instant, Vulcan's arms and legs were encased in ice. He exerted his strength to shatter the ice, possessing the brute force to break it with his fingers, but for some reason, not even a small crack appeared. Frustrated that the ice wouldn't break, Vulcan began to thrash wildly, screaming in rage. Damien pulled a pouch from his pocket and hurled it towards Owen. "Elder, eat up!" "Chuckle!" Owen snatched the pouch in midair and poured its contents into his mouth. Gulp, the synthetic elixir turned into liquid and spread throughout his body. Half of the mana that had been depleted in his core was replenished. Owen raised his hand cannon. "Vulcanus!" As he shouted, blue sparks began to fly from his shoulder again. ZZZT, ZZZT. The sparks traced a pattern from his shoulder, down his forearm to his wrist, and finally to the hand cannon. A round, fiery red orb emerged from the muzzle, unlike the spear of lightning, a blazing sphere. Owen grinned. Racial secret technique, Vulcanus II formed the chariot pulling the sun. The advancing fiery red orb stretched and transformed into the shape of a chariot. A large sphere was attached to the back of the chariot. Nay! The horses neighed and charged towards Vulcan, scorching the earth black as they passed, leaving embers in their wake. The horses, with Vulcan's arms and legs bound, leaped at him, and the sphere at the end of the chariot exploded. Whoosh! A tremendous pillar of fire erupted around Vulcan. Scream! Inside, Vulcan screamed in unbearable pain. But the three did not just stand by and watch. Far away, Theo, who had used the Frost Soul, placed his hand on his sheath. Frost Soul first form Winter Solstice. Slash. Then, he moved towards the pillar of fire at a speed close to that of light. When he reached the front of the fire pillar, a sword was drawn from Theo's sheath, emitting a brilliant white light. Simultaneously, white lines were drawn across Vulcan's charred body. Crackle, fizzle, Vulcan's body crumbled into dust. Without leaving a single piece of flesh, Vulcan died. Theo, who had annihilated a Legion commander in an instant, slumped to the ground. Ah, that was tough. He sheathed his sword and massaged his sore arm. By the way, that orc. Why did he smile before dying? It was only for a moment, but Theo saw it clearly. Just before Vulcan turned to ash, a smirk had curled at the corner of his mouth. Owen, who was supporting Damien, clicked his tongue at Theo. "As expected, your swordsmanship is insane. To carve up a body that had withstood a hand cannon with a sword." At that moment, Damien made a comment that irked Owen. "I thought he would be at the Elder's level since they're both Legion commanders, but to be such a monster." Owen's expression twisted in anger. "What are you talking about? If I were just a bit younger, that guy would have been. Stop the chatter and let's move to where Yan went." While the two were engaged in their noisy conversation, Theo was quietly looking up at the sky. Owen, finding his behavior strange, asked, "Hey, Theo, what are you staring at?" Theo pointed his finger towards the sky. Owen looked up in the direction Theo was pointing, and his face began to harden. With a trembling voice, he asked, "What? What is that?" The sky, which had been normal until they entered, was shattering like glass. Beyond it, the vast darkness made Owen unknowingly kneel. Chapter 177. Yan furrowed his brow at Mamon's words and asked, "What do you mean I have to enter my father's mind?" Mamon pointed to the chains of finger bones that bound his father's body. "You know you must first deal with this if you wish to save your father." As Yan nodded, Mamon continued to explain. "However, the one who made it possible to misuse another's mind might have tampered with these chains. Thus, there's only one way: you must awaken your father." "So, you're saying I should make father break free himself?" "Exactly. It's unlikely your father has been unable to comprehend the chains that have bound him for decades." Yan knelt and examined his father's chest. Only a faint breath indicated life in the limp body. Both physical and mental strength were at their limits. Long confinement and the chains and shackles that bound his entire body must have drained his mental energy. Yan clenched his teeth in frustration and shook his head. "But it seems difficult to make father regain consciousness. Is there another way?" Mamon shook his head. "Definitively not. At best, you can hope that the chains are unaltered. But you seem to be misunderstanding something." "What?" Mamon stared intently at Yan and said, "Do you really think someone capable of maintaining such a vast mind for so long would lose consciousness due to mere physical restraint?" Yan's eyes shone. Manifesting a mind requires immense mental strength. As Mamon said, it was unlikely that his father, who was manifesting such a vast mind, had lost consciousness due to physical restraints. Then what could be the reason for his father's unconsciousness? At that moment, Maman seemed to notice Yan's inner thoughts and began to speak. In my view, your father seems to have confined himself within his own mind. The mind. But this place is the mind. Strictly speaking, this is the surface world of the mind, the outer shell. The outer shell? Yes, so you must enter the deep world of your father's mind and make him regain consciousness by any means necessary. That's the only way. Yan's eyes sparkled. Maman, then you can send me into my father's deep world? I've agreed to help you save your father as per our deal. Yan's eyes gleamed. Then send me now. As Yan finished speaking, Maman nodded. That was the moment. Rumble, creak, creak. A strange noise came from outside. Sounds like thunder and the unpleasant noise of nails on a chalkboard. The red light that served as Maman's pupils widened. Damn it all, he cursed urgently. But only for a moment, as an incredible mana and energy burst forth from Maman, and he transformed into a tall elf with long hair. Maman's unexpected manifestation. Yan frowned. What's happening? There's no time. The mind is starting to collapse. If we stay, we'll be trapped in the mind forever. Yan's face hardened. He had felt the presence of Vulcan, the Legion commander, disappear, thinking his companions had dealt with him. Could it be that he was the link between my father and the outer mind? Then, Maman reached out his hand. An overwhelming mana wave began to emanate from him. Domain expansion, mana rule. In the blink of an eye, Maman created a domain, but the urgency on his face did not fade. He clenched his fist. Then the unpleasant sounds and loud noises from outside stopped. Maman's face flushed red. Blast it, I'm going to lose all the mana I've gathered. He didn't give Yan time to ask and reached out his hand. Whoosh. A complex golden magic circle appeared in Maman's left hand and began to spin rapidly. We don't have much time. I'll hold on as long as I can, but you must awaken your father without delay. The magic was complete, and Maman spoke. Don't resist the magic I cast, accept it fully. Yan nodded. 8th Circle Soul Magic Soul Extraction, the golden magic circle hit Yan's body squarely. His form collapsed powerlessly. Despite feeling like his head would explode from the multiple chants, Maman calmly continued the next spell. The target was his father, lying right in front of the fallen Yan. 8th Circle Soul Magic, Soul Enchant, the golden magic circle that had engulfed Yan's soul was absorbed into his father's body. Soul magic, considered by all magicians to be the realm of fantasy. Maman had cast it twice. Even Maman, who had seen the extremes of magic, could not help but feel exhausted in his current state. He had manifested using all the mana he had diligently gathered. But he couldn't use his full power. Maman looked at Yan's collapsed form and burst out in frustration. Dealing with that guy always ends up being a bad bargain. Maman looked up once more. Though the ceiling was there, it couldn't obstruct Maman's sight. In his vision, the unconscious dimension, the imaginary realm, was eroding this mind. If the imaginary dimension were to completely erode the mind, everyone residing in this mind would vanish without a trace. Maman grimaced. If I'm not careful, I might just vanish along with them. To prevent that, he had to fend off the erosion of the imaginary dimension until Yan returned. It was impossible to hold out for long, but Maman believed that Yan would somehow overcome the obstacles within the limited time. After all, everything Yan had shown so far had been enough to instill that belief in Maman. Yan's descent into the deep mind regaining his senses, Yan slowly opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. The tower and wasteland that were just there had vanished, replaced by a field dyed in shades of purple. This must be the deep mind of my father. Rising to his feet, Yan walked forward, soon coming upon a steep cliff. Looking around, he saw purple wildflowers densely embedded in the cliffside, with a waterfall flowing below. In the distance, people were laboring in the fields, tilling the soil and spreading fertilizer, beads of sweat glistening on their brows. Yan frowned. This scene, I've seen it somewhere before. After racking his brain for a while, Yan exclaimed. It's identical to the scene from my dream. The dream where his father had taken him on horseback to show him the domain he must protect. Which meant, this place was the neighborhood where he had lived. Then, Maman's voice echoed in his head. Seeing your soul has settled well, you've entered the deep world. This might be our last contact, so ask quickly if you have any questions. Yan, fixing his gaze on the distant homesteads, asked, I'm not familiar with the world of mines, but is it supposed to be this realistic? I too am concerned about that. The world of minds, being the pinnacle of imagination and unreality, shouldn't be this realistic. Maman paused as if taking a look at the world of minds through Yan. But I haven't peeked into everyone's heads, and your father's deep mind seems calm. There's no other explanation. Anything else? How do I leave when it's time? I don't know. But the most likely scenario is that from now on, you follow the owner of this mind and resolve his deep-seated resentment. That should be enough. Time is short. Return as quickly as you can. At Maman's concern, Yan smiled wryly. Okay, just hang in there a little longer. With that, Maman's voice was heard no more. He must have gone back to finish what he was doing earlier. Yan immediately set off towards the village at the end of his gaze. At that moment, the leader was indulging in leisurely contemplation within his secret sanctuary. For there was nothing pressing that required his attention at this moment. In a time that could be considered both long and short, he had sown many seeds, and now the time to reap the fruits had come. All that remained for him was to smile contentedly as he savored the luscious fruits of his labor. The leader brought the teacup to his lips. After savoring the aroma for a while, he suddenly spoke. Say it again. His gaze slightly lowered, he looked down at his feet. Shockingly, there knelt the 4th Legion commander, Castro Chang, a moderate faction member, naked and on his knees. Gone was his usual neat and icily precise appearance. As if he had been subjected to brutal torture, his skin was torn in places, blood flowing freely, and his eyes were dully unfocused. At the leader's question, Castro Chang trembled violently, repeatedly smashing his forehead into the ground. It was a reaction born from extreme fear when pressured by an adversary. Castro Chang cried out as if screaming. Yan, the officer candidate, has incited us, the neutral Legion commanders, to sow discord. I dared to prioritize my own will over that of the leader. Castro Chang clutched his head and screamed, though no one touched him. He was hallucinating thousands of insects crawling into his torn wounds. The leader stroked his chin, observing Castro Chang. Interesting, but I can't fathom what one would gain from sowing such discord. He pondered Yan's objectives. If he intended to strike at me, it would have been better to ambush me at the gathering with the Pirate Empress and the moderates, including Owen. If not, is he planning something against the Legion commanders who follow me? The leader shook his head, seemingly unable to find an answer. After chuckling to himself for a while, pondering various things. Wait! His expression suddenly hardened as something occurred to him. With a wave of his hand, a subordinate appeared beside Castro Chang. You called for me? Contact Vulcan immediately. Yes, right away. The subordinate took out a communicator and began to operate it. Trilling, the ringing went on for a while. After about 3 minutes, the communicator in the subordinate's hand lost its light. It meant the other party was not responding. Seeing this, the leader's face fell into a grim cast. The leader rose from his seat. His fiery red hair whipped about like a lion's claw in his rage. Castro Chang, lying prostrate, hastily grabbed the leader's ankle. I'll give you everything I have. Please this? The leader did not even glance at him. Instead, he lifted his other foot and stepped on Castro Chang's head. Crunch! With a gruesome sound of flesh being crushed, Castro Chang's body went limp. The leader ground his teeth. Dare to smoke screen and abscond with argon? With that, the overwhelming presence of the leader that had filled the room vanished without a trace. He had gone to apprehend. To punish Yan and those aiding him in their scheme to abscond with argon. Chapter 178. Upon arriving at the village, Yan surveyed his surroundings. It was a domain where agriculture held more sway than commerce or any special industry. It's quite the ordinary hamlet indeed. He had hoped to find some unique feature of this village to explore further, but it proved difficult. Apart from the purple wildflowers blooming here and there was nothing that distinctly marked where he was. Rubbing his palms together, Yan looked around curiously. Well, shall I start looking for father? Just as he was about to focus on his search. Thud! Something hit his knee and fell to the ground. Bounce, 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 it was a small ball. As Yan picked up the ball with a puzzled tilt of his head, a child came running over. The child shrank back upon seeing Yan, probably thinking of him as a strange outsider. The child timidly pointed at the ball in Yan's hand, yet Yan said nothing, just gazing intently at the child. Over there. When the child called out again, Yan finally snapped back to reality. Ah, here you go. But what's your name? Yan, thank you. The child blurted out his name and then scampered away as if fleeing. Yan let out a chuckle watching the child's retreating figure. Confronting a reflection of his younger self felt oddly disconcerting. Still, if he followed this child, or rather, his younger self, he might just find his father. With quiet steps, Yan trailed behind the child. Yan's shadowing for a long while, Yan shadowed his younger self, only to witness a scene that left him dumbfounded. Hey, your job is just to fetch the ball, got it? Why do you keep trying to join in if you can't even do that right? I want to play too. You said if I fetched the ball for an hour, you'd let me. We did. When did we say that? You're lying. No, I'm not. Thump, a larger boy shoved young Yan forcefully. Yan's younger self fell to the ground, powerless. Ouch! The gang laughed at him once before returning to their game of ball. Yan watched the unfolding scene with a blank expression. He never imagined his younger self had been treated this way. And there he was, sniffling after such bullying, tears welling up as a bonus. Seeing this stirred something in Yan's chest. It was hard to define the feeling. Somewhere between embarrassment and absurdity. Even if it was just a fabricated version of himself, watching such humiliation wasn't pleasant. Yan crouched beside his younger self, still in a heap on the ground, crying over just one hit. He's bigger and stronger, how can I win? Yan sighed deeply. Whether this vision was close to reality, he couldn't be sure. Did I really used to be like this? But there was no one to give him an answer. Shaking his head, Yan picked up a thin twig nearby. Young Yan flinched at his sudden move, perhaps thinking he was about to be hit. Yan sighed again and crouched down beside him. Swoosh, swoosh. He began to draw in the dirt with the twig as if it were a chalkboard. What's this? Look. It was a crude drawing, but young Yan recognized it as the famous technique. Below it were instructions on how to move. Got it memorized? Yes. But, right, seeing it in action helps you remember better. Watch closely. Yes. Young Yan looked up with bright eyes, and Yan couldn't help but smile. There are exactly 3 ways to take down someone bigger than you. 3. 1 is to overpower them with sheer force. Yan's aura intensified slightly. Young Yan's face turned pale. How's that? I can't even begin to think about that with my current strength. Right, now for the second. Give me your hand. Yan extended his palm. Young Yan hesitantly placed his hand on top. Yan grasped the small hand and twisted. Ah! Young Yan screamed as the pain from the twisted joint surged. Yan released him and explained. That's the second method, joint locks. With the strength difference between you and that big guy, there's nothing better. Yan then demonstrated a few joint locks. Bending an arm, twisting a wrist, inserting a hand between shoulders to control movement, and more. All were joint locks easy for young Yan to attempt. Young Yan's eyes sparkled. And the third? The last one. Yan picked up a fist-sized rock from the ground. Young Yan frowned, not understanding. When that big guy is off guard, hit him on the back of the head with this, or target the nose or groin. A hit there will cause pain to anyone. Young Yan shuddered at Yan's words. But then Bill might cry. Yan clicked his tongue. Too soft. After all, a fight is to subdue or take down the opponent. To ignore the simplest yet most effective method just because someone might cry? Do as you wish. It seems you're interested in the second method, joint locks. But be careful, use it wrong, and you could cripple someone for life. Cripple? Young Yan's eyes widened in alarm. Of course, it was nearly impossible for a child's strength to use joint locks to cripple someone. But Yan enjoyed teasing the trembling child, warning that if he wasn't careful, the big guy might never use his hand again. That's when it happened. Young Yan, who had been talking to Yan, suddenly looked up, smiled brightly, and waved. Dad, Dad, Yan turned his head swiftly. A man with a notable beard approached, a hearty laugh on his lips. It seemed he was Yan's father, Argon. Yan squinted at him. This doesn't match what I've heard. Damien, Owen, and Theo had described his father as a mighty warrior who had pioneered the second realm. But the man approaching emitted no such aura. His walk was no different from an ordinary person's, and while his body was sturdy, that was all. Young Yan jumped up and ran to embrace the man. Dad, have you been playing well? Yes. Young Yan seemed to have a good relationship with his father. Argon, that is, the father, pulled out a worn handkerchief from his pocket and dusted off young Yan. Young Yan chattered away about all the trivial events of the day. Yan watched them, lost in thought. The sight of father and son was beautiful. Seeing a scene he couldn't remember from his past life with his own eyes made his heart ache. Then it happened. Argon, holding young Yan, approached. "Haha, I hear you helped Yan." "Thank you, not at all," Yan replied, studying his father's appearance. Short hair, dusky skin, and strong arms caught his eye. Argon turned his head towards Yan, who was staring intently. "If you're free, would you join us for dinner at our place? It's a modest meal, but—" Such an opportunity falling into his lap. Yan quickly accepted, lest his father change his mind. Yes, that would be nice. Argon's humble abode at the end of Argon's guidance, they arrived at the house where he and young Yan resided. It was a small and modest log house, indistinguishable from those of ordinary commoners. Yet the front yard was adorned with the same purple wildflowers they had seen earlier, creating a beautiful scene regardless of its size. "Heh, it's a bit small, isn't it?" Argon elbowed Yan's side as he spoke. But there was no shame or embarrassment in his laughter. Instead, his gaze upon the house was filled with warmth and pride. Such a small house for a lord. Yan chuckled at his father's simplicity, but then he remembered that he, too, a lord, had lived in a house of similar modesty. Was this a case of like father, like son? Yan shook his head. Perhaps meeting the father from his memories was making him more sentimental. Together with Argon and young Yan, he entered the house. Inside, there was a living room connected to a stove and about 3 rooms. "Do you have a place to stay at the moment?" Argon asked as he hung his coat on a chair. When Yan said he did not, Argon pointed to one of the rooms. "Then you can stay in that room. It was meant to be a storeroom, but we never seem to have enough stuff to store." "Really? Then I'll impose on you for a few days. Thank you." "Ha, it's nothing, my friend. I've been feeling lonely with just my dark-haired son around." "Dad, just kidding, you rascal." Argon ruffled young Yan's hair. Yan watched the scene blankly for a moment before quickly nodding. "Understood. Let's have a meal first. I'll whip up something quickly, so wait in the room for a bit. If you're bored, feel free to play with my son." A meal tinged with memories. About 30 minutes had passed. Argon emerged into the living room, donning a comically large apron and carrying a pot brimming with meat stew. "Son, guest, dinner's ready, come on out." Yan, who had been teaching his younger self joint locks, stepped into the living room. Argon was ladling stew onto the plates. "Father, let me do that." Young Yan rushed over to help Argon with the meal preparation. Feeling a bit awkward, Yan joined them, setting the spoons at the table. With the meal preparations complete, the 3 sat down at their respective chairs. "There's bread here if you need more, just tear and eat." Yan looked around the room, and then he remembered. "Your wife, I haven't seen her. Is she out on some errand?" The atmosphere turned heavy at Yan's question. Young Yan's face, bright with anticipation for the stew, hardened, and Argon pressed his lips together tightly. Yan quickly waved his hands in a gesture of apology. "If it's uncomfortable, you don't have to say anything." Sorry about that. It was sudden of you to ask." But Argon, deciding there was nothing to hide, answered with a bittersweet expression. "My wife passed away to the heavens 5 years after Yan was born, so 2 years ago." Yan's face turned ashen at the unexpected news. Damien, who had informed him of his father's imprisonment, and Owen, who occasionally spoke of his father, had always avoided discussing his mother. Now, hearing this, Yan understood why. She had passed away. Shaken by the news, Yan slowly spoke. "I apologize, I shouldn't have brought up something so discomforting." "Haha, no, it's not your fault, I should have told you earlier. Let's leave the gloomy talk aside and eat." The meal resumed, yet the mood was significantly more subdued than before. Chapter 179. The next day, Yan stepped outside for a brief respite to catch a breath of fresh air and survey his domain. The cold wind cleared his cluttered thoughts, as crisp as the morning frost. Wandering through the village, Yan reminisced about the stories he had heard over breakfast. Mother has passed away. He never imagined he would miss the chance to see her face one last time. A tightness gripped his chest, as if his heart was ensnared. It was then, on his way back, that a familiar voice reached his ears. Thought you went out for some air. Back so soon?" It was Argon. Yan, caught off guard, responded with an awkward smile. "Yes. Well, there's not much to see around here anyway." Indeed, in a domain focused on agriculture, there were no winding back alleys to explore. A single stroll was enough to memorize most paths. Was your rest comfortable? Ah, yes. Thanks to your care, I slept well, thank you. What's that? No need for thanks over such trivial matters. But I've heard you've been teaching Yan a thing or two. Yan almost cocked his head in confusion at Argon's words. But it didn't take long for him to realize that Argon was referring to young Yan, not himself. Yan chuckled wryly. Just some basic self-defense. Yan seems to think it's some sort of art, but it's nothing grand. You're more capable with your body than I thought? Just a bit. Is that so? Argon stroked his chin, intrigued. How about a light sparring match with me then? At those words, Yan turned sharply. His father was looking at him with eyes sparkling with an intensity that was almost burdensome. Normally, he would avoid unnecessary exertion, but this might be a good opportunity to gauge my father's strength. His decision was swift. I won't go easy on you. Ha, I'm not so old that I need anyone to go easy on me. That seemed true. The father who had been shackled in chains earlier now appeared to be in his mid-30s, an age that could be considered the prime for a warrior. Yan grinned slyly. Lead the way, let's have some fun. Chapter: The Backyard Brawl. The destination of the duo was the vast backyard of Argon's abode, a space far grander than any common clearing. Yet, upon their arrival, they found the area already occupied by a solitary figure. Young Yan, with a fiery determination in his eyes, was sprinting across the ground, taking to heart the advice about his lacking stamina. Argon chuckled at the sight of the earnest child. Why the laughter? Ha! Your spirited run is just too adorable. But Yan, why don't you take a seat over there and rest a bit? Pointing towards a long wooden bench set aside in the yard, Argon's suggestion was met with a pout from young Yan. Is it something important? Oh, it's of utmost importance. Understood. Duped by Argon's playful tone, young Yan dashed off to the bench with vigor. With the young one out of the way, Argon picked up a toy-like wooden sword discarded nearby and swung it through the air with a whoosh. Yan's expression hardened at the sight. A duel with a toy sword was not what he had in mind. If you plan to jest, I'd rather not partake. Scratching his head, Argon replied, It's not that, but then at least arm yourself with a proper wooden sword. We don't keep such things at home. But don't worry, I won't disappoint. Yan frowned. Such baseless confidence from his father. If I feel disappointed, I'll say so. Then I'll fetch a real sword from my room. Yan nodded in agreement, knowing well that the duel would soon prompt his father to bring out a real sword. Very well. Yan then produced an interdimensional pouch and retrieved a wooden sword from within. Had there been two, he would have offered one to his father, but alas, there was only one. Argon's eyes widened in admiration. An interdimensional pouch? Your true nature becomes ever more intriguing. Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Just a passing mercenary. This pouch was a gift from a client I once met. Ha! You've encountered a client with quite the generosity. Argon's laughter ceased, and he gripped the toy sword with a newfound seriousness. The atmosphere chilled as if the air itself anticipated the impending clash. Shall we begin? Let me know when you're ready. Yan, too, aimed his wooden sword at Argon, assuming a ready stance. Let's start. And with that, Yan charged. Despite restraining his mana use, his well-trained physique allowed for a burst of incredible speed. Not moving? Yan frowned at his father, who stood still, seemingly entranced by his charge. Yan closed the distance and thrust the wooden sword straight at Argon's chest. That's when it happened. I thought you weren't going to hold back. With a light chuckle, Argon vanished from Yan's view and reappeared at Yan's side, exploiting a blind spot with a swift maneuver. Yan was astounded. Movement like this without mana? To infiltrate his sharpened senses and find an angle of attack was no small feat. In that moment, should I be the one to hold back? Argon's playful query preceded the swing of his toy sword towards Yan's shoulder. Regaining his composure, Yan ducked and rolled forward, springing back up with a push from his arms. Thump! Yan's foot connected with Argon's hand, sending the toy sword arcing through the air. Yet Yan wasn't satisfied with just disarming his opponent. He swiftly crossed his legs, spun up from the ground, and placed his wooden sword at Argon's throat. Argon burst into hearty laughter. Ahahaha. Well, I've lost this one. Yan smirked and shook his head. It's a draw. Huh. Argon's eyes widened in disbelief, mirroring the roundness of the moon. Yan pointed towards Argon's left arm, awkwardly extended forward, a clear reaction to his own swift movements. I saw that hand. You were about to strike, then you stopped. Ahem. And you're left-handed, aren't you? Had he been right-handed, even after dropping his sword, he could have reacted immediately. But there was a slight delay. For someone of Argon's caliber, such hesitation was rare, suggesting the use of his non-dominant hand. Argon chuckled sheepishly. Caught me, did you? Yes. Well, can't be helped then. Ha ha ha. With a shrug, Argon plopped down onto a chair that stood just behind him. Yan sighed at his father's sly demeanor. The duel was a facade. Argon had concealed most of his true skill. Had Yan not noticed the twitch in that left hand, he would never have guessed his father's handedness. But one thing was certain. I didn't get a full measure, but his father was strong, stronger than himself at least. Argon, mistaking Yan's introspection for self-reproach, gently patted his shoulder and said, No need for such a gloomy face. There's more than a decade between us. If anything, I should be the embarrassed one. Ha ha. Ah, thank you. Yan bowed his head in gratitude. Arm in arm, Argon led Yan forward. Their destination was a wooden bench where young Yan lay asleep. The child had run so hard he'd collapsed in a brief moment of rest. Argon carefully lifted the boy's head and sat down, gesturing for Yan to take the seat beside him. Sit here. Yes, but to possess such strength at your age, is there a reason? Excuse me, people with stories tend to grow strong quickly. I wonder if you're one of them. Yan clamped his mouth shut, unsure how to respond. After a prolonged silence, Argon spoke first, gazing towards the house they shared, where his wife once lived too. He stroked the sleeping child's hair, and young Yan smiled in his sleep, comforted by the touch. I trained to protect my family. A bittersweet smile crossed his face, as if recalling something painful. Of course, no amount of training can defy the call of the heavens. Yan smiled wryly, likely reflecting on his mother's story. Argon continued, So now, the most precious thing left to me is this little one. Yan found himself speechless. How could he speak? He was conversing here and now, yet his past remained a blur. Could he, who had forgotten his past, truly be the same as this young Yan? I'm not sure. His thoughts tangled into knots. Just then, Argon playfully poked the cheek of the slumbering child, laughing mischievously. Isn't he adorable? My son, yet nothing like me. Indeed, he lacks any manly features. Argon's eyes bulged at Yan's jest, and he retorted with fiery gusto, He's the epitome of manliness. What exactly is unmanly about him? Yan looked at Argon, eyes wide with feigned shock. And then they both erupted into laughter. Argon wiped away a tear that had sneaked out. Ah, it's been a while since I've laughed like this. They say laughter is good for you. Is that so? I hope my son has many reasons to laugh in the future. Will he? Argon playfully stretched the boy's lips into a smile. Yan smiled sadly at his father's antics. In another life, perhaps, but in this one, he wanted to say he was living happily. He had made many friends and gotten to know many people, and he wished he could boast about it. But this was a dream within a dream. Speaking out might not help resolve his father's lingering regrets. Do you understand this father's heart, my boy? Yan chuckled at Argon's playful demeanor with his sleeping son. That's when Argon's expression suddenly hardened. Yan tilted his head in confusion at his father's abrupt change. What's wrong? Before Yan could finish, Argon sprang up from the wooden bench. Damn, as the support vanished, young Yan, half awake, looked around in a daze. Yan had no time to care for his younger self. An extraordinary aura began to emanate from his father. Take care of my son? With those words, Argon dashed off, disappearing into the unknown. Chapter 180. Yan turned his head, following the aura of his father, back to the vicinity of the village he first discovered. As he sharpened his vision to survey the village, Yan's face hardened. Dark smoke was billowing from the village. It was clear, even if unspoken, that an urgent crisis had unfolded. Wait here for a moment. The command was cut short as young Yan, who had been seated on a wooden chair, seized the moment. Crack! With all his might, the young Yan clutched at the hem of his garment. I want to go with you too. What? As Yan turned, the young one spoke with a quivering voice. Ah, whenever father says such things, he always comes back hurt. Moved by the young Yan's sobbing, Yan shook his head and embraced him, a silent promise that no matter the gravity of the situation, they would face it together. Yan's arrival in the village. Upon arriving at the village, Yan immediately headed towards the place where the most potent energy was felt. As expected, there stood Argon, his face set hard as stone, vigilantly watching ahead. When Yan approached, Argon turned his head, his eyes widening at the sight of young Yan in his arms. Good heavens! He wouldn't let go of me, but what seems to be the trouble? Yan glanced around, his gaze falling upon the charred remains of the dead near the village houses. Then something caught his eye, the form of the clothes they wore. Rebels! They were identical to the uniforms he had seen several times at the rebel headquarters. Wait a minute. Could it be? Yan's thoughts were interrupted by the intense killing intent and formidable energy that began to ensnare his senses from behind. An intrusion. Judging by the energy felt, there were at least 4 superhumans. Yan cried out urgently, "We must leave this place at once." No! A tremendous force erupted from Argon like a volcano coming to life. He swung a sword, whose origin was unknown, towards the front. Swoosh! A crescent-shaped flame surged forward. Screams of agony. "Fire, fire, save, save us." The hidden enemies screamed in pain as they were engulfed in flames. After the attack, Argon shouted to Yan, "It's fortunate you're here. There's a secret passage in the fireplace of the living room with the blue roof behind us. Take Yan and hurry out of here." The secret passage seemed to be quite long, but it was young Yan who responded to Argon's request. "No," with tearful eyes, the young one shouted, filled with the resolve never to leave his father behind. Yan chuckled at the sight of young Yan, then he said to Argon, "The boy refuses to go, I will help. Surely we can overcome this obstacle, can't we?" Even if there were 5 superhumans, here were 2 as well. Besides, with the experience from his past life, he knew the abilities of the Rebel Legion commanders, and with his father's hidden power, they had a good chance of winning. That was the moment. Thud! 5 masked men appeared before them. Yan's face tensed up as well. The aura emanating from these 5 masked men was unmistakably that of superhumans. Who would have thought he'd be facing 5 superhumans all at once? Huh! Yan's eyes gleamed as he scrutinized the masked men. It was the large one, the green skin and physical features visible through the clothes. It was familiar. That's Vulcan. Having seen the Legion commander before entering the deep world, it was impossible not to recognize him. Then, identifying the rest of the masked men was not a difficult task. The leader, followed by Craig and Gilliam, Vulcan, and the last one, a Legion commander pretending to revolt against the leader, but actually siding with him. The candidates were Aisha, Electus, and Castro Chang. Or it could be a completely different third party, but that was unlikely. Then the masked man at the forefront stepped forward. "Have you been well?" Yan recognized the voice and could guess who it was. The leader, and it seemed his father had realized the same. Argon smirked. "Look here, Aquinas, if you're not going to change your voice, why bother wearing a mask and bringing along these strangers to boot?" Yan's eyes shone. It was just as he had initially thought. This moment was a reenactment of the past he had heard from Damien. The leader attacked the commander-in-chief with outsiders he had recruited. Yan could tell that this moment was the time Damien had spoken of in the past. The leader shrugged his shoulders. "There's a friend who wants to hide his face." At his words, Yan's eyes darkened. It seemed there was a traitor among them, just as he had thought. "Is that so?" Argon sneered, but then glared at the masked leader with blazing eyes. "Did it really have to come to this? If you had just given it when I asked nicely, none of this would have happened." "Given what? What are you?" Argon frowned, then suddenly his eyes widened as if he had remembered something. "Surely not that item?" He then shouted in anger. "I've told you time and again, that's not a divine relic but a cursed object. A perilous item? That's for me to decide." "You madman." Yan listened to their conversation, his eyes sparkling. "That item?" He wasn't sure what they were talking about. But from their conversation, it seemed to be something more significant than he had imagined. Greed began to stir within him. Yan's gaze became steely. "Just hand it over quietly, and I'll ensure your and your son's lives are spared." At that moment, Argon's telepathic message flowed into Yan's ear. "I'll buy us some time. Take Yan and run from here. Anywhere is fine, just hurry." But Yan shook his head at his words. He didn't know what his father's attachment was, but it was undoubtedly deeply connected to this place. So, help father, Yan drew a scallon and said, that will be difficult. If I run away from someone who has shown me kindness, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. With those words, Yan set down his younger self he had been holding. Then he kicked off the ground and lunged at the weakest-looking masked man. Good, sir. At that sight, Argon's face turned pale as he shouted. Judging by the aura, all the opponents were superhumans who had stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, and it was a recklessly bold charge. In the end, Argon bit his lip and charged with Yan towards the masked men. Yan's confrontation with Vulcan. Yan faced Vulcan, a foe he had glimpsed from afar, familiar with his techniques and habits. And yet, using Berserk here would sweep allies along in its fury, so it's not an option. Without Berserk, Vulcan was as good as the weakest link. Thus, the priority was to swiftly eliminate Vulcan. Unlike before, where Yan had concealed his true abilities, this time he unleashed his full power from the start. He dove towards Vulcan, brandishing his sword, a scallon, with swift precision. In that fleeting moment, a surge of sword energy blossomed on a scallon. Swoosh! The sword energy slashed across Vulcan's chest. Caught off guard, Vulcan had no time to react. Green blood spurted as Vulcan let out a pained roar, flailing his massive arms wildly. It was a desperate struggle, but the strength behind it meant serious injury if even grazed. Yet Yan did not cease his assault, continuing to swing a scallon relentlessly. In less than a second, 10 swift strikes exploded upon Vulcan's body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Had Vulcan used Berserk, he might have dodged or withstood Yan's strikes. Whether it was an order from the leader not to use it, or an inability to do so, Vulcan could only scream as he was being sliced, showing no signs of the red flush that should accompany Berserk. Yan's eyes gleamed. Is he weaker because this is the past, not as strong as in my era? If this reality was 15 years prior to Yan's time, then even a future third tier might now be a fourth tier. It meant Vulcan likely couldn't freely control Berserk at this moment. That's when it happened. Boom, whoosh, a wave of intense heat blew in from afar, so scorching that unprotected skin would have surely burned. Yan turned his head, and involuntarily gasped at the sight. Wow! His father, engulfed in azure flames, was single-handedly pushing back the leader and 3 Legion commanders, not just holding them off, but slowly gaining ground. Dozens of sword energies and spells, along with black thorns, were launched at his father, but turned to ash before even reaching him, thanks to the blue flames. Thorns! Yan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the thorns. No one within the rebel ranks had such a skill, not according to Owen and Damien. Then, it must be a hidden power of one of the traitors he suspected. Yan plunged a scallon into Vulcan's heart and leaped towards the masked man, unleashing dozens of sword energies. It was Gilliam Waterford, a man who became a vengeful ghost after losing his lord to the Empire. Gilliam clicked his tongue at Yan's charge, halting his assault on Argon. Such a rat! Yan grinned at Gilliam's chilling gaze. Then he spun a scallon, gripping it in reverse. As Gilliam swung his slender sword to strike Yan down, whoosh, boom, a fireball from nowhere scorched Gilliam's side. The sudden attack disrupted his focus. And in that moment, thrust. Yan's scallon pierced through Gilliam's crown. Yan turned with a bright smile. There was Argon, looking at him with a troubled expression. You should have run away. Telepathy from Argon rushed in, so urgent that he slipped into informal speech. But Yan ignored Argon's plea. The tide of battle was overwhelmingly in their favor. The leader's limbs were being severed one by one, and his father seemed to have plenty of fight left. With this momentum, they could surely push back the Legion commanders and awaken his father. As Yan moved again, Argon bit his lip. Was I wrong this time? Muttering words of uncertainty, Argon rejoined the fray. Yan had marked his next target, a masked figure he presumed to be Craig. The aura emanating from the figure was formidable, stronger than Yan's own, yet it seemed to pale in comparison to the future. It was a moment of clarity for Yan's hypothesis. As Yan charged, Craig waved his hand, and 2 magic circles unfurled in the air, spinning violently. Craig, whom Yan had pegged as a swordsman, turned out to be a mage, an unexpected twist. But it was an advantage for Yan. No one has faced as many archmages as I have. He had been bequeathed countless spells by Mammon and had learned how to counter mages. The weakness of a mage is an attack during casting. Yan drew a dagger from his cloak and hurled it at Craig. What the? As Craig uttered his shock, the dagger, charged with ferocious energy, thrust towards his forehead. Crash. It seemed Craig had some protective barrier, but it was insufficient against the dagger imbued with chi. And then, in an instant, thud, the background froze and the surrounding noise ceased. For some reason, Yan couldn't move, as if he were fixed in place. While what's happening? Yan tried to turn his head in alarm, but it was impossible. His body had turned to stone. The magic circles etched in the air stopped spinning, and Craig, too, was frozen with a look of panic. And then, crackling, crunch, the sound of something breaking filled the air. It was impossible to discern what was happening. No one spoke a word, as if someone had intended this silence. Only the sound of something shattering could be heard. Then, Yan's vision began to darken, as if he were falling asleep. Yan desperately tried to grasp this mysterious situation. No, this can't be. Regardless of his will, his vision darkened completely. How much time had passed? His body, stiff as a statue, relaxed. Yan opened his eyes hastily. Flash. Before him was not the battlefield, but a field bathed in purple hues. Yan looked around with a bewildered expression, and then something caught his eye. What is this? It was a peaceful village, as if nothing had happened. Yan, staring blankly at the village, spoke with a trembling voice. A return? Chapter 181. Yan gathered his dazed thoughts and strolled into the village, surveying its interior slowly. It was as if nothing had happened, an aura of peace prevailing. Then it happened. Thud, thump, thump, something touched Yan's knee. It was a small ball. Noticing it, Yan looked ahead. A younger version of himself was running towards him. He chuckled at the déjà vu, the scene unfolding just as it had before. It's real. He had truly returned, back to the very moment he first entered this predicament. Yan steadied his gaze as he watched his younger self approach, hesitantly. The reason for his regression was unclear, but it boiled down to two possibilities. It was either because of him or due to his father's lingering attachment. And the most likely was his father's attachment. My father, and my younger self weren't killed by the revolutionaries. I regressed at the moment I was about to dispose of Craig. That meant, Yan bit his lip. Could there be a time limit? Having regressed once, it was possible to do so again. So, this time, Yan's eyes sparkled with determination. This time, I'll use all my might to take them down. But even then, Yan couldn't deal with them within the time limit. At the village entrance, Yan and Argon gasped for breath, their bodies a mess, as if there wasn't a single spot left unscathed. This was the best we could do. Before Yan lay the bodies of 4 of the Revolutionary Army's commanders, lined up in death: Vulcan, Gilliam, Craig, and the chief. The unknown traitor, seeing the tide of battle turn, fled without a backward glance. One escaped, but Yan was certain. This truly was the best outcome. It took no exaggeration, over 100 regressions to reach this crossroads. Initially, he tried to defeat his enemies head-on, but time constraints led to about 20 failures. Realizing this, he attempted to flee far away with his younger self and father. But the chief doggedly pursued them wherever they went. And upon encountering him, time would freeze, and Yan would return to the beginning. Nearly 40 regressions later, he learned a bitter truth. This tiresome cycle of regression would repeat until his father's lingering attachment was resolved. So, he shifted his strategy to eliminating his foes. Upon awakening, he immediately set traps where the chief and his commanders would pass and exhausted all his artificial elixirs to create scrolls. He tried luring them one by one, even resorting to ambushes. He employed every method possible during 100 regressions, and so he reached this moment. Though one escaped, he had managed to defeat the chief and his minions, protecting his younger self and father. It wasn't resignation speaking. This really was the best he could do. Hearing Yan's muttering, Argon, beside him, gasping for breath, asked with a grin, "What are you mumbling about?" Yan, thinking everything was over, lifted the corners of his mouth. "It's nothing. We'll be seeing you soon." Tick. Yan abruptly stopped speaking. A faint sound had just echoed through the air. A sound he had heard countless times during his regressions. Once he had regressed while looking at the sky, and he heard the same sound then. And like a shattered window, the world crumbled, and his vision darkened as he regressed. That sound was definitely a precursor. From what he knew, about 10 seconds after hearing that sound, the vision would stop, and he would return to the beginning. Am I missing something? Yan shook off his father's hand, which was trying to grab him, and ran with all his might towards the highest hill nearby. His mana was nearly depleted from the fierce battle with the commanders. But Yan scraped together what was left of his mana heart, even at the risk of mana deficiency. Reaching the top of the hill, Yan gritted his teeth at the sight before him. Was this the reason the regression didn't end, even after killing the chief and all his commanders? From afar, a massive army clad in dark attire was converging on this place. Easily 10,000 in number. Surrounding this small domain would be no trouble at all. Now, having faced the chief and his commanders, escaping from here through them was nearly impossible. In other words, the 100 regressions he had endured, pouring all his mental strength into overcoming the situation, had become futile. Crackle. Crunch. And so, as the vision halted, the tiresome darkness covered his sight, and time began to rewind once more. Yan's awakening. As soon as Yan opened his eyes, he immediately began to assess the situation. I always thought the goal of regression was to annihilate the enemies and save my father and my younger self. So, he had been preoccupied with destroying the enemies before him. But now he understood. Even if he managed to defeat the chief and his commanders within the time limit, the real problem was the massive army that followed. It was impossible to break through an army of 10,000 with a weary Argon and Yan. Come to think of it, if we hadn't regressed and time had just passed, we would have surely been captured by the revolutionaries. Only now was he beginning to grasp what these numerous regressions and his father's lingering attachment meant. To survive through all these adversities and, would you please take Yan and escape from here? The fact that his father had pleaded so much clearly meant that young Yan couldn't survive on his own. In other words, it was enough to let his younger self escape from this situation. After all, no matter what method he used, it was impossible to flee with both his father and his younger self. But it's possible if it's just my younger self. The enemy's target was solely his father. There was a good chance of escaping through a secret passage when the chief and his commanders were focused on his father. His father must have known this, offering himself as bait. As Yan continued his train of thought, he suddenly furrowed his brows. Then how did I survive in the past? The content of this deep vision, minus his own existence, was no different from the past that had actually occurred. Then naturally, there must have been someone who helped his younger self escape, but during 100 regressions, there was no such person, nor was there any information about this in his past life. No, now is not the time to worry about such things. It wasn't the time to waste on such meaningless concerns. Yan headed straight for the village. Run away, quickly. Argon stood before the chief and his commanders, shouting out loud. He had always assisted in battle by his father's side, but this time was different. Yan clenched his eyes shut. He had known his father for barely a month, even if all the regressions were combined. Yet the thought of abandoning his father stirred a violent turmoil within him. It was an unprecedented feeling. That's when it happened. No! The scene Yan had witnessed several times during his regressions replayed before his eyes. Young Yan struggled and screamed, "Daddy, Daddy!" Even as Yan gritted his teeth, trying to turn away, his younger self desperately resisted. No, 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 don't go, Daddy. Young Yan, tears and snot streaming down his face, reached out towards his father. Seeing this, Yan squeezed his eyes shut even tighter. His chest felt unbearably tight. It felt as though he would stop breathing at any moment. Yan struck the neck of the thrashing young Yan in his arms with a water jug. Finally, there was silence. His chest was soaked from the crying. Yan tried to force his feet to move, but they wouldn't budge. That's when it happened. Wait! Argon stopped Yan and grabbed his hand. Yan's eyes widened at this unexpected behavior. He couldn't understand why his father was acting this way, but that confusion was short-lived. Whoosh! Something from his father's hand flowed into his own and headed towards his chest. Blaze, it was something incredibly hot. It felt as if flames were swirling inside his body. The fiery blaze that flowed nobly through the mana road halted near his heart. Then, it began to coalesce into a round shape, forming a sphere similar to other planets. This sphere immediately synchronized with Yan's mana heart, drawing mana to itself and beginning to rotate. It was a planet. To think he could create a planet, which one could only make with enlightenment, involuntarily. Yan looked at Argon with eyes wide in astonishment. This is... Argon seemed too preoccupied to answer. A resolute light swirled in his face. Go quickly, we're out of time. Yan knew it was time to leave, but his feet refused to move. The brief time he had spent in his father's vision was the sweetest and most comfortable of his entire life, all thanks to his father being by his side. Yan lost his usual composure and was unable to do anything. At that moment, Yan, escape from here now. Argon looked straight at Yan and commanded. Yes. Yan's face went blank. He doubted his ears. His father, who should not know his identity, had called him Yan. He called me Yan. That meant his father had known his identity all along. Argon's hand slipped from Yan's. Yan hurried to ask something, but thud. His figure was already shooting forward at an incredible speed. Yan watched his father's retreating back, clenched his fist, and turned around. If his father had been in his right mind throughout all the regressions, it means the situation is too urgent to acknowledge me. If he could just resolve this lingering attachment, they could meet again in the real world. With that thought, Yan dashed forward. A single tear rolled down Argon's cheek. Fortunately, you've grown up well. He shook his head. It was not the time to be sentimental. Standing before the chief and his commanders, Argon drew a long line in the ground with his sword and spoke. From this moment on, thump. Argon drove his sword into the ground and looked at the enemies with a serene gaze. No one shall cross this line. And with that, the enemies charged. Argon's fight to protect began. Yan stood before the house, its walls whispering of the secret passage his father had once spoken of. With a steady hand, he pushed open the door. Behind him, a fabricated heat and a force so mighty it made the air itself resonate, washed over him. Boom, crash, the roar of flames. His father's determination to buy as much time as possible was palpable, a silent plea that echoed in the charged atmosphere. Yan's heart swelled with pride once more for his father, who was so desperately fulfilling his role. Curiosity abounded, yet, I shall seek answers outside, father. Postponing their reunion, Yan shattered the door and stepped inside. Crack! He then turned to the fireplace that adorned the living room and wrenched it free. Behind it lay a passage just wide enough for a grown man to pass through, a hidden path laid by secrets and silent promises. Emerging from the secret passage, Yan found himself not alone. There awaited a figure, shrouded in a mask. Leave the child and go, the masked man commanded, his voice distorted, betraying a high likelihood of treachery against Yan's father. Yan, suppressing a surge of emotion, inquired with feigned calm, why bother with a child who knows nothing? It's none of your concern, outsider. Hand over the child and be gone, the masked man insisted, his resolve unmistakable. Could this be the person who reassigned me to the special task force? Yan pondered, shaking his head. No contact had been made in this lifetime, and it was absurd to think that the traitor would simply dispatch him to the task force without further ado. Decision made, Yan prepared to eliminate the threat swiftly. The masked man tilted his head in confusion at Yan's silence. That's when Yan's sword, a scallon, flashed through the air like lightning. Crescent waves of energy furiously hurtled towards the masked man. Do you insist on tasting punishment? The masked man growled, swiping his hand to summon countless spikes from the ground, hurtling towards the incoming energy. Boom, crash. The collision unleashed a thunderous explosion, whipping up a fierce storm. In that moment, Yan, who had been observing quietly, lunged towards the masked man. Ha! Caught off guard by the sudden charge, the masked man could barely conceal his dismay. He waved his hand again, summoning a thicket of spikes, but it was no match for Yan, who had analyzed and countered his techniques countless times through many regressions. Swish! Slash! Yan spun a scallon, deflecting the incoming spikes, then surged forward with increased mana. It's over, Yan thought, as he faced the defenseless masked man. Crunch! Gripping a scallon with both hands, Yan channeled a full burst of mana into the blade, transforming it into a sword energy that elongated the weapon. The masked man, finally reacting, attempted to block Yan with spikes, but it was too late. Swoosh! With a swing of a scallen, now sheathed in sword energy, Yan severed the masked man's neck along with the spikes. The head flew far from the body. Yan wished to unveil the face behind the mask, but time was of the essence. He quickly helped his younger self to his feet and was about to leave when, gurgle, gurgle. A strange sound and energy began to emanate from behind. Yan, who was about to flee with his younger self, halted and turned around. Magic! From the decapitated body of the masked man, a vile magic began to seep out. The purple magic drew the body and head together as if magnetized. Yan let out a low hum. ... Could it be that the revolutionaries have one of the 7 sins among them? Only the 7 sins wield such magic. Yan set his younger self down and drew a dagger, throwing it with all his might. Whoosh, ping! The dagger, flying fiercely, was repelled before it could even touch the masked man's body, as if by a shield. Yan's eyes narrowed. I must ascertain your true identity. Chapter 182. As the masked man's body and head attempted to reattach themselves with magic as glue, Yan dashed forward. He couldn't tell what was about to unfold, but one thing was clear. If left alone, something ominous will happen. Unveiling the identity of the masked man was imperative. The man was likely still conspiring within the revolutionary forces. This meant a high probability that the 7 sins were lurking behind the revolutionaries. For Yan, who had to strategize against the leader even outside, unpredictability was unacceptable. So he decided, I'll start by confirming his face. Standing before the corpse oozing magic, Yan wrapped his sword Ascalon in a blade aura and swung it. But, crash, Yan's expression hardened. His blade aura shattered, blocked by a magical barrier, and disintegrated into pieces. At that moment, a voice emanated from the corpse. That was close. You could have died. Yan's eyes widened in shock, his gaze fixed on the corpse. Moments ago, it had been decapitated, but now it was rising, cracking its neck side to side. Yan's wariness intensified at the sight of the masked man. I was sure he had stopped breathing. No. It's strange that he survived a beheading. Yet, somehow, the masked man was leisurely stretching as if the fact that he had been killed was a mere lie. Yan glanced at his younger self, shivering with fear, huddled in a corner. Fortunately, the child seemed unharmed by the skirmish. The masked man declared, Now that you've seen the magic, I must take your life. Yan's gaze returned to the masked man. So the 7 sins. They don't die, huh? Ho, you recognized me as one of the 7 sins? Now I'm even more curious about your identity. The masked man chuckled, spreading his hands. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the sin of envy, one of the 7 sins apostles. Yan's eyes narrowed. He couldn't fathom why the man was so freely divulging his information. But if he's blabbering like this, maybe he'll answer another question. Do you not have a name? A true name is of no consequence to me, so there's no need to tell you. Yan considered provoking him to extract more useful information, but then shook his head. A man of his caliber wouldn't be foolishly swayed by taunts, and it would only heighten his guard. The masked man, having finished stretching, said with a smirk, I never expected to find another strong warrior in such a backwater place, besides Argon. Impressive. He abruptly cut himself off and waved his hand. Ting. A thrown dagger, secretly flying through the air, fell powerlessly to the ground, blocked by the masked man's magical barrier. But that wasn't the end. Yan, having diverted attention with the dagger, lunged forward. Such petty tricks. The masked man scoffed at Yan. You should know that your blade aura won't work on me. Are you continuing to fight because you're too foolish to run? With a sweep of his hand, the ground split open, and countless tendrils surged upward. Normally, blade aura would have shattered against these tendrils. Whoosh! But just before the collision, Ascalon suddenly emitted flames that effortlessly sliced through the tendrils. What is that? The masked man's voice turned rigid. It was impossible to destroy tendrils made of magic with ordinary fire attribute blade aura. How could this be? As the masked man frantically tried to identify the flames, he hesitated. Could it be? But he had no time to ponder further, as Yan was already upon him. The masked man clicked his tongue and extended his magic-wrapped hand to block the incoming Ascalon. Boom! The mysterious flames carried by Ascalon collided with the magic. Despite the magic's greater density and strength, it was the magic that faded away. Whoosh! He hastily withdrew his hand. The tips of the masked man's fingers were charred. The flames from a scallen had pierced through the magic and reached his hand. Had he been any slower, his entire hand would have burned. With a look of disbelief, the masked man alternated his gaze between his fingertips and Yan. What in the world is this? The masked man couldn't believe the events unfolding before his eyes. Yan was astounded by the power his father had bestowed upon him. Forged from the essence of fire, it was aptly named Mars. The mana emanating from Mars naturally carried the essence of flames, displaying a might beyond Yan's expectations, surpassing even the holy power he wielded against Eamon in the eastern lands. Though it drained his stamina and mana more than any other celestial force, its sheer output was unparalleled. At this critical juncture, facing the apostles of the Seven Sins, his father's gift was nothing short of a legendary blade. Clash, 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 a fierce exchange ensued between Yan and the masked man. As time progressed, the flames tracing Ascalon's path grew larger, while the masked man's magic weakened. Such was the antithesis between the power of Mars and magic. Had the masked man not possessed an overwhelming amount of magic, he would have been reduced to ashes. Yan's eyes sparkled as he incinerated a mass of tendrils, seizing an opening. Ha! With a mighty cry, Yan unleashed a strike unlike any before. Boom, 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 a torrent of flames, fueled by immense mana, engulfed the masked man. Should he permit it, both magic and flesh would turn to cinders. With no chance of revival, the masked man was forced to reveal his full strength, grinding his teeth as he summoned his magic. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. Once again, tendrils burst forth from the ground, their surfaces beginning to bulge ominously. Flowers, Yan's eyes gleamed. Among the tendrils bloomed pitch-black roses. Rustle, rustle, the roses unfurled, their petals dancing in the wind, each imbued with tremendous magic. Damn it! Cursing, Yan retracted a scallon. He could exploit this moment to slay the masked man, but I'd be engulfed by those magic petals afterward. It was a dire situation. Killing the man here would be meaningless. Yan refocused, observing the masked man intently crafting flowers laden with magic. An idea flickered through Yan's mind, a slight grin forming on his lips. Swoosh! From his cloak, Yan drew a dagger and hurled it at the masked man. SSSSHHH, the dagger streaked like a ray of light. The masked man flinched, turning his head aside. Slash, but he couldn't evade the blade grazing his cheek. Blood spurted, and the mask he had worn flew off into the distance. Caught off guard, the man glared at Yan, unleashing his counterattack. Thousands of petals cascaded toward where Yan stood. Boom, 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 boom. The ground erupted with each petal's explosion, their power akin to densely packed explosives. Through the thick cloud of dust, the petals detonated. Is it over? The man peered fiercely at Yan's last known location. As the dust settled, what? He exclaimed in shock. Yan was nowhere to be seen, nor was the commander's son. The man quickly realized what had transpired. The brief moment when Yan threw the dagger, the opportunity to evade, and the flames Yan had shown, if his eyes were not deceived. In that fleeting instant, Argon transferred his power to an outsider. It was the white flame jade, the seal of the fearsome fire dragon that once terrorized the continent. The revolutionaries, especially himself and Aquinas, had exerted every effort to obtain it. Noble houses couldn't even fathom the wealth poured into this quest, a decade-long endeavor. Such was the treasure they unearthed. No, it was theirs. I did everything to prevent this mess. To keep this news from reaching Argon, the commander, hundreds of workers were buried. Dozens of subordinates who knew too much were silenced. All these painstaking efforts, and yet Argon stumbled upon the existence of the white flame jade by chance. The treasure, sought with a decade's time and vast wealth, fell into his hands. If only Argon had put it to good use. But even after absorbing the white flame jade, he never wielded its power for the revolution. Despite Aquinas's countless pleas, this is a cursed item. It should not come into this world. I'm sorry, but I cannot return it. He blatantly refused with such nonsense. Risking exposure, he had even led a coup to aid Aquinas, and now to lose it before his very eyes. Moreover, that man was a stranger, unknown to the world. Not only must he identify this unknown man, but the search would consume an immense amount of time. The coup, into which everything was poured, was only a partial success. No. Without reclaiming the white flame jade, it was merely an empty victory. Crack, crack, crack. The man clenched his fist, grinding his teeth as if to shatter them, his body trembling with rage until he finally erupted. "I'll kill you, Argon." At that moment Yan, cradling his younger self, was moving swiftly, a look of surprise etched in his eyes. The last technique he had deployed was something beyond his wildest imagination. If my memory serves right, that was the Duke of the East's technique. The magic flowers that the masked man had desperately conjured in his final moments bore a striking resemblance to the Duke's technique, minus the magic aspect, as recorded by the Special Task Force. The Duke, rumored to be in seclusion at his estate, was actually a sin of the 7 sins, operating within the Revolutionary Army. And his identity? Yan's thoughts spiraled. Why did he come to me instead of my father? It seemed he had business with his father. Yan's expression hardened. That item, always mentioned in the conversations between the commander and his father. Yan touched his chest, a look of realization dawning on him. Is the energy my father passed on related to that item? But now was not the time for such thoughts. First and foremost, he needed to get his younger self to safety. As they moved forward, something disturbed Yan's keen senses. Snap! Ah! Yan pushed his younger self away and quickly dropped to the ground. Boom! A couple of trees behind them snapped and dark smoke billowed up. The familiar, acrid scent of gunpowder filled Yan's nostrils. Stay down, no matter what happens, don't get up. Yes, yes. Young Yan, eyes wide with fear, buried his head in the ground. Yan rose slightly, his gaze heavy as he surveyed the broken trees. Cannonball? Amidst the rising black smoke, a dark cannonball was embedded in one of the trees. Owen's hand cannon flashed through his mind. The size of the cannonball suggested that a large cannon was needed to fire such a shot. But as far as Yan knew, humanity still lacked the technology to wield hand cannons, especially in this recreated memory of his youth. Then it must be another dwarf? As he pondered the enemy's identity, thud, crack, something fell at Yan's feet, a round object about the size of an adult's fist. A bomb? Yan kicked off the ground, leaping back, but it wasn't a bomb. Pop. Hiss, a shallow explosion followed by a cloud of gray smoke rapidly spread out. The amount was staggering, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Yan furrowed his brow. For some reason, his sharp senses began to blur. His head spun, and it became difficult to maintain balance. Yan immediately recognized the object's true nature. A smoke bomb laced with drugs? To use such a thing here meant, damn it all, the enemy's target wasn't him. Yan shouted with all his might. Yan, get up and run? It was his younger self. Patter, patter, patter. The sound of a child's footsteps reached Yan's ears. Despite the blurred senses and vision, basic hearing remained unaffected. And then, whoosh. A burning sensation arose within, and a wave of intense heat enveloped him. Yan touched his chest in astonishment. This is the energy my father gave me. The power from Mars had devoured the drug-induced disorientation. With that, Yan twisted his lips into a grimace and began to chase after the sound. The figure who had unleashed the smoke bomb was now sprinting towards the young Yan, who was running ahead. Unlike Yan, he had taken an antidote to the drug, and he wielded a technique that allowed him to see through the smoke. How long had he been running? Before long, he spotted young Yan, panting as he dashed forward. The kid must be feeling the effects of the drugged smoke by now. The figure watched young Yan and bit his lip, drawing his sword with a murmur. I'll grant you a painless end. His face showed a reluctance, a distaste for the task at hand. Thud, thud, with a powerful leap, he closed the distance to young Yan in incredible speed. Sensing the presence behind him, young Yan screamed. Aha! The figure gripped his sword tightly and swung it towards young Yan's neck. At that very moment, clang, something struck his sword away. The figure's eyes widened in disbelief. How so soon? He had spared no expense with the smokescreen and the disorienting drug, designed to affect even the superhuman. Yet, had someone already overcome all of it and reached this place? Yan brushed his chest, scrutinizing the enemy through the mingling smokescreen that obscured any clear view of the face. With a steely voice, Yan demanded, "Who are you?" But, thud, the adversary, ignoring Yan's question, lunged towards the younger Yan with a determined leap. Not so fast. Yan's eyes flashed as he unleashed a second sword strike, aiming for the assailant's throat. Simultaneously, crunch, the sound of grinding teeth echoed. Slash, an arm was sliced open and a spray of red blood arced through the air. Yan frowned at the sight. He could have dodged that, why didn't he? In that moment, the enemy raised his unscathed arm, pointing at the young Yan. Click, the sound of a trigger being pulled. Yan's eyes widened, and he hurled a scallon towards the young Yan. Slash. A scallon pierced through the young Yan's clothes like a skewer and flew off into the distance. And in the next instant, boom, a massive explosion tore open the ground where the young Yan had stood. Damn it! Realizing that killing the young Yan was now impossible, the figure vanished from the spot, teeth clenched in frustration. In that brief moment, Yan caught a fleeting glimpse of the enemy's face and was enveloped in shock. Why are you? The one who had attempted to kill the young Yan. It was none other than Owen. Chapter 183. Yan and young Yan arrived in the neighboring city, evading the watchful eyes of the revolutionaries. They had hoped to buy some time, but the revolutionaries' response was unexpectedly swift. Communication had been cut off, and a new encirclement began to form, eventually reaching the city where Yan and young Yan had sought refuge. Hiding in a back alley, Yan wiped his forehead, pondering deeply. Why did Owen try to kill me when I was young? Was he loyal to the leader from the start? But that seemed unlikely. Owen's face, glimpsed briefly, was desperate. Yan bit his lip. Thinking hard now will only reveal so much, and it might not even be the truth. So, he would have to interrogate Owen outside. But first, he had to put an end to his father's lingering doubts. Yan came to this conclusion and peeked around the corner. Despite the suspicious men who had entered, the local guards and knights seemed to have no intention of stopping them. The lord of this place must be in cahoots with the revolutionaries. After all, the neighbor of the Supreme Commander's residence couldn't possibly be just an ordinary noble. Just then, a commotion erupted not far from them. What are you doing? Hey, knights. Can't you see these fellows? You dare to search our carriage? It seemed the revolutionaries had tried to inspect a carriage, but its occupants were from a powerful faction as well. Wait here for a moment. If someone tries to take you away, scream. Yes, yes. Leaving young Yan behind, Yan stepped out of the alley. He knocked out a passerby and changed into his clothes. Disguised as an ordinary citizen of the domain, Yan walked towards the source of the disturbance. Just a quick look, all right? Have you hidden something suspicious inside? This guy's for real. An officer of the revolutionaries and a man in a black uniform were at a standoff over the carriage. Seeing the man in uniform, Yan's eyes sparkled and the corners of his mouth lifted. Such a perfect opportunity has come. A chance to overcome this crisis had sprung to mind. The man facing off against the revolutionary officer was none other than an agent of the Special Task Force and an instructor of the Dragon Cavalry Project. The Special Task Force, a high-flying agency of the Empire, could easily dismiss the revolutionaries' search demands. And not just that. Show me your identification badge. You don't seem like a noble or a knight, which is quite suspicious, isn't it? Instead, it was the revolutionary officer who found himself under pressure. The task force agent had the right to demand identification if the person's identity was uncertain or suspicious. The revolutionary officer's eyes narrowed at the instructor's demand. And who are you? An agent of the Special Task Force. Show your badge now, or I'll take you in. The instructor pulled out a badge proving his affiliation with the task force. The revolutionary officer's face contorted. Getting entangled with the Special Task Force during a coup was more than just a headache. But that was only for a moment. With a sly smile, the revolutionary officer rummaged through his clothes. Just a moment, please. The instructor stared piercingly at the officer. That's when it happened. As the revolutionary officer drew not an identification badge, but a dagger from his clothes, the instructor's eyes widened. He tried to draw his sword quickly, but the revolutionary officer was faster. Thump. In an instant, the dagger pierced the agent's heart. He looked at the revolutionary officer with disbelief in his eyes, but his breath quickened, and soon he collapsed to the ground. The revolutionary officer immediately called his subordinates. Dispose of this. At his command, the subordinates began to move the body of the Special Task Force agent somewhere. Damn it, of all places, a Special Task Force agent had to be here. The revolutionary officer clicked his tongue in displeasure. The death of a task force agent would surely stir up quite a commotion in the city. We need to search quickly and leave. He peered into the carriage that the instructor had been pulling. At that moment, an alarm rang through his senses. What's going on? Thwack! As the revolutionary officer turned his head, a dagger buried itself into the nape of his neck. His eyes slowly lost focus. Yan caught his body and shoved it into the carriage, scanning the interior. About 5 children were shackled by the ankles and blindfolded. They were shivering, huddled together, perhaps roughed up by the instructor. They must be the ones being taken for the Dragon Cavalry project. Nothing would change the predetermined fate. Yan quickly freed them from their blindfolds and shackles. Those who can run, run. The children's eyes widened in shock, but Yan didn't wait to hear their words and turned away coldly. There was no time to care for them now. He emerged from the carriage and immediately began to chase after the revolutionaries who had taken the agent's body. Fortunately, it didn't take long to spot them. They were digging fervently in a nearby clearing, perhaps intending to bury the body. 2 of them. Yan's eyes flashed as he assessed the number of his foes. Thud! In an instant, Yan reached the digging revolutionaries and swung his sword ascalon. Ga-ak, ahi! The revolutionaries' heads flew off, and they collapsed lifelessly. Yan rolled their bodies into the hole they had dug and then glanced aside. It was the body of the Special Task Force agent and the instructor of the Dragon Cavalry project. Yan quickly stripped the uniform from the corpse and donned it himself. Then he rummaged through the uniform's pockets. A few sheets of paper emerged. Coordinates for a rendezvous with the successor to take over the carriage and several personal dossiers. The dossiers contained information about the children trapped inside the carriage. Yan tore them to shreds and buried them along with the bodies of the revolutionary officer and the agent. Before reaching the meeting point, Yan drew a dagger from his cloak and slashed it down his shoulder and arm. His uniform was quickly stained with vivid red blood. The sudden act of self-harm startled young Yan, who fumbled to grasp his hand. "It's okay," Yan assured, his voice heavy with resolve. "We'll be apart for a bit, but I'll come back for you soon. Stay put." "Yes." Young Yan nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation. Marked with evidence on his body, Yan led his younger self to the rendezvous. There, a man clad in the Special Task Force uniform awaited them. "Are you in charge of the trainee supply?" he asked Yan. "Yes." "You're later than I expected," Yan jested, but the uniformed man showed no reaction. Instead, he stared sternly at young Yan, then back at Yan with suspicion. "What happened?" Yan immediately understood the implication. There were fewer trainees than promised. "We were ambushed." The uniformed man's eyes narrowed, scanning Yan's body. The shoulder and arm were torn, the surrounding area soaked with blood. A hint of doubt faded from the man's eyes. "What occurred?" "We were attacked by unidentified assailants." "How strong were the enemies to abandon all the trainees?" The uniformed man's voice carried a note of reprimand, but Yan was prepared for this. "They were stronger than me, one by one, and I stayed to report their identity after the attack." "Their identity?" "I feigned escape and hid nearby to overhear their conversation. They seemed to be part of a group called the Revolutionaries. I had to abandon the trainees to bring this information." The uniformed man's expression hardened at the mention of the Revolutionaries, a secret organization exposed years ago by a Special Task Force agent meddling with the Beowulf ducal family. They had attempted to use the Beowulf bloodline for slaughter. It wasn't surprising that such audacious foes would disrupt the task force's operations. The man sighed heavily. "This is a serious turn of events. Have you reported this to the higher-ups?" "No, I lost the communicator and personal dossiers during the attack." Understood. I'll take over the trainee and report this." "So the dossier for this trainee is also missing?" Yan nodded. "Yes." "Then, regrettably, we must list the origin as unknown," the man muttered, looking at young Yan. "We might need to erase memories just to be safe." Yan's gaze flickered. "Memory erasure?" As Yan mulled over those words, the man gave a slight nod. "From now on, I'll take charge of this trainee. Please proceed to the next area for trainee recruitment." "Yes, take care." Yan bowed to the uniformed man and sent a telepathic message to the restless young Yan. "Don't worry too much. I'm going to save father now." He knew it wasn't the father from his visions but his real father. Having dealt with the masked man, his father would have held on until now. So, I will save father, at that moment of determination. Tick. A sound he had heard over 100 times echoed in his ears again. Yan's face set hard. Not because he thought he would regress again, but because memories flooded in like a deluge. Scenes connected like photographs unfolded in his mind, dozens, hundreds of them. Dizziness overwhelmed him, making it hard to stand. Yet, Yan watched each scene unfold amidst the chaos. Memories of having his memories erased before entering the training camp. Watching the man who handed him over to the training camp instructor. Watching the man break through numerous enemies alone. Promising to return as he laid his mother's favorite flowers on her grave, thinking he would never come back. Leaving his father and departing from the home they once shared. And then, Yan swam through a waterfall of countless memories. And he reached a bewildering conclusion. Was it me who placed myself among the revolutionaries? His past self was saved by his present self. Was this place not his father's vision but the actual past? Could his past and future selves coexist in the same place at the same time? It was beyond comprehension. No, father must have known something. Could it be? Yan feverishly untangled the knotted threads in his mind. Just then, the next scene that emerged froze Yan's body and mind. A couple was soothing a whining child in front of a small cabin. Look here, Yan. 1, 2. Click. Yan instinctively knew the whining child was himself. His father had always been Argon, and the woman covering her mouth with laughter was the mother I saw in the pendant. Yan stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. It was before his mother passed away. The scene where they took a family photo at her urging, the process of creating the family photo in the pendant. Finally, he could face his mother's visage. She was beautiful, her eyes brimming with vitality. Despite her youth, she was a mother willing to do anything for her son. Drip. A single tear traced down his cheek. Ah, ah, a mournful cry escaped his lips. It felt like the last missing puzzle piece in his heart had clicked into place. And with that final scene, crack, crumble, the vision shattered once more, and his sight flickered out. Chapter 184. Crack. The sky, more turbulent than before, ripped apart in long, jagged tears. The sight of the dark abyss beyond constricted the heart, and cold sweat drenched the clothes. Clouds that once floated idly were now pressed down to the ground, as if crushed by an unseen force. The entrance they had used was long since flattened, indistinguishable from the rest of the land. The chain reaction of anomalies soon affected the very ground they stood upon. The earth heaved once. Crash. A violent tremor shook the ground as if heralding an earthquake. Owen's face twisted in frustration. Damn it, what in the world is happening? Damien and Theo rushed past Owen, shouting as they went. Head for the Black Tower now. Owen turned his head towards the Black Tower. For reasons unknown, the area around the Black Tower remained uncollapsed. Biting his lip, Owen followed in the wake of Damien and Theo. Upon reaching the Black Tower, they sensed a colossal wave of mana emanating from within. Damien gazed upward with a somber look, his eyes drawn to the floors above. A profound darkness lay over the distant stairs, obscuring what lay beyond. Even Damien, who prided himself on his night vision, found it challenging to pierce through the gloom. Yet, this mana doesn't feel like Yan's. He was certain this mana wave was not Yan's. Theo spoke with a stern face. We must ascend. What choice do we have? The fact that this area alone is intact suggests this is our only path. Owen and Damien nodded gravely. Thus, the trio began their ascent up the dauntingly high staircase. After a considerable climb, their eyes sparkled upon discovering a passage in place of the stairs. As the mana's pulsation grew stronger, Theo drew his sword. Behind him, Damien and Owen armed themselves with a throwing knife and a dagger, respectively, and loaded their hand cannons. Fully prepared, they advanced slowly. The magnitude of the mana wave they felt as they emerged from the darkness was bone-chilling. At that moment, the darkness receded, revealing the interior. Yan lay before Argon, collapsed as if unconscious, and behind him stood a platinum-haired man with curly locks, his hand raised aloft. His concentration was so intense that veins bulged beside his eyes. The electrifying wave of mana emanating from him made the trio gulp. Remarkable, isn't it? Considering the sheer amount of mana, even our father would struggle, wouldn't he? He doesn't seem to be from the Revolutionary Army or the Empire. Who is he? Though they had encountered many formidable foes from the Revolutionary Army and the Special Task Force, none had ever exuded such an overwhelming presence. The mana's torrent surged skyward, and they could only sense a fraction of its true force. Yet, even that was enough to roughly gauge the curly-haired man's strength. At least a second-class superhuman. Without looking at the trio, the curly-haired man spoke. I understand you find me suspicious, but if you wish to live, refrain from any foolish actions and stay put. Owen's face contorted at the man's commanding tone. Who are you to order us around? He was about to retort harshly when his mouth snapped shut. The man, who had been gazing skyward, shifted one eye to look at them. Their bodies stiffened under his gaze, as prey does when facing a predator. They were astounded. He hadn't even exuded a killing intent or aura, merely his gaze. That alone was enough to suppress 3 superhumans to such an extent. Moreover, Owen glanced up, catching sight of the space tearing apart, held together only by the man's unleashed torrent. The thought of the sheer power required to perform such a feat was unimaginable. Despite the need to save Yan and Argon, their bodies refused to obey their will. It's fortunate you know your place. The curly-haired man, seeing them immobilized, twisted his lips slightly and refocused his gaze skyward. Time passed. Damien, Owen, and Theo remained frozen, statuesque. The curly-haired man continued to unleash a tremendous mana torrent into the sky. Then, the moment came. Ugh! After nearly 30 minutes, Yan groaned, having been unconscious. Simultaneously, the ominous sounds from outside ceased. Struggling to regain consciousness, Yan stumbled repeatedly, trying to stand. The curly-haired man also sighed in relief, lowering his hand that had been held high. I'm exhausted. The formidable aura that had radiated from the curly-haired man dissipated. Ha! Phew! Finally, the trio could breathe freely. Damien looked at the curly-haired man with subdued eyes. Could he have been forcibly supporting a collapsing space? Then, Owen rushed to Yan and Argon. Hey, Yan, are you all right? Owen abruptly stopped speaking. Escalon had somehow appeared at his throat. Yan, now alert, asked Owen with a chilling gaze. Who are you? Damien and Theo, who had been watching the scene unfold, rushed over, shouting. Yan, what are you doing right now? Hey, put that away immediately, will you? Both were baffled as to why Yan suddenly had a knife to Owen's throat. It was, perhaps, understandable. They hadn't been where Yan had just been. Owen had tried to kill him when he was a child, by any means necessary. If what he had seen was a figment of his father's imagination, it would be strange to act this way. But that was definitely the real past. How his father made it possible, he couldn't say. But now, with long-hidden memories surfacing, he could state with certainty. He had time-slipped across the timeline, saving his younger self and placing him in the Dragon Soldier Project training camp to seek safety from the revolutionaries. Maybe there's a reason for this. Let's talk it out, shall we? Yan watched Owen, who wore a look of dumbfounded concern. The very man who had desperately tried to kill him was now worryingly out of character. Wait, something's off. Yan felt a sense of dissonance. Still holding a scallon to Owen's throat, he spoke. Hold on. Yan scrutinized Owen's face. It was subtle, but something's definitely not right. The Owen he had seen in the past had more wrinkles than this one. Which meant, has the Owen of the future crossed the timeline to the past? Yan asked, half in disbelief. When father was attacked by the leader, where were you? Owen scowled, puzzled by the sudden question. It was Theo who responded, not Owen. I don't know what you want to hear, but at that time, Owen was on a mission with me. The leader had us sent out to keep us separated. Yan looked at Damien, who nodded in confirmation. Right. I was tied to the training camp due to my position as the head instructor, but I kept in touch with Theo. If the other two said as much, my hunch was right. The Owen here and now was indeed different from the one who had tried to kill him or the young Yan in the past. No, the same Owen, but now ignorant of those events, that much was certain. Yan bit his lip. Should he kill Owen here and now, or bury this incident and use him to his full potential? It wasn't an easy decision. Opportunities to utilize a third-class superhuman weren't plentiful. I'll have to look into this slowly. First, he'd save his father, then consult with him about this matter to find an answer. After all, the time slip wouldn't have happened without his father. With his thoughts settled, Yan sighed deeply and withdrew a scallon. Then he bowed slightly in apology. I'm sorry, there was something I needed to confirm. Something to confirm. What could it be that you'd go this far? Owen exploded in annoyance, having had a knife to his throat. Us! A voice came from behind. Yan quickly turned to look at Argon. His father, unlike himself, seemed to have a hard time regaining consciousness. It was, perhaps, to be expected. After being imprisoned in such a barren place for over a decade, his mind was being eroded. Yan looked at the curly-haired man, Mammon, standing afar with his arms crossed. Is it all right now? The collapse of the psyche has stopped, and the celestial patterns on the chains have disappeared, so he should regain consciousness soon. Relieved by the response, Yan reached out to his father. At that very moment, the chains clinked unpleasantly against each other. A warning bell rang in Yan's mind. For some reason, Yan instinctively leaped backward, and at the same time, a tearing sound. Arg! Blood spurted from Yan's chest as flesh tore. Had he not retreated so quickly, his body would have been cleaved in two. The sudden turn of events had the onlookers shouting. Yan, what on earth? Commander, that's your son, Owen yelled in horror, while the other two had already lunged towards the commander. Yan, with no time to tend to his wound, hastily turned to inspect his father. His own blood and flesh were stuck under his father's fingernails. Growling. His father growled like a beast, glaring at Damien and Theo, who stood in his way. The blood vessels in his eyes had all burst, turning them red, and the veins throughout his body seemed ready to burst through his skin. It was clear he wasn't normal. He had thought that saving his father from the psyche would be the end, but what else was left unsaid? Another tear. Amidst it all, his father tore at his own clothes. Though nothing but bones remained of his emaciated body, Theo and Damien were extremely wary of him. Yan saw something and ground his teeth. That bastard leader! It was because of what he saw between the torn sleeves. There, the celestial patterns that had been on the chains were engraved. Only, they were more densely packed than on the chains. Chapter 185. Yan bit his lip as he witnessed the unfolding scene before him. The father who had been a stalwart ally in the depths of his mind, now turned adversary, proved to be an insurmountable challenge. His swordsmanship alone was of the highest caliber, and now, flames rivaling the might of advanced magic surged forth. Boom, clang, clash. Theo and Owen, left with no choice, took up arms to halt the rampaging Argon. Argon, unleashing fearsome flames upon them, charged like a wild beast. The duo weathered Argon's assault with great difficulty, not once managing a counterattack. It wasn't that they were weak. How could two individuals, who had reached the realm of third-class superhumans, be considered frail? Their lack of retaliation stemmed from their faith in the commander-in-chief. They believed Argon's current state was due to the prolonged confinement, which often leads to extreme aggression in those mentally worn. Dodging Argon's flames, Theo and Owen shouted, "Commander, regain your senses." Argon, what in the world has gotten into you? But their words fell on deaf ears. The reason for Argon's frenzied behavior was clear. It's because of those bizarre characters. Yan gritted his teeth as he gazed upon the celestial script filling his father's right arm. Suddenly, Mammon, who had been silently observing the battle from afar, spoke up unexpectedly. Those are the original runes. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that what humans have created as runes are but imitations of this celestial script. Yan furrowed his brow at the abrupt statement. Regardless, Mammon continued, and so, being one who fully understands the runes, I can discern the function of this celestial script. Yan swiftly turned his head to look at Mammon. Why are you only saying this now? His tone was laden with the hope of restoring his father's sanity, but Mammon shattered Yan's expectations. To put it bluntly, it's impossible to release the celestial script's binding without dealing with your father first. What? There were 3 third-class superhumans present, and Yan himself was certainly not lacking compared to them. In fact, with the martial star passed down from his father, he could overwhelm any ordinary superhuman. And above all, Yan looked at Mammon, who shook his head. Even I, who prides myself on having grasped all the principles of a grand sorcerer, find it impossible to interfere with the language of the Celestials. It would take years, perhaps, but to unravel the language of a civilization as advanced as the Celestials in less than a day is beyond reach. The instances of celestial script are exceedingly rare. and the interactions between the characters alone number in the hundreds of millions. Hearing Mamon's pessimistic view, Yan clenched his teeth tightly. He had finally reached a reunion with his father. A meeting that had taken decades, including his past life, to come about. To not exchange a single word with his father at such a moment, that was utterly unacceptable. There was much to share, to hear, and to offer. Just then, Mamon, who had been quietly observing Yan, spoke up once more. "The conversation isn't over yet." Yan's head snapped up. Mamon continued, "It's not necessary to kill your father to free him from the celestial script's binding." Mamon looked at Argon, who was pressing Owen and Theo, and said, "Judging by the energy emanating from his arm, the celestial script hasn't completely taken over his mind. Is he resisting with his mental strength? So what are we supposed to do?" The crux of the matter was still not addressed. Yan, demanding an answer, shouted, and Mamon looked down at him and said, "Cut off the arm engraved with the celestial script." Yan's face went blank. "What did you say?" "That's the only answer." Mamon urged a decision. "Will you save your father or will you sever the arm?" Yan closed his eyes tightly. Then, holding on to the last shred of hope, he asked, "Is there really no other way?" "None." As Mamon asserted, Yan clenched his fist. The answer was already decided. Owen and Theo felt the flames of Argon growing stronger with each passing moment. The air, once merely warm, now seared their lungs with unbearable heat, a sign of the escalating power they could not ignore. With faces etched in frustration, they cried out, "If you can't snap out of it, Argon, we'll have no choice but to strike back." "Commander, enough is enough." But whether their voices reached Argon was uncertain. "Ra-arg," he roared like a beast, relentlessly pursuing them, his sword a blur of motion. Despair flickered in Owen and Theo's eyes at the sight of their commander. If this continued, they would have no choice but to forcefully subdue him. And in a battle between superhuman titans, a bloodless victory was an impossibility. The extent of the commander's potential injuries was unfathomable. Theo, gripping his sword tightly, shouted, "Damien, you bastard. How long will you just stand there and watch?" At his call, Damien turned his head from a distance. With a scowl, Damien asked Yan, "Is there really no other way?" "Yes. Absolutely none," Yan replied calmly, the grim prospect of severing his father's limbs hanging in the air. Damien glared at Mamon, who stood silently behind, observing. "Can we trust what he says?" Yan nodded. Damien sighed deeply, as if the ground beneath him might give way. Then he lowered his hand. Swoosh! From the midst of the shadows, the black shadow sword rose, wrapping around his hand as if embracing it. Damien crouched slightly, ready to spring forward. "Well, if it must be done, what choice do we have?" His eyes settled into a grim resolve. Though he loathed the thought of severing the commander's right arm, if that was the only way to save him, he would swallow the bitter pill. Damien's form shot forward. As a new foe entered the fray, Argon let out a cry of alarm and swung his sword hastily towards him. SSSSSSH? Flames burst from the sword, forming a net to halt Damien's advance. But, whoosh, sliding forward, Damien's shadow blade erupted from beneath his feet, extinguishing the flames. Roar! Thwarted, Argon howled and lunged forward. Crash! Such was the force that the ground cracked beneath the impact. A fierce battle ensued between Damien and Argon, red flames and black shadows intertwining in a deadly dance. Clang, 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 clang. In less than a second, 10 clashes of swords occurred, an incredible exchange. Theo, eyes wide, yelled, "Are you mad? Do you intend to kill the commander?" He was a genius of swordsmanship, unparalleled in history. Thus, he knew how Damien, less skilled in the blade, could engage the commander in such a battle. Damien fought as if facing a mortal enemy, thrusting his sword at any opening with malice filling his blade. In short, Damien was prepared to kill the commander, which made such a battle possible. As Theo steeled himself to intervene. Click, Owen caught his arm. "Old man, look over there." As Theo scowled, Owen pointed to one side. There, Yan was stealthily approaching the commander. Yan, cloaked in the art of stealth, edged closer to the clash between Damien and his father. The shockwaves from their duel were so intense they threatened to unravel the very mana around them, almost exposing Yan's hidden form. "This is my only chance." Yan erased all traces of his presence, focusing intently. His father, though formidable, was now clouded in mind. And there was Damien, exuding a murderous intent, charging forward. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. A wry smile crossed Yan's lips at the thought. To think I'm plotting to sever my own father's arm. What an unfilial son he has, to face his father after ages only to cut off his limb. Yan shook his head. Now was not the time for sentimental musings. Apologies can wait until after everything is settled and father regains his senses. With that, Yan watched the battle, his presence erased. But soon, flash, a glint caught Yan's eye. It was the opening Damien had created, even as he sustained injuries. Yan, slash, even as Damien's thigh was sliced by his father's sword, he called out Yan's name. And in that moment, dash, Yan burst forth with incredible speed. His father, about to deliver a second blow to the wounded Damien, was utterly defenseless. It was the perfect chance to sever the arm marked with celestial script. Escalon, charged with sword energy, swung towards his father's right arm. But, clang, Escalon was futilely blocked by his father's blade. Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Madness? He had underestimated his father. A mind devoid of reason, relying solely on instinct, meant abandoning strategy for pure sensation. And that made him even quicker to respond to covert threats. Thump! Argon kicked Yan in the stomach, sending him floating into the air. In that state, Argon swung his flame-laden sword towards Yan's neck. SSSSH. A dire moment. Argon's sword came within inches of Yan's neck, but, tremble, it halted as if blocked by an invisible barrier. At that moment Argon, his face twisted like a beast, struggled to speak. Ugh. No, can't. For the first time, pupils appeared in eyes that had shown only whites. Mammon, watching from afar, was taken aback. Overpowered the celestial script with sheer willpower. Human will was known to be strong, but to suppress celestial script. At that instant, Yan bit his lip and gripped Escalon tightly. He didn't understand what was happening, but this was his chance. Yan's swing of Escalon reached Argon's right shoulder. Grind, yet inexplicably it wouldn't cut through. Yan looked down to see the celestial script on his father's right arm glowing, and beneath Escalon, an opaque barrier was visible. And that barrier was resisting the sword energy of Escalon. Damn it! I didn't want to resort to this. Yan closed his eyes and summoned his will. The martial star within his mana heart began to stir, and a fiery blaze surged through Yan's mana rod. At that moment, a transformation began. Yan's eyes snapped open at the sudden change. What in the world? Taken aback by the unexpected shift, whoosh, all impurities and dregs within him, inevitable in any human, were consumed by fire. It was akin to the purification bath ritual, exclusive to noble houses. This would smooth out his mana rod, greatly accelerating the release of mana. Yan couldn't easily grasp why this transformation occurred, but it was the process of the energy known as white flame jade, revered by Argon and the revolutionaries, settling into his flesh. He hadn't experienced this change during his fight with Werner because the white flame jade hadn't fully settled in his body then. Now the flames of the martial star, having purified the mana rod, enveloped Escalon. Whoosh! A burst of white flames began to melt the barrier created by the celestial script. And soon, scrape. Escalon sliced through his father's charred arm, severing it completely. The arm, burnt beyond reattachment, fell to the ground with a thud. Thump! Yan collapsed to the floor, and silence descended upon the arena. Chapter 186. In the aftermath of Argon's fall, or perhaps due to the inability to manipulate the essence any longer, the surroundings had subtly shifted from the interior of the tower to the confines of a cave. Yet those gathered here could not afford to notice such changes, for the sight before them was shockingly grim. The Supreme Commander, kneeling with one arm severed, and Yan, motionless before him. Owen and Theo, who had been staring blankly at the scene, suddenly snapped back to reality, their faces flushing red with anger. Despite the Supreme Commander's compromised state, the thought of a son severing his father's arm was unfathomable. "Madman," they cried out, "what in the world are you doing?" With rage spilling over, Owen and Theo advanced towards Yan. To them, Argon's well-being was paramount, regardless of Yan's relation as his son. It was then that a figure stepped in front of them, halting their advance. "Calm yourselves, everyone," Damien urged, his torso bare, wounds criss-crossing his thigh bound tightly. Hearing the most injured among them speak, Owen and Theo reluctantly ceased their approach, though their glares could have demanded Damien to step aside. Tusk, Tusk, such men are the Supreme Commander's only faction. No wonder he's been confined all this time, Damien chided, clicking his tongue in disapproval. Owen and Theo's expressions soured further. Even for Damien, a long-time ally, such words were beyond his right to utter. Damien's gaze softened as he addressed them. Deep down, you know what's important. To subdue the Supreme Commander, severing at least one limb was necessary, wasn't it? They knew he was right. As Argon's onslaught intensified, they had felt the same inevitability. But still, sighs and heavy breaths were all that escaped them. The words that came to mind were all too retrospective, driven more by heart than by reason. As the self-proclaimed Revolutionary Army's right and left hands, they should have known what mattered most. They were not so naive as to argue against what was clearly wrong. At that moment, someone nearby clicked their tongue in disdain. "Fools, can't you see the expression on his face?" It was Mamon's voice. Prompted by his words, Owen and Theo turned their gaze to Yan, who lay with his arm covering his eyes, tears streaming down his face. His mouth was tightly shut, but from the contours of his muscles, it was evident he was biting down hard enough to shatter teeth. Seeing this, Owen and Theo hung their heads in shame, overwhelmed by self-reproach for having cursed Yan for maiming his father. Yan, more than anyone else present, was a portrait of sorrow and rage, some of which was directed inwardly. "HMPH, such is humanity," Mammon scoffed as he passed the now silent pair. He walked towards where Yan and Argon lay fallen. "Click. Thank you for your help, but you cannot go any further," Damien said, stopping Mammon in his tracks. Mammon's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "I can't go?" "Yes. I've heard you helped the Supreme Commander regain consciousness, but your true nature remains a mystery," Damien replied coldly. Mammon laughed heartily at Damien's icy gaze. "There's nowhere I cannot go," he declared arrogantly. "I will stop you. If you can." Their eyes locked, a silent challenge hanging between them. Wisps of mana began to emanate from Mammon, while shadows stretched long behind Damien. Just as the tension was about to escalate. "Stop, both of you." Yan, who had been lying down, suddenly stood up and intervened. He looked at Damien and said, "Uncle, you know him. Or perhaps not, since you were away at the training grounds investigating something else at the time." Damien's eyes fluttered open, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "Appeared at the training grounds, you say?" Had such an event occurred, the instructors would have surely reported to him. Yet, no word had ever reached him of an unknown superhuman gracing the training grounds. For someone bearing the grand title of superhuman, your discernment is lacking, Damien muttered with a furrowed brow eyeing Mammon. It was then that Yan's voice reached his ears. "The first test, the one in the Blade Mountains, remember. The lick that appeared." Damien's eyes widened in realization. He had indeed received reports of an anomalous ancient lick emerging in the Blade Mountains. Moreover, it was said that only through a combined assault could Prince Leon and the Special Task Force leader drive it away. It possessed power nearly rivaling a sage. Leon's words echoed in his mind. "Then you are?" "HMPH, to think one who has grasped the essence is swayed by mere appearances. How amusing." Damien looked back and forth between Mammon and Yan, his face a picture of incredulity. Had Yan truly swayed a life-loathing lick to his side? A smirk crossed Mammon's face at Damien's astonishment. And then, snap. With a flick of his hand, the curly-haired man's form vanished, replaced by a tiny skeleton small enough to fit in a pocket. Damien gasped at the transformation. The chilling aura that had pervaded the air moments ago had vanished in an instant. Such was the awe-inspiring control of mana. Yan spoke to the onlookers. "I'll explain the rest later. For now..." His gaze fell bitterly upon the fallen Argon. Though it was his doing, the sight of Argon, missing an arm, provoked a storm of thoughts. Mammon moved past Damien to stand beside Yan. A remarkable fellow indeed. Had this man not possessed such mental fortitude, ending it with a single arm would have been impossible. Yan shook his head at Mammon's praise. "Enough. If I had been stronger, things might have been different, but now can we awaken my father?" Mammon offered no reply, merely letting out a sigh. Yan, sensing unease, turned sharply. "Mammon, From a distance, Owen, Theo, and Damien approached with grave expressions, having overheard the conversation. "Does this mean the Supreme Commander cannot awaken?" Owen asked, uncharacteristically polite, sensing the weight of ages in Mamon's presence. Mamon stroked his chin, gazing intently at Argon. "Do you remember when he halted his attack?" Yan recalled the moment his father's sword had frozen above his neck. At that moment, he expended all his mental strength. No, he used beyond what was permissible. "So? Your father will not rise again, just as expending all life force results in death, draining all mental strength leaves no room for reason to return." Yan closed his eyes. His head spun, nausea rising, but he could not collapse before finding a way to rouse his father. "Is there a way to awaken him?" "None. There must be." Mamon sighed deeply. "Truly, there is none. Your father's end is here. His body lives, but his mind has perished." Yan clenched his fists, trembling. "Then I'll find a way." He placed his hand over his father's chest. Thump, thump, the heartbeat resonated clearly. "I'll find a way, no matter what it takes." He had accomplished many feats before, all successful. Thus, he would surely find a way to lift his fallen father once more. Yan felt his father's warmth for a long while. The others looked on with pity. It was then that Mamon, who had asserted the impossibility, seemed to recall something. "There is one way, actually." Whip. Yan's head snapped around like lightning. "What is it?" "I hesitate to torture you with hope." Such was the gravity of Mamon's contemplation. Was it a quest for a hidden elixir across the continent? Did it require a technology beyond current civilization's reach? Yet Yan's resolve remained unbroken. If there was a way, he would make it happen. Mamon exhaled a heavy sigh. "The elixir of heaven. With the elixir, reviving your father would be no issue." Mamon shook his head apologetically as he spoke. The elixir, as rare as the tears shed by a deity, was a miraculous potion capable of reviving a human on the brink of death. But few knew of its true nature. It was one of the sacred secrets highly guarded by the holy nation. Yet Mamon was well aware of it. The tears of repentance shed by a saint, bearing the immense divinity and called a child of the gods, before death. That was the true identity of the elixir. However, according to the historical records, no saint had emerged since Mamon's slumber. Naturally, there would be no elixir. Mamon clicked his tongue, looking at Yan with a hint of regret for giving false hope. But then, Yan's eyes sparkled as if he knew something. "I know of one bottle of the elixir." Mamon stared at Yan, dumbfounded. "How? No, where?" Yan emerged from the cave, his father in his arms, with his companions trailing behind. What he had once mistaken for a space altered by his father's mental projections was, in truth, simply a cave, a curious revelation. They left the forest of beasts behind and made their way to the village of Armenia. "Ah, Yan. You've returned so soon? And who might these people be beside you?" "Haha, greetings, my lord." Yan, who was accustomed to receiving salutations from knights and villagers alike, found it difficult to respond this time. Noticing the urgency etched on Yan's face, they did not press further. "Is something amiss? It mustn't be anything serious, surely. And who are these unfamiliar faces beside you?" They were merely concerned for Yan's well-being, curious about the identities of Owen, Theo, and Damien who stood by his side. With haste, Yan directed his steps towards his mansion's bedroom, where he laid his father upon the bed and entrusted his care to the three men. Then, stepping out alone, he retrieved 2 letters from a drawer. From Judah Cabalin, from Vivian invitations from the Dukes of the South and West. ... It can't be helped. He had planned to visit the capricious domain of the Phantom Duke, hoping to gain some advantage. But Yan shook his head vigorously. Now's not the time for such concerns. He crumpled the Phantom Duke's invitation and tucked the Sun Duke's into his breast. Yan recalled the most challenging of the many commands he had received in his previous life from the Emperor, to procure the elixir held by the Sun Duke. The location of the elixir he knew of was within the inner sanctum of the Sun Duke's treasured vault. Chapter 187. In the mansion known as the Mystic Palace, Vivian, the enchantress, gazed at a wine glass as red as blood and inquired, "Have all the invitations been sent out?" "Yes, they were all dispatched a week ago," confirmed the butler. As expected of a butler. Your work is always so seamless," Vivian praised. At her compliment, something near the butler's waist stirred vigorously. It was a tail. Indeed, the butler, like Vivian, was a member of the beast folk. Suddenly curious, he asked Vivian, "But why prepare a banquet now? You usually find such affairs rather cumbersome, don't you?" "There's someone I'm curious about," she revealed. "Ah, that's right. You attended the royal council to see that person." "I had no interest until I heard the crown prince was raising him." Gulp. Vivian moistened her throat with the wine and continued, "How could I not be curious when even that sly special envoy was drawn out? Besides, you haven't seen the emperor's face, have you? Despite his stoic exterior, there's a frigid wind blowing fiercely." She laughed merrily, as if amused by her own thoughts. The butler played along with Vivian's story, nodding in agreement. Just then, a thought crossed his mind. Come to think of it, the young man named Yen might not come. "Huh, what do you mean? He would ignore my summons?" Vivian's words turned sour as the butler grimaced. "Well, invitations were sent to him from another place as well. If you're mentioning it, it must be another ducal house. The Eastern Duke doesn't host external events, and the Sun Duke only holds banquets at the beginning and end of the year. Could it be Duke Beowulf?" The butler shook his head. "It's the Sun Duke." At that, Vivian's beautiful brow furrowed. She seemed to have much to say but shook her head instead. The Sun Duke, that stickler, suddenly throwing a banquet? The Duke might not have shown interest, but Sir Beowulf, the white wolf of the training grounds, said this. What did he say? That young man Yan outwitted the Sun Duke and took most of the trainees with him. Vivian burst into laughter. Ahahaha, now that I think about it, didn't he sharpen his sword for this recruitment to bolster the naval forces? Yes, that's right. It seems he's called him to save face after being outplayed. I see. Even if he's a stickler, he's not one to let prey be snatched from before his eyes. Vivian realized the Sun Duke's reason for inviting Yan, but wasn't worried. If Yan has any sense, he'd choose our side, where there's much more to gain than the dull and joyless South. Besides, the Sun Duke would likely view things negatively, leaving nothing to gain. I'm looking forward to it. The butler tilted his head, watching Vivian. What if, by chance, the young man doesn't come? Vivian smiled seductively. At that, the butler's tail drooped. Vivian was truly fearsome at such times. She won't let it go, will she? For Vivian, she must have everything she desires, and do everything she wishes to feel at ease. The Lord's manor Argon lay still, deep in slumber like a corpse. Surrounding him, Owen, Theo, Damien, and Yan stood in conversation. You mean to retrieve it from the Sun Duke's treasury? Damien asked with a stern face, to which Yan nodded. Yes, the only elixir I know of is that one. The mere knowledge of the elixir's location, capable of reviving his father, was news worth celebrating. However, even in my past life, while I succeeded in entering the Sun Duke's treasury, I failed to bring it out. The numerous traps and guards laid by him were a challenge even for Yan, who excelled in stealth. The Emperor, having little expectation, had readily accepted the failure. This time, I must succeed at all costs. If luck favored, perhaps it could be obtained through trade or negotiation. But in the worst case, it would require risking life to steal from the treasury. Yan pulled out the Sun Duke's invitation from his pocket. You are invited to the domain of Cabalion, Judah Cabalin. Though the content might seem mundane, considering the Sun Duke's influence, it was to be expected. Theo spoke up from the side. Shall I accompany you? No, I have someone in mind. Please, Theo, stay here and prepare for any surprise attacks from the chief. Ah, okay. And be careful not to get caught by Lorna. At Yan's words, Theo clamped his mouth shut. He had once encountered Lorna upon entering this domain, his face concealed. Fortunately, she seemed unaware of his true identity. Theo's expression turned gloomy. You needn't say it, I had the same thought. It's better she doesn't recognize I'm alive, and if my father learns of this, Duke Beowulf would personally visit this domain with immense hostility. To avoid that, Yan had to be harsh. Then, I shall take my leave. Owen's eyes widened. So soon? There's no time to waste. I wish to revive my father as soon as possible. The atmosphere grew heavy at Yan's words. Damien patted Yan's back. Take care. If anything happens, contact me through the communication orb. I'll always have it with me. Thank you. Yan bowed to Damien and left the manor. He then immediately sought out the person he had decided to accompany him. What? Where are you going? Casa looked at Yan with a puzzled expression. After being away for days, Yan suddenly appeared, proposing to attend the Sun Duke's banquet together. Yan spoke with a firm face. If you don't like it, say it now. I told you to keep a promise. A promise? To raise your family's status again. For that, relationships with other nobles are important, and above all, we need the support of the Sun Duke. Though their house was driven to treason by the royal family, if the royal Sun Duke were to support them, they could shed their disgrace. Casa knew this well, but I'm not prepared at all. He hadn't gathered any artifacts to present as gifts, nor evidence to clear their name of treason. Yan looked straight at Casa and said, opportunities must be seized when they come, not waited upon with open mouths. With that, Casa pondered for a moment and then nodded vigorously. We're leaving right now? Yes. Then let me change my clothes. Yan smirked and shrugged. I'll contact someone else and come back, so get ready. As Casa entered the room, Yan took out a communication orb from his pocket. Hello. Boss, the person on the other end was Bella, who ran his private intelligence organization. Yan spoke into the orb. Bella, there's something you need to do. He gave a few instructions, and though Bella expressed some doubts, she soon agreed. At that moment, Aquinas, the current leader of the Revolutionary Army, was silently observing the scene before him. Crrrack. Those rat-like creatures dare to take what's mine. The once formidable prison, where the former Commander Argon was confined, lay in ruins, now nothing more than an ordinary cave. Vulcan, his legion commander and orc lord, seemed to have vanished along with the prison, leaving no corpse behind. It must have been the work of. Aquinas' gaze turned sharply toward the direction of the Armenian village. He could sense the presence of those who had followed Argon. Did those wretches really pull it off? Number could it be the handiwork of Yan, the one who shattered his plans to seize the pirate fleet? As if echoing Aquinas' rage, Craig, who stood by his side, spoke up. Leader, give the order, and I will turn that village into a wasteland. Not a single dog will be left breathing. The leader shook his head in response. That would provoke the Empire. Besides, the white flame gem hasn't reached the stage where it can absorb life force yet. So then, Aquinas turned, his face cold as ice. Let them be drunk on their victory for now. After all, we've already extracted everything we could from Argon. The completion of the white flame gem, extracted from him, was not far off. Once it was finished, he could plant the seeds of despair in them. Craig, with a hint of concern in his voice, asked, but what about the commander, if he recovers? Unless he miraculously finds an elixir, there's no need to worry. The leader spoke with confidence. Understood. I'll urge the researchers to make time. Let's go. As they were about to head back to their base, the leader turned his head to look outside. A twisted smile formed on his lips. This might turn out to be more interesting than I thought. At the end of Aquinas' gaze stood Lorna. The usually quiet Cabalian was bustling with nobles from other domains. For decades, the Sun Duke had hosted sudden banquets only at the year's end and start, making this event a rare spectacle. Such an occasion could shift the currents of noble society, prompting nobles to postpone important matters just to attend. Some, aware of the Dragon Soldier Project's recruitment drive, could guess why this banquet was held. But most nobles were clueless, kept in the dark by those who knew, either to monopolize the benefits or fearing the Sun Duke's wrath. Thus, the uninformed nobles believed the Sun Duke must be in high spirits to throw such a party. Viscount Morris, entering the banquet hall, belonged to that unsuspecting group. Ha ha ha, finally, such an opportunity has come my way. He had no doubt that he was part of the reason for the banquet's occurrence. Being a noble of considerable lineage from the south, he had recently stepped into the realm of superhumans. Even the stoic Sun Duke would surely want to witness a gem like himself. As if to prove this, many nobles approached him, and soon a crowd gathered. Surely, His Excellency the Sun Duke has opened this banquet to recognize you? Ah, Viscount Morris. We must have a private meeting later. I've acquired some fine wine, but no one to share it with. The noble's words were as sweet as honey, and Viscount Morris's shoulders soared. He felt like the star of the banquet, smiling at the greetings and praises showered upon him. At the mere age of 40, I've reached the realm of superhumans. Though a bit slower than His Highness the Crown Prince, I'm not unworthy of being called the Saint of the South. He had no intention of settling for being the lord of a tiny domain, despite its deep lineage. He aimed to rise to a higher position, catching the Sun Duke's eye. Young and talented, even the Sun Duke couldn't ignore him. It was at that moment. Creek, The door opened, and all eyes turned to the newcomer. Viscount Morris also looked toward the man who had just entered. One man was dressed in shabby black clothes. The other, following him, was decked out in various garments but looked utterly out of place, frozen stiff. Viscount Morris sneered at their poor attire. Not nobles, but mere merchants. Do the gatekeepers not realize they tarnish the Sun Duke's dignity by admitting such? They were strangers, seemingly unaware of their own lack of dignity, so he saw no need to engage. Just then, "It's been a while." Marriott, the Sun Duke's right hand, whom no one had approached, waved and came over. "It's me, I'm the star of this banquet." Marriott was none other than the Sun Duke's closest confidant and a third-class knight renowned throughout the empire. To be acquainted with such a figure, Viscount Morris beamed, introducing himself. "It's been nearly 20 years. I am Evan Morris, Viscount of the Morris family." Swoosh, but Marriott did not acknowledge his greeting and simply passed by. Viscount Morris's face froze. He straightened up slowly and turned his head. Marriott, whom he thought was greeting him, was, "Crack, your backhand left quite the sting." "Ha ha, a backhand. That's tyranny." Marriott was warmly conversing with the shabbily dressed man. The fact that Marriott, whom he couldn't even approach, had spoken first to such a ragged fellow. Viscount Morris felt a profound humiliation. He moved to show who was the true protagonist of this banquet. Chapter 188. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Yan couldn't help but click his tongue at the sight of the numerous nobles who had already gathered. "So many moths drawn to the flame of power," he muttered. Casa, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Indeed, all lured by the promise of influence. The memory of the once glorious Ifrain family cast a cold shadow in his eyes. As they entered the hall, Yan felt the weight of the nobility's gaze upon him. Even amidst conversation, their eyes quickly scanned him, assessing. It seems Casa's words weren't far from the truth, Yan thought. From a distance, a familiar face waved. "It's been a while," greeted the knight of scorching heat Marriott. Yan had expected hostility from Marriott, having recently poached a number of his trainees, but instead, he was met with a surprisingly friendly demeanor. Had he not been reprimanded by the Sun Duke, Yan smiled and shook hands with Marriott. "Crack. The back of my head still tingles from your blow," Marriott said, his grip firm but not unfriendly. Yan returned the grip with a slight smile. "Crack, ha, a blow to the head. Such words wound me," Yan jested, to which Marriott seemed pleasantly surprised. Their conversation flowed easily, though it was hardly substantial, merely pleasantries and inquiries about the trainees Yan had taken under his wing. After a few minutes, Yan introduced the reticent Casa standing behind him. "This is Casa Ifrain. You're well acquainted, I presume?" Marriott's eyes widened slightly before he nodded. "Of course, I've had a few conversations with the head of the Ifrain family in the past." He extended his hand to Casa with a grin. "It's been a long time. You were but 5 years old when I last saw you, and now you've grown into a sturdy man." Casa swallowed hard and shook Marriott's hand. Despite his youthful appearance, thanks to his vast mana and high realm, Marriott was clearly of his father's generation. Before the Ifrain family was branded as traitors, they had shared a light camaraderie. "It's only the beginning," Casa thought, gripping Marriott's hand with renewed determination. "Oh, it's been a while, Sir Marriott. I'm Casa Ifrain." Marriott laughed heartily at Casa's obviously nervous demeanor. "I had hoped you would visit our domain. It might have helped restore some honor to the Ifrain name." Though branded as traitors, honor was not entirely lost. If the Sun Duke, wielding significant influence in the south, were to take action, the narrative could change, perhaps even clearing their family's name. As a hint of regret flashed in Casa's eyes, Yan interjected. "Ha, if you speak like that, what does that make me? And besides, there's not even 3 years left on our contract." Marriott's eyes sparkled. A talent like Casa Ifrain was worth looking forward to even after 3 years. Yan whispered into Marriott's ear, "If he finds what he seeks here, perhaps he'll pledge his loyalty to the Sun Duke in 3 years' time?" Marriott chuckled at Yan's transparent ploy, but he couldn't deny the logic in his words. "Ha, I intended to feign ignorance, but recalling your father makes it difficult. Come, let me introduce you to some other nobles." Caught off guard by Marriott's sudden proposal, Casa's eyes widened. Marriott led Casa towards a group of influential nobles from the south. Left alone, Yan sensed someone approaching. A newly minted fourth-tier talent, the nobleman sported curly hair and a lavish suit, a distinctive look, yet Yan couldn't quite place him. Considering Yan had memorized all the influential nobles of the future, this one's absence from his memory suggested a lack of political clout. The curly-haired noble stood before Yan, declaring arrogantly, "I am Evan Morris, Lord of the Southern Morris Domain." Yan tilted his head, puzzled. The noble frowned deeply. "I hear you're a baron, yet you fail to introduce yourself promptly." "Ah, yes, I am Yan. My surname has yet to be decided," Yan replied nonchalantly. Viscount Morris ranted about disrespect and insult, drawing the attention of nearby nobles. Pleased by the reaction, Morris's face flushed with excitement. "HMPH, how did a mere baron gain entry here? This isn't a banquet open to just anyone, you know?" Yan let out a chuckle. How indeed? He had entered with an invitation, of course. Yan understood immediately. Viscount Morris sought to crush him to assert his own authority. But did he not know about the invitation? Morris's words had made no mention of being invited, after all. Yan remained silent, and Viscount Morris, mistaking his quiet for an opportunity, began to spew insults. "Your silence suggests you've sneaked in through nefarious means. Did you offer your pretty face and body to the gatekeeper?" The severity of his words shocked the surrounding nobility, especially those with Casa and Marriott, who were astounded to realize the target of Morris's venom was Yan. While rural lords like Morris might be ignorant, the central nobles knew well of Yan's influence. A baron by title, but a maverick who rose from commoner to hereditary nobility. Moreover, he held the unprecedented position of executor, enjoying fervent support from the Crown Prince and the current Special Task Force commander. But Morris, oblivious to this, reveled in the attention from the high society he dared not even look at before. Yan's retort was not gentle. "Is that inferiority I sense? What?" "Well, it's understandable for someone like Viscount Morris." Yan's words, accompanied by a once-over of Morris, elicited snickers from the crowd. Morris's face turned a shade of red that threatened to burst, his complex about his unattractive face well known. Just as the flustered Viscount reached for his handkerchief, possibly to challenge Yan to a duel, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "The son of the South, Duke Judah Cabalin, has arrived." The herald's booming announcement thwarted Morris's desire to crush Yan in a duel. Yet, Morris didn't ponder deeply. In his mind, gaining the Sun Duke's favor meant everything. "Heh, a smooth road ahead if I play my cards right." And perhaps, if he played them very well, he might even inherit Marriott's position. To Morris, Yan was nothing more than an insect, unworthy of his concern. With a scoff, Morris turned away from Yan, clapping enthusiastically as the Sun Duke entered. Meanwhile, Yan wondered if Morris was mentally unwell. Shifting his attention from the petty Viscount, Yan observed the Sun Duke, clad in a harmonious blend of gold and red, strolling through the hall with an imperial air. "Royalty through and through," Yan mused, noting the Duke's platinum hair and handsome features. A true noble unlike the emperor of his past life, loyal to the empire and caring for his people. It's hard to believe they share the same blood. As Yan pondered the Sun Duke's character, Casa nudged him, glancing worriedly at Morris, who was still clapping fervently. "Are you all right? That man, I heard he's a rising noble and a newly minted fourth-tier knight, not to be underestimated." Yan stared back at Casa, who averted his gaze, feeling the pressure. Yan clicked his tongue. "To clear our family's name, we must tread over such fools with a smile. How will you restore our house if you're so fearful?" Casa's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. "Only worried you'd get dragged into my troubles." Casa's protest was met with Yan's laughter. "Don't worry about the likes of him. He'll fall on his own, with or without my intervention." Casa's anxiety lingered despite Yan's reassurance. Yan ended their conversation and turned towards the entrance where the Sun Duke had appeared. A group of knights followed, carrying a heavy-looking chest. Upon reaching the highest seat, the Sun Duke waited for the knights to place the chest down before sitting. Thud, the chest landed with a heavy sound, indicating its significant contents. The Sun Duke dismissed the knights and addressed the assembly. "I thank you all for attending this hastily arranged banquet." As the nobles bowed in response, the Duke continued. "For today's unity among the southern nobility, I shall unveil something I've kept hidden." He kicked open the chest, revealing a sword with a crimson blade, ornate decorations, and intricate patterns, clearly no ordinary weapon. Yan's eyes widened in recognition. "What is that?" Casa inquired, along with the curious nobles. "That," the Sun Duke revealed, "is a magic sword engraved with 5 superior fire spells. I will gift it to whoever passes a simple test." The crowd erupted in cheers at the Duke's generous offer. A sword imbued with area of effect fire spells would be immensely valuable. But Yan shook his head. "That's no mere magic sword." The weapon's true identity was linked to the now extinct Order of Fire. It was the relic Ifrit, said to be bestowed by the fire god Hestia. And Yan wondered, why is Ifrit, one of the Emperor's beloved swords, here? It was one of the swords the Emperor cherished in his past life, alongside the dragon's sword nailing. Chapter 189. Ifrit. A millennium ago, when the Empire was first founded, the only sacred relic of the Fire sect, known as the Divine Sword, vanished into the mists of history. It is recorded that Hestia, the avatar of fire, bestowed it upon the first human created to commemorate the Genesis. The power of Ifrit lies in ignition and extinguishment. It can create or quench any flame in the world, be it magic, divine energy, martial prowess, or natural combustion. In essence, with this alone, one could possess a universal tool for all things fire. Yan would have remained ignorant of this fact had not the Emperor himself murmured it in passing. For all records of Ifrit and the Fire sect had long since disappeared. But now, why is it there? Ifrit was one of 3 swords hanging behind the Emperor's throne. A sword never drawn, the dragon's sword nailing, and lastly, Ifrit itself. Had it passed through his hands to the Emperor, Yan would vaguely remember the time. But this sword was brought by the Emperor alone, leaving its history a mystery. No, on second thought, it's possible because he is the Sun Duke. The Sun Duke, though frugal, harbored an infinite affection for collecting peculiar and extraordinary items. Hence, even the elusive elixir was part of his collection. As Yan glared at Ifrit, a sudden realization widened his eyes. Wait! There was once a chance for the Emperor to acquire it. A secret duel between the Emperor and the Count of 4 Rivers, with the Sun Duke present. Yan's gaze sank deep in thought. Could it be that the Emperor seized the weapon used by the Sun Duke? He swallowed hard. It was a plausible hypothesis. In a past life, there was an unseen struggle for power between the Sun Duke and the Emperor. And since the secret duel, the Sun Duke ceased to emerge from the south. If his beloved sword was taken during that duel, the pieces of the puzzle would fall into place. Yan shook his head vigorously after pondering the matter. What's the use in contemplating a future that will never come? His eyes, filled with greed, fixed on Ifrit at the Sun Duke's feet. With the newly created Mars, he could absorb it without significant backlash. If asked how he could be so sure, the Mars within my chest will make you believe. The energy passed down from his father was potent enough to transform his body. Besides, it's better for me to wield it well than for it to fall into the Emperor's hands. He had publicly declared Ifrit as an item for trade. It was clear that the Sun Duke would not object to him taking it. With a sly grin stretching across his face, "Hey, you look incredibly wicked." Casa shuddered beside him. 5 minutes had passed. The commotion within the banquet hall began to subside. As the surroundings quieted down, the Sun Duke finally spoke. Who will be the first to challenge? The one who responded was his closest confidant, known as the Knight of Scorching Heat, Marriott. I shall entertain our lord with a challenge. The atmosphere, previously heated by the appearance of a formidable challenger, cooled instantly. With Marriott stepping forward, the others knew they had no chance. Confusion spread as the mood dampened, but the Sun Duke smiled amusedly. Had strength alone been sufficient, we wouldn't have bothered with such an event. His words reignited the spirits of the nobles. Perhaps it was the effect of the situation. A brave young noble raised his hand high. The Sun Duke pointed at him. Speak. Doesn't not by strength alone mean that ordinary nobles have even less of a chance? The Sun Duke smiled faintly. No, this sword chooses its master. Anyone with the qualities of a true owner could take it. The sword selects not the strongest, but the one with the qualities of a master. At this, the noble's excitement surged. Long live the Sun Duke? Marriott, energized by the revived atmosphere, stepped forward with a smirk. The Sun Duke looked down at Marriott with satisfaction. Considering you're a swordsman who wields flames, you might just have a chance." Encouraged by his lord, Marriott's face lit up with a bright smile. He gripped the hilt of Ifrit tightly, his face tense. "Ha!" With a shout, he exerted all his strength. "But, you're not joking, are you?" Look at Sir Marriott's face. Does that look like a joke? Indeed, the Sun Duke must have had his reasons to say so. Despite Marriott's loud shout and flushed face, Ifrit did not budge an inch. Marriott's eyes narrowed, and a wave of intense heat emanated from him. The hall heated up with the energy he released, but Ifrit remained unmoved. Struggling to lift Ifrit, Marriott eventually. Sigh, with a deep exhale, he released the hilt. He shook his head. "Truly a treasure worthy of our lord. It doesn't budge even with all my might." The Sun Duke chuckled at Marriott's words. "A pity. It's all right. I already possess the scorching sword bestowed by you, my lord." Marriott laughed heartily, patting the red scabbard at his waist. As he stepped down, the Sun Duke's knights took their turn. Though none were as strong as Marriott, several veteran knights were close. Despite their age, the instinct to crave a fine sword was inherent in every knight. But, the Sun Duke was confident for a reason. It was a valuable experience. The veteran knights who had tried to lift the sword had no choice but to admit defeat. They realized it would not move, no matter their effort. As they shook their heads and stepped back, other nobles began to come forward. Among them were nobles of knightly origin who had mastered mana, and those who had learned magic. The Sun Duke's words were true. Only someone with the temperament of a master can lift it. What a mysterious blade. It doesn't even react, so there's no sense of disappointment. The nobles who had attempted laughed off their failure and descended from the stage. Curious nobles without mana also took their turns to try, just as it seemed that no one would be able to lift the sword. "I would like to attempt, Your Grace," the Sun Duke. Viscount Morris stepped forward, his face flushed with excitement. "Who is that?" "Ah, Viscount Morris is here." "If it's him, the rising star of the South, perhaps it will be different." Viscount Morris, buoyed by the expectations of the nobles, ascended the stage. Unlike the others, he did not rush to try but looked straight at the Sun Duke and said, "Your Grace, if I lift this sword, please accept me as a knight under your command." The crowd froze at his words, aware of the ripple effect they might cause. A mere viscount had made a bold proposal to one of the pillars of the empire. He's mad. Even if he's gaining attention, how dare such a man propose to the Sun Duke? It's not my concern, but it sure is entertaining to watch. The nobles looked at the Sun Duke with a mix of tension and anticipation, curious about his response. The Sun Duke stared intently at the impudent Viscount Morris. As a minute passed, Morris's back was drenched in cold sweat. "Damn it, I just wanted to make an impression, but this isn't going well." It felt like a minute stretched into a decade. Just as he was about to apologize profusely, "Let's do that." Contrary to everyone's expectation of a reprimand, the Sun Duke accepted Morris's proposal. "Yes, thank you," Morris's face brightened. He then looked down at the sword with intense focus. "I am the protagonist of this world. Having reached the realm of superhumans at this young age, you should willingly accept me as your master." Visions of a bright future flashed before Morris's eyes. Himself stylishly wielding the priceless magic sword, standing right beside the Sun Duke. It was a perfect fit. With a vision of a rosy future, Viscount Morris let out a battle cry. "Hop!" Strength surged into his hands. The nobles gasped in awe. Such vigor at his young age. If he lifts that sword, it'll be nothing short of a sensation. Are we witnessing the rise of a new star? But the moment stretched on. His body trembled, his eyes bloodshot and red. The initial excitement of the nobles turned cold. Viscount Morris's challenge continued for over 10 minutes. Compared to the others who lasted only a minute, it was an eternity. Inside, Morris was screaming as he stared at the unmoving red sword. If he couldn't lift it after such a bold challenge to the Sun Duke, "I'll be buried alive." Had he succeeded, he would have risen as a confident knight of the South. But if he failed, he would become a fool who couldn't keep his word, likely shunned from social gatherings and banquets. Sweat dripped down Morris's cheeks as he poured out all his strength. Just then, "Perhaps it's time to stop. It's becoming rather tedious." The Sun Duke's voice, unlike his epithet, was as cold as a northern wind. It meant displeasure. Morris closed his eyes tightly and let go of the sword. It's all over. A future outside the mainstream unfolded before him. Morris descended the stage with a dejected face. Tusk, to show such an unsightly display, doesn't he know it's better to quit while ahead? It seems the time for hot-bloodedness has passed. My eyes must have been mistaken. To think such a man was a promising figure of the South. The once friendly nobles now looked at him with disdain. Morris returned to his place, silent as a mute. The Sun Duke shook his head. Regrettably, no one has succeeded. It seems there are no more challengers, so now, just then, I would like to try as well. Yan, who had been quiet until now, stepped forward. The problem was, the young nobles attending this banquet all seemed to have issues. To have the audacity to interrupt the Sun Duke. I've heard he's trusted by the Crown Prince and Duke Beowulf. Is he looking down on the South? This time, a mere baron had dared to cut off the Sun Duke's words. Chapter 190. Amidst the nobles' wrathful gazes, the Sun Duke looked on with a face full of curiosity at Yan. The words of Marriott flitted through his mind. A young man who, despite his age, exudes the aura of a seasoned noble. Moreover, he knows exactly how to captivate an audience. Should he dream of entering the political arena, he has the potential to rival even the current Duke Zion as a politician. Or perhaps, already favored by the high and mighty, he might just. If Marriott's words were not mere flattery, then Yan was a sprout of a different caliber compared to the all-talk Viscount Morris. The Sun Duke nodded in agreement. Ah, I had almost forgotten about you, the one who's been stirring up the empire. With a gesture from him, the nobles blocking the path between Yan and the Sun Duke parted like the Red Sea. Yan walked through them, unfazed by the piercing stares of the key nobles from the south. He then fixed his gaze on the Ifrit at the feet of the Sun Duke. The Sun Duke, observing Yan inspecting the sword, offered him an out. Even now, if you turn back, we'll pretend this never happened. Yan lifted his head in defiance. No, I will proceed, and I have a proposal for you. It seems today is full of proposals, unlike usual. Despite his annoyed tone, Yan could see a flicker of interest in his eyes. If I lift this, grant me one request. The Sun Duke chuckled, a rare change in his usually stoic expression. The surrounding nobles scowled at the suggestion. Is he asking to be knighted again? The one favored by the Crown Prince. Preposterous. What could he possibly want from the Sun Duke? Ah, perhaps a collectible? Casa, who had accompanied him, was now visibly uncomfortable. The nobles introduced by Marriott were asking what was happening. I have no idea. I never dreamed he would be so bold without regard for consequences. Amidst the commotion, the Sun Duke watched Yan's audacious behavior quietly. After a moment, he spoke. As long as it's not a frivolous request. Thank you, Yan bowed with a sly smile. Of course, there was a chance he might change his tune later, but he had already thought of something to offer the Sun Duke, something extraordinary and special that the collector could not refuse. With the proposal made, all that remained was to lift the Ifrit. Yan exhaled sharply and placed his hand on the sword's sheath. Viscount Morris, watching from a corner, sneered. Fool, he was the laughingstock now, but he was certain Yan would become an even bigger joke. Like a moth to a flame, Yan was rushing in where others had failed spectacularly. That was how Viscount Morris saw Yan. But his smugness was short-lived. What madness is this? His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene that unfolded next. Yan had indeed lifted the Ifrit, if only slightly. The nobles who had been condemning Yan's audacity were now wide-eyed in shock. He lifted it. The Sun Duke, too, seemed genuinely surprised, not because Yan had lifted the Ifrit, but because of the subtle energy emanating from it. While others, including Marriott, seemed oblivious, he could feel it. Can such power even exist in this world? The energy, rising like flames, was vast enough to engulf the continent with a single spark. But just as ordinary people cannot perceive sounds beyond a certain threshold, the nobles in the hall were unaware of it. Even Marriott, who had reached the third-tier realm, seemed unable to sense it. The Sun Duke's face settled into a serious expression, realizing the gravity of the situation. From the sword hilt that Yan gripped, an energy was surging, ready to explode at any moment. It's time to intervene. The Sun Duke extended his hand towards Yan. When Yan opened his eyes, he found himself in a land ablaze. Before him stood a giant, so immense that his face was indiscernible, radiating intense heat from his entire being. Strangely, he was cloaked in blue flames. At last, a human worthy of becoming my host has arrived. As Yan scrutinized the giant, a thunderous voice echoed from above. It wasn't hard to deduce that the voice belonged to the giant before him. Are you Ifrit? Ho, a human knows my name? Indeed, I am Ifrit, the first emissary of Lady Hestia. In that moment, Yan felt a gaze upon him, violent and sticky. He lifted his head to meet the giant's eyes, and it was like staring directly into the sun, his eyes stinging with the brightness. Suddenly, snap. His body stiffened as if time had stopped. Yan tried to frown, but even his facial muscles refused to obey. The giant of fire smirked at Yan's plight. This is my realm. No matter how much you struggle, movement is impossible. Here I am akin to a god. Ifrit grinned malevolently. Your self is unnecessary. I plan to extinguish it. Your mind is but an encumbrance to possessing your body. He chuckled to himself, seemingly admiring his own mercy. Nevertheless, in recognition of your dedication to offering your body to me, I shall grant you a painless end. With those words, whoosh, crack, a hand as large as a castle materialized from above and grasped the immobile Yan. At that very moment, the corners of Yan's mouth twisted ever so slightly. Had Ifrit been more formidable, or had the power of the flame within Mars been stronger, Yan would not have even considered this method. That should be enough to engulf him. The giant was massive, but his presence wasn't overwhelming. Whoosh! With a surge of will, a stream of flame rose from Yan's chest. Unaware, Ifrit brought Yan closer to his mouth. As the distance between them narrowed, the mana heart within Yan, particularly Mars, began to react strangely. Yan couldn't be sure, but it felt as if Mars was salivating at the sight of Ifrit. Never before had he sensed emotion from the other planets, yet from Mars, the feeling was unmistakable. But he wasn't worried. The sensation wasn't hostile. Mars was simply savoring the sight of Ifrit. It seems greed isn't unique to me alone. Perhaps taking after its master, Mars too knew how to covet. Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Shall we see how this plays out? But first, a light test. Yan closed his eyes and took a slow breath. Mana began to trickle into his mouth and nose. The dragon's breath. A supreme technique that could absorb any energy and convert it into mana heart revealed itself once more. Before long, Ifrit's face loomed close enough to fill Yan's vision. The giant, with eyes dripping molten lava, looked straight at him, a sneer on his colossal face. You're engaging in futility. Just as Ifrit opened his mouth wide to consume Yan, whoosh, Yan intensified the dragon's breath. A vast amount of mana erupted from Ifrit, drawn into Yan. The blue flames that enveloped the giant began to be absorbed into Yan's body. Surprised by the sudden counterattack, Ifrit's face showed a hint of shock. Not bad for a human. The flames around his massive form shook violently as if caught in a typhoon. Yet, Ifrit's smile did not fade. He had finally found a suitable vessel after an eternity. Like a rose with thorns, so was Yan. Even though Yan was absorbing mana in an unknown way, it wasn't enough to fully assimilate him. It was merely a slight sting, not a threat. Ifrit opened his mouth wide. I'll enjoy consuming Yaowu. And with that, Ifrit swallowed Yan whole from head to toe. Though his belly churned violently, Ifrit paid it no mind. Once swallowed, escape was impossible unless he chose to regurgitate. Ifrit licked his lips with a satisfied smile. The taste of a soul is quite unique. He laughed and lifted his head. With Yan's soul eradicated, it was time to claim his body. The empty shell still clutched the sword that imprisoned him, making the transfer of consciousness a simple task. The flames around Ifrit's body began to surge violently. Rumble. The flames melted space, and soon, a large hole appeared before Ifrit. It was a passage into Yan's body. He began to walk towards the empty shell that was Yan. After a long trek, Ifrit emerged from the sword and settled into Yan's flesh. He then opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Finally, I have escaped the sword at last." Even when the goddess of fire had sealed him in the sword as punishment, he had despaired. But this body seemed to make the millennia of waiting worthwhile, especially since the power of fire felt incredibly strong. There were also ice, darkness, and an unidentified white energy, but they weren't concerning. Had he not found this vessel? I would have gambled against that Judah Kabbalan. If his power had been intact, perhaps, but too much had been drained while trapped in the sword. He had kept some power hidden until the end, but it wasn't guaranteed to be enough to subdue Judah Cabalin. However, just as he was about to take the gamble, a perfect vessel appeared. A vessel with a body so perfect, there was nothing more to desire. The total mana, appearance, and senses. He doubted there could be a better body than this. With that, Ifrit began the process of inscribing his consciousness into Yan's body. Starting with the mysterious mana organ near the heart, he set about dismantling and reconstructing the body to his convenience. The moment Ifrit touched the mana heart, his beaming face froze. He realized a ferocious presence was glaring at him from within. The corner of its mouth curled up, drool clearly visible. Ifrit's eyes began to tremble at the sight. You are? Chapter 191. He was well aware of that entity's existence. Indeed, it would be odd not to know. For thousands of years, it was one of the world's orchestrators, infamous for its wicked deeds, Balderak, the fire dragon, who even the goddess of fire failed to capture. Yet, it was said that this beast had once suffered the indignity of being captured by a mere human and sealed within a bead. Why on earth are you inside this vessel? The ferocious aura began to engulf the frozen body of Ifrit, who had no intention of engaging in conversation. But Ifrit was not about to be devoured without a fight. Do you really think you can consume me, orchestrator? I won't go down without a struggle. With that, he unleashed a burst of azure flames from his body, confronting the savage aura head-on. And so, fire clashed with fire. The roar of flames filled the air. As a result, the innards, sinews, and veins within Yan's body began to burn, and his blood started to boil. However, the battle was short-lived, ending in Ifrit's defeat as the vicious aura transformed into a white flame, overpowering Ifrit's azure blaze. Ifrit's body began to tear apart, like a cat toying with a mouse, slowly shredding and melting away. His massive form, large enough to support the heavens, crumbled, disintegrated, and melted. No, let me go, I'll just leave, so please. Despite Ifrit's frenzied resistance, wrapping his fists in flames and fighting back, he was no match for the brutal aura. After some time, Ifrit's body was completely consumed by the white flame, and the power of fire he possessed was absorbed into Yan's mana heart. From the ashes of Ifrit's remains, crack, Yan rose to his feet, rubbing his searing belly with a sly grin. He was indeed nothing more than a big body. Using the breath of the divine dragon to absorb the mana, Yan was confident he could engulf it all. The compatibility with his body was better than expected. I didn't realize I could absorb it so quickly. I thought it would take a much longer, tumultuous battle. Or perhaps, was what I received from my father that extraordinary? Yan's eyes snapped open, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. It was the scorching heat coursing through his body that stirred him, a heat that hinted at the power his father had granted, akin to that of Ifrit. A gamble, yes, but one that paid off handsomely. As he basked in the satisfaction of the newly acquired energy, click, a hand descended upon Yan's shoulder. Twisting around, he was met with the Sun Duke's stern gaze, his face a mask of hardened resolve. What have you wrought? Pardon? Survey our surroundings. At the Sun Duke's behest, Yan's gaze swept across the hall, his expression solidified into a grim mask. The once stately banquet hall was now a charred husk. The scorch marks scattered about spoke of a calamity birthed by his own doing. It appeared the act of consuming Ifrit had spilled over, leaving its mark on the hall as well. The nobles stood agape, their eyes fixed upon him. Amidst the sea of stares, Yan could only, scratch the back of his head in awkward realization. This is a fine mess indeed. The demonic realm, a land seldom stirred, buzzed with an unusual clamor upon the news that the spectral overlord herself was hosting a banquet. The cause, the arrival of dozens of nobles. Those who stepped into the demonic realm for the first time were spellbound by the sights. Humans with tails and ears atop their heads, a violet sky, and even diminutive blacksmiths busy at their forges. The realm was brimming with wonders. The nobles, eyes wide with curiosity, marveled at the land filled with oddities. Indeed, it's said to be the most bizarre place on the continent, and rightly so. But for the spectral overlord to hold a banquet, now that's a mystery. Quite right. As far as I know, she has never hosted one before. As the noble throng steadily filled the banquet hall, a butler's eyes twinkled with readiness. It's about time to fetch the master. With the hall brimming with guests, the butler set off to find his master in her chambers. Knock, knock. No sound came from within, prompting a puzzled tilt of the butler's head. After a prolonged knocking with no response, he wondered, could she be asleep? Considering his master treated sleep as a hobby, it wasn't a far-fetched thought. Shaking his head, the butler opened the door and entered. He was greeted by an array of exotic flowers and bizarre magical artifacts. Yet, the person who should have been there was nowhere to be seen. The spectral overlord's bed was a mess of blankets, long cold. The butler's eyes narrowed slightly. Surely not. Turning his head, he looked towards the desk. There, as if anticipating this moment, lay a letter. To the butler, the foreboding introduction was unmistakable. With trembling eyes, the butler read the contents. Off to see that arrogant whelp. Send the nobles from the banquet on their way. P.S. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. Such irresponsible words. To send away the nobles who had come all this way on their own. The butler stood petrified, speechless, and then, moments later, "Arg! I'm going to quit." The butler's cry of despair echoed through the halls of the fantastical palace. In that moment, Yan surveyed the chaos around him, presumably of his own making, and smacked his lips in dismay. He had no inkling of how to set things right. Just then, the Sun Duke, who had been observing Yan with a calming gaze, spoke up. "For starters, go take a bath and then we can have a chat." With those words, the Sun Duke turned and left the banquet hall. The bewildered nobles, too, began to disperse amidst a buzz of whispers. No one approached Yan except for Casa, while the others merely stole fearful glances at him. Yan cocked his head in confusion at the odd situation. Casa, who had come up to him, clicked her tongue. "What on earth happened?" "I was about to ask you the same. What's with the nobles' faces?" Yan retorted, puzzled by their expressions. "Don't tell me you don't know?" Casa looked at him incredulously. "If I knew, why would I ask?" Yan replied. Casa shook her head in disbelief and began to explain the recent events. When Yan had laid his hand on the hilt of the Ifrit, the Sun Duke had urgently intervened, grabbing his shoulder and telling him to stop and let go. But Yan, as if possessed, didn't budge. The Sun Duke attempted to forcibly remove him, but at that moment, a tremendous fire erupted from Yan's body. "Fire?" Yan questioned. "Yes, it's a good thing the Sun Duke was there, otherwise." Casa shuddered at the thought. Yan let out a hollow laugh as he looked at the scorched ceiling. Clearly, his attempt to devour the Ifrit on Mars had somehow affected reality. Even the Sun Duke, with his fire attribute mana, couldn't prevent the surroundings from being affected. Yan's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, it's a relic from the myths. As he reveled in satisfaction, Casa, covering her nose with her hand, exclaimed, "Regardless, could you please wash up quickly? You smell terrible. And put on some clothes." Smell? Clothes? Only then did Yan notice the foul stench and the fact that his clothes had burned off, leaving him embarrassingly exposed. His face flushed red. Despite his many experiences, he had never been naked in front of a crowd. Yan hurried to his assigned quarters. After a quick shower, he emerged to find Marriott and a servant waiting for him. The servant held a change of clothes, and Marriott glared at him with folded arms. "Ah, thank you," Yan said, accepting the clothes. Once he was dressed and the smell was gone, Marriott spoke. "The Lord awaits you. Follow me." "Yes, understood," Yan replied, offering an awkward smile, aware that the banquet had been ruined because of him. "But it wasn't entirely my fault. The Sun Duke started it, right?" Marriott's stern face suggested he had read his thoughts. "I wasn't thinking anything," Yan quickly said. "Your face says otherwise. Hide such expressions before His Highness, the Sun Duke." "Yes." Yan adjusted his expression and followed Marriott. After a short walk, they stood before an ornately decorated door. "Knock, knock." "Come in," came the Sun Duke's voice from inside. Marriott gestured for Yan to enter alone. Yan nodded and stepped inside, where the Sun Duke was examining the Ifrit. "It's empty anyway," Yan thought. He had absorbed the giant trapped within the Ifrit, leaving only a shell. Unaware of this, the Sun Duke continued to gaze solemnly at the Ifrit. "Do you know where this sword was found?" he asked abruptly. Yan shook his head. "I don't know," the Sun Duke chuckled. "About 5 years ago. I found it during a brief inspection of the market." "Is that so?" Yan mused, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Wasn't it supposed to be untouchable, hence the Sun Duke's wager? As Yan pondered, the Sun Duke laughed heartily. This sword is quite fierce with those who possess mana. It gave me trouble at first, haha. I see, Yan replied, his questions dissipating. Still, something didn't sit right with him. If the Sun Duke had wielded the sword, he should have confronted the Ifrit, yet he spoke as if he had never done so. Then Yan remembered the Ifrit's words. To think such a vessel would appear just in time, there's no need for gambling now. Was that gamble about taking over the Sun Duke's body? Ah, that's why the Ifrit was in the Sun Duke's hands later. The Ifrit failed and was overpowered instead. By then, the Sun Duke must have known that Ifrit was a sacred relic of ancient religion. No wonder he was furious. Chapter 192, the Sun Duke finally broke the silence. Indeed, it's time to honor the promise made. A sly smile crossed his face. Speak your desire. If it's within my power, I shall grant it. Yan, taken aback, realized the Sun Duke was not referring to the earlier debacle, but to a promise. Could it be he thinks the Ifrit has slipped from my grasp? Better for me? With a solemn gaze, Yan addressed the Sun Duke. I've heard you possess an elixir. The Sun Duke's expression hardened, but upon recognizing Yan's origins, he let out a hollow laugh. So, the special task force checks such things? Even if it's for the Empire, it's still unpleasant. My apologies if I've caused any offense. The Sun Duke shook his head in disapproval. That's a request I cannot fulfill. Ask for something else. If it's a cure you seek, how about a whole mandragora? The whole mandragora was a panacea, capable of healing the gravest of wounds and internal injuries. Yan blinked in surprise, not expecting the Sun Duke to possess such a treasure. Yet he shook his head. It won't awaken my father's mind. If it were so, Maman would have mentioned it first. Yan understood why the Sun Duke had instantly refused his request. It's his most prized collection, after all. It wasn't something to be wagered lightly at a mere banquet, but Yan had come prepared for this moment. He pointed to the Ifrit that the Sun Duke had set aside. I offer that in exchange? That has already been gifted to you. I put it up as a prize because I had no need for it. I have no intention of taking it back. You will want it back, Yan said with a sly grin. That sword is a sacred relic of the Hestia sect, worshippers of the ancient flames. Yan stepped out of the office, closing the door behind him. Marriott, who had been waiting, tilted his head in curiosity. Didn't the Sun Duke give you the sword? At his question, Yan chuckled softly. He must be pondering over it now. Pondering? The Sun Duke himself? Marriott's brows furrowed in disbelief. The Sun Duke was known to stand by his word. He had publicly declared he would hand over the sword to the one who drew it, in front of everyone. And now he was contemplating over it. Is that so? Yan nodded affirmatively. Yes. The expression the Sun Duke wore when Yan explained the origins of the Ifrit was the most dramatic he had seen in both his past and present lives. Yan wasn't worried about the Ifrit being taken away. The Sun Duke was not one to do such a thing. With light steps, Yan returned to his quarters. Upon entering his room, Yan immediately sat down cross-legged on the floor. He sensed a significant change within himself since absorbing the Ifrit. Whoosh! As he began to practice the dragon's breath technique, mana surged from his mana heart, enveloping the room in a mist-like aura. In the hazy room, Yan closed his eyes and began to introspect. Soon, his face tensed. What in the world? The planets that had been orbiting his mana heart had vanished. In their place, Mars rotated majestically, now as vast in mana as the mana heart itself. Though the cause was unknown, one thing was certain. Mars had absorbed the other planets. With a sense of disbelief, Yan invoked the yin energy that the moon once harbored. Suddenly, the blazing Mars darkened to pitch black. Whoosh! It began to emit yin energy, an enigmatic occurrence. Mars, surely an embodiment of fire, inexplicably drew forth yin energy. It became more potent and yet more sinister than before. Yan tested other energies in turn. The sun's divine power grew stronger and more refined, while Mercury's was the opposite. Its cold attribute had noticeably diminished. A flicker of regret crossed Yan's face, but he quickly shook it off. After all, I seldom use the cold. Let's be content with this for now. Who knows what changes the future might bring? Perhaps the cold will regain its strength then. With only one energy weakened and the rest significantly enhanced, this was a satisfactory outcome. Yan circulated the mana a bit more before opening his eyes. For some reason, he felt dizzy as soon as he finished his introspection. Is it because I introspected for too long? Or perhaps it was a side effect of recently absorbing the Ifrit. Shaking his head, Yan headed outside the mansion to clear his mind. At that moment, Viscount Morris, bottle in hand, staggered down the corridor, his drunken gait unmistakable. The servants, sensing his foul mood, quickly made themselves scarce, leaving him alone in the vast hallway where he began to chuckle to himself. But his mirth was short-lived. Damn it all! With a crash, he hurled the bottle against the wall, drenching it with liquor, and shards scattered across the floor. Blood trickled from his hand, a wound he would not have sustained if not for his inebriated state. He gasped for air, huff, huff. He had been certain he'd be the star of the banquet. After all, wasn't it logical, given the timing? Just a week after confirming his ascension to superhuman status during the knight's exam, the Sun Duke had thrown this unprecedented feast. And he had thought, naturally, that he'd become one of the Sun Duke's closest confidants, that the wager prepared was a performance meant for him. He believed the sword was meant for him alone to draw, but it was not to be. No matter his efforts, the sword did not budge, and with time, the realization that he might not be able to draw it began to haunt him. Yet, he couldn't give up, not after the words he had already spoken to the Sun Duke. He tried desperately to draw the sword with his mana, but failed. His failure was so pitiful that it was enough to turn the other nobles' laughter into scorn and to lose the Sun Duke's interest. Such an incident made the future all too predictable. Participation in gatherings for networking would become nearly impossible. Even if he were invited to a banquet, he'd likely become the butt of jokes. Nobility, after all, does not associate with those lacking in dignity or honor, no matter their abilities. And to think I crossed, the very person one should never cross. Viscount Morris began to bite his nails. The very person was none other than Yan. At the end of the banquet, he learned of Yan's true identity from the other nobles who mocked him. Do you know who that young man is that you dare to challenge? The most notable Baron Yan of the current empire. At first, he scoffed at the words. No matter how notable, the man was just a baron. But then, the words that followed made his head spin. He's not just a baron, they say he could bring down even an earl as an executioner. Favored by the crown prince, isn't he? Not to mention his connections with the imperial teacher and Duke Beowulf. Oh, and it seems he's quite acquainted with Duke Zion as well. And that fearsome leader of the Special Task Force adores him as a disciple. Well, reaching the level of a 5th grade knight at the age of 15, how could he not be adored? Ah, but more than that, he played a role in bringing down the previous leader of the Special Task Force. Don't you know? He's the owner of the Armenian trading company that's turned the empire upside down with their artificial elixirs. What? Really? The Armenian trading company that could rival the empire's top trading company in a few years? Well, perhaps it's time to propose a marriage alliance. Ha! My friend, do you think he'd even glance at your ugly daughter? What did you say? You insolent fool! Viscount Morris was left stunned, unable to leave the banquet hall until all the nobles had dispersed. To think such a figure had emerged while he was undergoing grueling training to become superhuman. And I, oblivious, picked a fight with him. Even if only half of what he heard was true, the man would soon stand tall at the heart of the empire. And he, whose name was now synonymous with the dispute, would sink further into the mire. Who? Viscount Morris struggled to maintain his composure. Had it been his own residence, he would have smashed everything to pieces, but this was the Sun Duke's mansion. Even drunk, Viscount Morris knew better. I need to relieve myself. He sighed deeply and entered the restroom. Just then, what? He sensed something and spun around, but it was too late. Gah, cough, something had already pierced his chest. Viscount Morris, eyes wide with shock, collapsed on the spot. After Yan's departure, the Sun Duke leaned back in his chair, slowly caressing the armrest, a habit when deep in thought. Yan's words echoed in his mind. This sword is not a common magic blade, but the sacred relic of the fire sect, the Ifrit, devoted to the goddess of fire, Hestia. Fire sect and Hestia. Murmuring these words, the Sun Duke's eyes darkened with intensity. Though now a forgot ancient religion and deity, to the Sun Duke, they were unforgettable. A religion and a god that could not be erased from memory. It was the reason he, once an ordinary royal, could be called the Sun Duke. Chapter 193. My son, you must never master the dragon's breath. Mother, but wouldn't that be akin to forsaking our royal duty? I shall fulfill that duty by any means necessary, so you must promise me never to learn the dragon's breath. Yes, mother. The words of his mother, the previous Empress Carolina Peonia, echoed in his mind. For reasons unknown, she abhorred the idea of him mastering the dragon's breath, and he had obliged her wishes. Instead, master this. She had handed him a tattered ancient tome. Its unassuming cover bore only the title Fire, with no other distinguishing features. Skeptical at first, he began to learn the art within, which soon laid the foundation for him to be called the Sun Prince. And then, her final words before she passed. I am the last high priestess of the Order of Fire. Now, you must take my place. She revealed that the art he had mastered was the secret technique of the Order's high priestess. After her death, he used his agents to scour the continent for information about the Order of Fire. This was the true purpose behind the Sun Prince's collection journey, not only to fulfill his mother's last wish, but also to understand the mysterious and powerful art he possessed. Yet, the information gathered was unsatisfactory, mostly abstract, and heavily damaged. Decades later, he had almost forgotten about the Order of Fire. Yet, by some twist of fate, one of its sacred relics had come into his possession. Or rather, it had always been there, by sheer coincidence. The Sun Duke smiled bitterly. Is this what they call destiny? He gazed at the ifit lying neatly on the table. The audacious creature had left it for him to inspect. Until yesterday, it was just an ordinary sword, but after the incident earlier, it seems to emanate an unusual heat. He could feel a faint, destructive fire, akin to what one might call cataclysmic flame, and it was eerily similar to his own energy. How had he not recognized this before? As he contemplated the ifit, the Sun Duke let out a hollow laugh, recalling the spectacle caused by Yan during the banquet. How could that fellow have wielded this sacred relic? He remembered a passage from the Order's texts. Only the High Priest can handle the items blessed by Hestia. Surely, the items blessed by Hestia must refer to the sacred relics. Yet the fellow had managed to wield the power of the ifit, albeit briefly and unstably, without mastering the priest's art. The Sun Duke chuckled to himself, realizing it was not his problem to ponder. Though he had inherited the position of High Priest from his mother, he had no intention of reviving the Order. Instead, he decided it would be more constructive to ponder the peace and happiness of the South. With his mind made up, the Sun Duke resolved. It would be fitting to keep one in memory of Mother. He rose from his seat with a wry smile, and just then, boom, the door burst open, and a knight rushed in, breathless and frantic. The Sun Duke was about to frown at the intrusion when the knight exclaimed, Lord, Viscount Morris has been found murdered. The Sun Duke's face turned icy cold. The Sun Duke's estate was in utter chaos. Knights with eyes sharp as axes roamed the mansion, searching every noble present. Yan, it seemed, could not escape their scrutiny. Bang! Yan, who was deep in slumber, awoke to the brash entrance of the knights. A headache, fierce as if his head would split open, assaulted him. His eyes struggled to open fully. What is the matter? Yan asked, forcing himself upright and splashing water on his face. It was then. A knight, upon seeing him, exclaimed with a voice as hard as steel, Found it! Yan furrowed his brows. He couldn't grasp what the knight claimed to have found. In that moment, Yan realized his face was damp. Looking down at his hands, his expression hardened. What is this? His hands were drenched in crimson blood, as if he had committed murder. Amidst the Sun Duke's estate, turmoil reigned. Knights, with eyes narrowed in suspicion, dragged Yan to a secluded chamber, a place unbefitting the grandeur of the Sun Duke's residence. There, a coroner and Marriott sat with stony expressions, awaiting his arrival. The knights seated Yan on an iron chair, blades pointed at his back, a clear threat to his life should he attempt any folly. Confounded by a throbbing headache, Yan struggled to grasp the situation. Sir Marriott, what is the meaning of this? Viscount Morris was murdered last night. What? Yan's eyes widened in shock. Murdered here in the Sun Duke's estate? Who would commit such a heinous act? Marriott questioned mechanically, Were you in your room all evening? Last evening, Despite the splitting headache, Yan tried to recall the previous night's events. He remembered stepping out for a moment after his contemplation. No, I went out for a brief walk. Just as the maid said, How long and where were you outside? Yan was about to answer nonchalantly when suddenly, his face contorted in realization. Marriott's question went unanswered as Yan grappled with a blank in his memory. Why? Can't I remember anything from last night? His recollections ended abruptly after he stepped out for fresh air, as if a part of his memory had been sharply excised. Unable to speak, Yan's face twisted in confusion, prompting Marriott to ask coldly, "Then how do you explain the blood all over your hands?" Of course, Yan couldn't explain. His memories after leaving his room had vanished. As Yan remained silent, Marriott muttered as if he had expected as much. After a long stare, Marriott spoke again. "Lastly, may I see your sword? The elongated one you wore during the Dragon Soldier project." He must be referring to a scallen. Why a scallen? Though puzzled, Yan reached for his waist. His expression froze. Looking down, Yan saw that a scallen which he always carried was missing. Huh. Marriott chuckled at Yan's confusion, stepped out of the chamber briefly, then returned. Looking for this? In Marriott's hand was a scallen, which should have been at Yan's side. And it wasn't just that. The blade was caked with dried blood, as if it had been used in violence mere hours ago. Marriott continued. Your sword was found here, and no one else left their room last evening. We've received reports from a maid and several nobles who saw you nearby, and we've secured decisive evidence. The coroner added in a grave tone. The wounds match the style of the Special Task Force's leader, Damien's swordsmanship. Yan's eyes darkened. He was the only one trained in Damien's shadow blade technique. Witness testimonies, conclusive evidence, everything pointed to him. Just then, a commotion echoed from afar. A young man burst through the knight's blockade and forced his way in. Hey, what's going on? It was Casa, his face flushed with urgency, gripping Yan's shoulder. You're the suspect for Viscount Morris's murder? Yan let out a hollow laugh. The rumor had already spread among the nobility. Casa, incredulous, turned to Marriott. There's evidence, right? The knight beside them recounted the evidence and testimonies Marriott had explained. Casa's eyes widened in disbelief. You, really? You have no reason to do this. Marriott looked down at Yan with a stern gaze. Viscount Morris had harbored ill will against this man, and there have been reports of their confrontations. I witnessed it myself. Did you not see it too, Casa? That's motive enough for murder. Casa looked at Yan, his face a mix of confusion and shock. If they had indeed clashed, even a slight motive could be construed. As all eyes turned to him, Yan finally spoke. I would like to see the crime scene. The other coroners protested. Absolutely not. We can't predict what he might do. Let it be proven in court. But Marriott dismissed their cries. Go ahead and check all you want. If you can't prove your innocence by today, you'll be taken straight to jail, so look carefully. Yan nodded silently to the threat and let the knight's rough hands guide him to the scene. Casa followed, his face etched with worry, as they made their way to the site of the crime. At that moment, the Sun Duke was receiving the results of the investigation that had taken place throughout the night. A knight was rapidly detailing the evidence and testimonies collected so far. Listening intently, the Sun Duke furrowed his brows. Something didn't add up. Are you telling me that fellow Yan is under investigation for the murder of a noble named Morris? Yes, that's correct. Do you really believe that makes any sense? Could Yan, whom he had seen just the day before, have committed such an act? It was preposterous. Why would the man who begged him for an elixir suddenly engage in such madness? But then, the knight added more information. It seems Sir Marriott, the commander of the knights, is already convinced of his guilt. The Sun Duke had spent decades with Marriott, his closest confidant. He knew well how impartial and thorough Marriott could be. If Marriott is convinced, the Sun Duke let out a hollow laugh. It just doesn't seem plausible. Sir? Questioned by the knight, the Sun Duke shook his head and rose from his seat. It's nothing. Would you lead me to the scene of the murder? Yes, of course, Your Highness. Following the knight, the Sun Duke made his way to the site of the murder. The mansion's third-floor restroom. That was where the noble's murder had taken place. The restroom floor was flooded with blood, and the walls were heavily stained. A body, presumed to be Viscount Morris, lay sprawled across the floor. The Sun Duke surveyed the interior of the restroom and soon frowned deeply. He stepped outside and scanned the surroundings. After a long observation, he let out a scoff of disbelief. So this is how it happened? He shook his head in dismay. Then, he watched as Yan was brought forth by the knights. Your Highness, it might get noisy. Perhaps it's best if you return upstairs. A knight suggested with concern. However, the Sun Duke had no intention of leaving. He fixed his gaze on Yan and spoke. It seems something interesting is about to unfold. I shall stay and watch a bit longer. Something interesting? Your Highness? The knight asked, not quite grasping the meaning. The Sun Duke's lips remained tightly sealed. His eyes watched Yan with keen interest, as if to say, let's see how you escape this predicament. Chapter 194. Release him here. The knights untethered Yan amidst a swarm of nobles gathered like clouds before a certain restroom. Their stern eyes warned him against any foolishness as they looked on. Yan faced forward. It was an ordinary restroom, yet blood was scattered about, and atop the mess lay Viscount Morris, his abdomen brutally punctured, lifeless. Casa, who had followed, muttered under his breath. How ghastly. Yan agreed with Casa's sentiment. How could the sight of a body, gutted and dead, not be horrific? The problem, however, was that Yan himself was being pointed to as the perpetrator of this gruesome scene. Shaking his head to clear the intrusive thoughts, Yan clenched his jaw and stepped into the restroom. The coroners outside began to shout something. But then, just watch. I'm curious to see how he'll navigate this predicament, said the Sun Duke. At his words, the coroners fell silent. They knew well enough that their clamor was futile in the face of the estate owner's consent. With the coroners quieted, Yan was free to examine the scene. His gaze shifted to the chest of Viscount Morris. Casa, witnessing the same, shuddered and turned away. He looked at Yan and said, This wound is similar to the swordsmanship you use. Casa's words were like a spark, igniting murmurs among the knights, Marriott, and the nobles who had since arrived. It must be the culprit indeed. Truly, Sir Marriott is commendable, to apprehend the true criminal in just a day. And to think His Highness the Crown Prince trusted such a wretch. I too thought it was a false accusation until just moments ago. The nobles' uproar wrinkled the brow of the Sun Duke. Quiet down, everyone. As if on cue, the nobles sealed their lips. With the surroundings hushed, the Sun Duke watched Yan with tranquil eyes. Yan's brow furrowed as he examined the wound etched into Viscount Morris's chest, a telltale sign of the Shadowblade's mark. In this vast continent, only two were versed in the art of the Shadowblade. Its creator, Damien, and himself, with Damien away, tending to his father in the Armenian territories that left only one suspect. Yan. A sharp pain shot through his head, causing Yan to grit his teeth in frustration. His usually nimble mind struggled to function amidst the pain. He squeezed his eyes shut and then opened them again. No matter how you look at it, all evidence and circumstances point to me. If only he had the memories of the previous day, perhaps he could conjure up a way to prove his innocence. Yan bit his lip. Could it be? Am I truly the culprit? Another jolt of pain made Yan's eyes quiver. That's when it struck him. Wait! The pain had obscured his memory. His expression hardened. This brain-searing agony, he had felt it once before. Not in this life, but in a past one. It was the same sensation he experienced when the Emperor's brainwashing was undone. Upon facing the truth, Yan began to notice something amiss. Firstly, the corpse's wound. After staring at the body for a long time, Yan's eyes narrowed. A sense of dissonance that had not been felt at first slowly began to surface in his mind. Yet, it was too vague to ascertain with certainty. It was then that the conversation between Casa and Marriott reached his ears. Bring in the witnesses, please. They might tamper with evidence, so let's save the witnesses for the trial. Despite the ongoing loud exchanges, Yan ignored them, focusing instead on unraveling the subtle sense of alienation. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed. With a swift motion, Yan drew a sword from Casa's waist and swung it towards Viscount Morris's corpse. It all happened in less than a second, leaving no time for anyone to react. The Viscount's head was severed in an instant. Yan's abrupt action caused an outcry among the onlookers. To anyone, it seemed like an act of destroying evidence. 4 knights, including Marriott, pointed their swords at Yan's neck. What in the world are you doing? We allowed you to examine the scene to prove your innocence, and you pull this stunt. Marriott's hair fluttered with a rising energy, and the temperature in the room soared. The one to defuse the situation was none other than the Sun Duke. The Duke, who had been observing from a distance, pointed at the body and said, "Enough, let's take another look at the body." The knights, unable to defy him, turned their gaze back to the corpse. It seemed pointless, considering Yan's near confession. "No, what is that?" The knights and nobles' eyes widened in shock. The bisected corpse was undergoing a grotesque transformation. The severed body turned to dust and scattered into the air. While they were still trying to grasp the situation, Yan turned around. "It seems everyone here has been enchanted by an illusion." Marriott frowned upon hearing this. "Illusion? You're not suggesting I was under one too, are you?" Illusion, a technique that deceives the eye, creating a reality out of fantasy. But such sorcery was generally considered inferior to magic, and someone like Marriott was almost immune to it. "Yes, even you, Sir Marriott, were under its spell. It seems you still are." Marriott was about to erupt in anger. He couldn't stand Yan's insolence, but he couldn't draw his sword. "Ha ha ha ha." The Sun Duke burst into laughter from behind. Marriott's eyes went round. He had never seen the always stoic Duke laugh so heartily. As the Duke stepped forward, Marriott quickly bowed his head and stepped back. The Duke approached Yan, smiling slyly. "So, you know who the real culprit is, then? Proving your innocence depends on that as well, I presume." Yan nodded. "Of course, Your Grace." He turned his head to look at Casa. Suddenly, under the gaze of the Sun Duke, Yan, and the entire assembly, Casa's eyes widened. "Why are you looking at me?" Casa asked with a trembling voice, but Yan just smiled faintly and bowed his head. "Did you enjoy the spectacle?" "What are you talking about? Spectacle? Ah, it seems I'm caught." In the midst of speaking, Casa laughed with a voice unlike his usual one, a sticky, seductive voice. Yan knew the owner of this voice. "It's been a while since our last court meeting. Greetings, Lady Vivian." The assembly plunged into shock at Yan's words. Could it be that the capricious illusionist was among them, the very same who had spent a lifetime growling at the Sun Duke? Casa, or rather, the illusionist disguised as Casa, let out a seductive laugh and asked, "How did you discern the corpse was a fake? It was indistinguishable from the real thing, wasn't it?" As she readily admitted the truth, Marriott was taken aback. He had been watching closely and hadn't noticed a thing. Indeed, the body was perfect. Its aura and temperament were so convincingly that of Viscount Morris. Even the coroners had been completely fooled by its authenticity. But Yan was different. "There are two reasons," he declared. The illusionist gasped. "Two? Yes, the first is that Sir Marriott was holding my sword. That was odd." Marriott glanced at the escalon he held, puzzled. The illusionist, too, couldn't easily grasp Yan's point. "Why is it strange to hold a sword? Didn't you think your memory might be flawed?" Yan shook his head. "That's not it." "Huh, my sword cannot be wielded by anyone less than a duke." The nobles murmured among themselves. "Is that possible? Even if Sir Marriott is a superhuman, the idea that he can't lift a mere sword." They recalled the incident from the day before. The scene where the Sun Duke's sword could not be lifted. "Now that I think about it, it's not entirely impossible." Yan smiled slyly at the nobles' doubtful expressions. Even Hans, the steward of the northern Beowulf family, could only push it with his foot. "Does that answer your question?" The nobles nodded dumbly, realizing that even the strongest knight of the Duke's household had found it impossible. The illusionist chuckled dryly. She hadn't imagined that such a fact would be overlooked, giving Yan an opening. "I must have cast a spell to cloud your judgment, but that doesn't turn one into a complete fool. Still, I was startled when the sword disappeared at first." She clicked her tongue, seemingly displeased, and tilted her head. "You said there was another reason. What might that be?" "The wound." "The wound?" The illusionist furrowed her brow, then asked. "That wound was crafted from the memories of a fellow named Casa. There should be nothing amiss. You must not have looked closely enough at the memory." "What?" "If I had inflicted the wound with the shadow blade, there should be a presence of dark energy, shouldn't there? But here there was no aura, only the wound remained." The illusionist smirked at Yan's words. She knew he was right. She had tried to bewilder those around Yan so he wouldn't think of that, but it seemed to have failed. "He wasn't fooled, it seems." The illusionist nodded. "Indeed, worthy of the crown prince and Beowulf's favor. But one last question," she asked, genuinely curious. "How did you know I was the illusionist?" Even if he had figured out the situation was an illusion, discerning her true identity was peculiar. There was no clue in Yan's previous words that could have hinted at her identity. Yan scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Do I really have to say?" Of course. Yan pointed at the illusionist, still in Kasa's form, because you disguised yourself as Kasa. Huh, what do you mean? I replicated his speech and temperament perfectly. Yan shook his head. That's not what I meant. Then what? If it were the real Kasa, he would have cut ties with me immediately rather than take my side. It would have been a path diverging from his goals. Yan spoke with a hint of embarrassment. The illusionist's face contorted in anger. Then she spun around on the spot. With a twirl, in a rustle of movement, the appearance that had been unmistakably Kasa's transformed into the familiar figure of the illusionist. Purple hair, alluring eyes, and several tails attached near her waist. And finally, an overwhelming aura that made one's body shrink. The illusionist, revealing her presence without restraint, asked, "Why haven't you visited my domain?" Yan's face hardened. "To tell the truth, I was more tempted by what the Sun Duke had to offer than by you, could lead to an unpredictable outcome." As he frantically searched for an excuse, "Stop tormenting the poor lad." The Sun Duke's voice came with a warm energy that dissipated the illusionist's presence. The nobles and knights gasped for air. They had been unable to breathe due to her overwhelming presence. The illusionist glared at the Sun Duke petulantly. What did I do? We have matters to discuss, don't we? Let's go upstairs and talk like adults." The illusionist, about to retort, simply shook her head at the Duke's words. "Lead the way." As the two ascended to the office, the scene they left behind was in disarray. That's when it happened. "Ah, someone save me?" A familiar voice echoed from a restroom stall. It was Kasa. Chapter 195. In the Sun Duke's office, Vivian lounged on the sofa with the ease of someone strolling through their own bedroom. She casually bit into a ripe apple, the crisp sound echoing in the silence. The Sun Duke watched her intently, his gaze unwavering even as her pale thigh peeked out from her dress. The room was silent until he finally spoke, his voice heavy with displeasure. "Why have you come to my domain?" Vivian didn't look at him, her attention seemingly on another fruit. Just because. The Duke scoffed, a hollow laugh escaping him before the room suddenly grew hot, the temperature rising rapidly. Amidst the growing heat, Vivian simply smiled, unaffected. "Testing my patience, are we, Vivian?" The Duke's fiery aura swelled into flames that filled the room, yet they dared not touch the sofa where Vivian reclined, a testament to her power. Her specialty was curses, often deemed inferior to magic, but now, with her rise, they were considered equal, if not superior. Noticing a talisman between her fingers, the Duke frowned. "A charm?" If magic had its circles, curses had their charms. Vivian's charmcraft was so peculiar it could deceive the very laws of the world. The flames that couldn't reach her were likely repelled by a similar trick. She looked back at him, a playful taunt in her gaze. "Why so heated? And if I caused such chaos in your realm, would you still be smiling?" he challenged. "Of course," she grinned, causing a crease to form on the Duke's brow. Her laughter filled the room. "Ahahaha, don't be so stern, Judy." With her last word, the charm in her hand ignited into ashes. The Duke's flames had finally invaded her space. "If you call me that again, I won't let it slide," he warned, his face set hard. "Ah, but we had fun, didn't we?" she teased. The Duke's teeth ground together at her words, but Vivian found his frustration amusing, clapping her hands in delight. After a moment, she wiped a tear from her eye. "You're too cute when teased, Judy. Always have been." "Enough nonsense. Tell me why you're here," he demanded. Her eyes twinkled mischievously. "You know why I'm here, don't you?" "For that boy?" "Maybe for you, Judy. You really." "Ahahaha. Just kidding, you're right, though." The Duke closed his eyes, resigned. This vexing woman took pleasure in mocking him, a past he desperately wished to erase. "If it were any other noble, I'd have settled this with a duel," he thought, but Vivian's power was the antithesis of his own, unpredictable and enigmatic. They had clashed before, and he knew subduing her was nearly impossible. A life-or-death battle might change the outcome, but pillars of the empire couldn't clash recklessly. He sank into his chair, deciding to ignore whatever she said next. But then Vivian tilted her head. "Didn't expect you to get so angry." "What do you mean?" "You knew from the start that it was my doing." The Duke remained silent. He had known, sensing something off when he first saw the corpse of Viscount Morris, and confirming it upon closer inspection. Everyone present had fallen under a spell, and only Vivian could have cast it. Yet he had watched without intervening because, You wanted to see his abilities for yourself, didn't you? Vivian asked slyly. She was right. He had been curious about Yan, whose skills had been praised by Marriott and whose reputation was growing throughout the empire. But he wouldn't admit it aloud, not wanting to give her the satisfaction. Vivian, however, saw right through him. I'd love to tease you more, but I'd rather not have you throw a tantrum like before, she thought. She had used a significant amount of her power casting a large-scale spell with the charm she brought. With a bitter smile, she conceded, I thought he was just a lucky kid at first, but his skills are indeed remarkable. The Duke's eyebrows twitched. In terms of mental and spiritual strength, he's among the Empire's top. Her next words left the Duke speechless. That kid resisted my curse. Not completely, but significantly. The Duke's eyes widened. Your curse. Are you sure? Do I look like an amateur who can't tell the difference? For some reason, the kid wasn't affected by the curse. Vivian recalled the spell she had cast on the brash young boy. It was meant to erase memories and implant false ones. If affected, he should have recalled the false memories and believed he was the killer. But he acted as if he simply had no memory of the event. She remembered him pressing his temples several times when she was disguised as a child named Casa. A hypothesis formed in her mind. Could it be? As her expression hardened, the Duke asked, What's wrong? Judy, could it be? She stopped herself and shook her head. It's nothing. Standing up, she turned to leave. Well, thanks to me, you now know he's quite skilled. Let's call it even. See you next time if there's a chance, don't look for me too much. Vivian cut him off and quickly exited the office. The Duke frowned and followed, but only Marriott stood there with an apologetic look. And Vivian's presence was nowhere to be felt. After the commotion of Vivian's curse, magic had settled. Viscount Morris and Casa, who had been trapped together in the bathroom cleaning closet, were immediately escorted to the investigation room by the knights. The interrogation was not as forceful as before. It was nonsensical to hold them accountable when the culprit was one of the 4 great dukes, Vivian herself. However, it was necessary to understand how they had been ensnared, so the investigation proceeded with a simple cue and a format. Yan waited in a chair next to the interrogation room for Casa to emerge. Unfortunately, the first to come out was Viscount Morris. As he stepped out, his eyes met Yan's. It would be troublesome if he makes a scene again. Yan inwardly clicked his tongue and stood up. Are you all right, sir? Viscount Morris didn't answer Yan's question. Instead, he looked around hastily, seemingly checking for the presence of other nobles. Yan's gaze darkened at this behavior, suspecting that the Viscount was about to cause another inconvenience. Just then, something unexpected happened. I apologize. Viscount Morris bowed deeply after confirming there were no other nobles around, which took Yan by surprise. Even though he was of a slightly higher rank, Yan hadn't expected Viscount Morris to show such humility. Viscount Morris, sensing Yan's inner thoughts, gave an awkward smile. You don't have to look at me like that. I've heard from others. You are the Empire's only executioner. Still, in terms of rank, you are above me, Viscount Morris. No, not at all. Only those who know nothing boast about their titles. True worth lies in one's abilities, doesn't it? There seem to be other reasons as well, but, well, what's good is good. Yan coolly decided to accept Viscount Morris's apology. If that's the case, I'll accept your apology. Please raise your head. It's uncomfortable for me. Haha. Hee, thank you for accepting my apology. Yan chuckled lightly. It seemed as though Viscount Morris, who liked to be noticed, had been rude, but his apology was sincere. Of course, it could be due to the achievements and status Yan had built up to now, but his nature didn't seem so calculating, and owing a favor to a superhuman might come in handy someday. Considering his presence was faint in Yan's memory, it seemed Viscount Morris hadn't played a significant role in his past life, but he had skills nonetheless. Are you leaving already? The banquet has only been over for a day. Ha, it's a bit uncomfortable for me to stay. Viscount Morris decided to leave for his domain immediately after the investigation. He grinned. It's fortunate that the executioner is such a magnanimous person. If you hadn't accepted my apology, I'd already be feeling dizzy. It's nothing. That's why I wanted to say, I would love to invite you to my domain sometime. If you're ever free, please come visit. I'll treat you to the special cheese from the Morris territory. It's an honor to have the chance to taste the special cheese from the Morris territory. As Yan was bidding farewell to Viscount Morris, Zap. Something touched his senses. Yan bid Viscount Morris farewell with an unfazed expression. Didn't Viscount Morris feel anything? A strong energy was felt, and if Viscount Morris, who was considered a superhuman, didn't sense it, there was only one answer. It's calling me. Yan turned with a stern face and walked towards the source of the sensation. Chapter 196. After a lengthy trek, Yan arrived at a small forest, meticulously arranged beside the manor of the Sun Duke. As he stepped into the forest, a suffocating silence enveloped him. But that wasn't all. An indiscernible energy began to coil around Yan's body, constricting him. It was an unpleasant sensation, sticky and repulsive. Yet, Yan could sense the colossal mana contained within it. In terms of sheer volume, it was on par with the perennial frost he had witnessed from Duke Beowulf. Only one person in the Empire could wield such power effortlessly. Yan lifted his head and gazed at the tree before him. Perched on a branch, a lady with a natural smile graced her lips. "Good day to you, Duke Melchior." Her identity was shrouded in mystery, with scarce information known to the world. 3 facts were commonly acknowledged about her. Despite not being a superhuman, she possessed a power that rivaled the other dukes. She wielded a peculiar force known as sorcery, and she was not human, but a beastkin. Yet Yan knew one more secret that others didn't. A 1,000-year-old fox, alive since the founding of the Cabellan Empire. This was a closely guarded secret, unknown even to other Special Task Force leaders. It was a fact Yan had uncovered during his previous life while investigating to dismantle Avalon, the imperial capital, and assassinate the emperor. Had it not been for a serendipitous discovery, even he would have remained oblivious. As Yan offered a polite greeting, the enigmatic figure perched above watched him with a gentle smile. "Indeed, it's a pleasure." No hostility was evident in her voice, but caution was paramount. She was a millennium-old fox. Managing expressions and emotions was child's play for her. Yan, lifting his bowed head, inquired, "May I ask why you sought me out? If there's something you're curious about, I'll explain in detail." At Yan's straightforward approach, the enigmatic figure chuckled softly. "You, who have so masterfully concealed your abilities." "Yes." Yan's brows furrowed slightly. Then, a startling revelation reached his ears. "I hear you've just stepped into the realm of superhumans, but looking at you now, you're at the very edge of the 3rd rank." Her words caused Yan's gaze to harden. Ever since he had joined the ranks of superhumans and learned to mask his aura, his true level had never been exposed. Not even during the secret Revolutionary Council meeting with the leader, nor at the recent banquet hosted by the Sun Duke, who had only sensed a faint trace. Yet she had seen right through him. Is she stronger than the Sun Duke? Although there had never been an official duel among the dukes, the task force had deduced a hierarchy based on extensive records. Duke Beowulf and the Sun Duke were tied for 1st place, with the enigmatic figure at 3rd and the Eastern Duke at 4th. But now, Yan's perception was wavering. Without a word from Yan, she laughed heartily. "No matter. I have no intention of pressing you about hiding your strength. I merely called you here to ask something. If you're wondering why I'm in the Sun Duke's domain instead of Melchior's," she shook her head. "That does intrigue me, but there's something else that takes precedence." At her words, Yan tensed. What else could she possibly want to inquire about? Could it be about the revolutionaries? As a Duke of the Empire, she would have her own intelligence network. Despite his careful actions, if luck was not on his side, he might have been caught in her web. Just as Yan's eyes grew cold, she asked, "Are you by any chance of royal blood?" "Yes." For a moment, Yan doubted his own ears. "Are you asking if I'm of the royal lineage?" Yet, the face that posed the question was earnest. It seemed like an important question, though he couldn't fathom why. Why? Was it because of the mana accumulated in his heart? Or perhaps due to the achievements and status he had built up in just a few years? But she was not one to wear a serious expression over such matters. Always playful and capricious. Should I attempt a leading question? But he quickly dismissed the thought. The person he faced was no ordinary fool, an enigma whose inner thoughts were inscrutable. Any misstep, if noticed, would be difficult to rectify, and it was questionable whether such an action would even be worth the effort. "So, no, I am not," he answered plainly. And then he asked openly, "May I know why you ask such a question?" Just because." her response, accompanied by a stretch, twisted Yan's face slightly. Has she already received her answer? But he could pursue it no further. It would be impolite. Yan shelved his curiosity. The information wasn't immediately necessary, and he knew well that facts destined to be revealed would come to light eventually. The enigmatic figure watched Yan's contemplative expression and smiled slyly. Initially, it was mere amusement and light curiosity. Was it to tease the audacious newcomer who dared ignore her invitation and attend the Sun Duke's banquet? But from recognizing the illusion she had cast to this very conversation, this boy is no simple matter. And those who had ever sparked such thoughts in her had invariably become titans renowned throughout the empire. Compared to those she had admired before, Yan was not lacking. So, the future becomes intriguing. She was genuinely curious about how he would grow. With her thoughts in order, the enigmatic figure rose gracefully from her seat. I've heard what I needed to, so I'll take my leave now. Yan smiled bitterly at her capricious departure. Yes, please do. Such a busy person. Was this the sole reason she had summoned him? As the enigmatic figure blended into the background, the energy that filled the forest began to fade. It wasn't mere concealment among the surroundings, but a transition. Just before her presence vanished completely, and do visit the demon realm sometime. I'll treat you well. With a remark more befitting a common peddler than her, she disappeared without a trace. No sign of her energy or presence could be felt anywhere. She was no longer here. Yan watched the tree where the enigmatic figure had been perched and shook his head. Then, he left the forest. I'm truly sorry. These were the words that greeted Yan upon his return to the Sun Duke's estate. Yan scratched his cheek as he looked at the apologetic figure. It's quite all right, Sir Marriott. How could anyone escape the grand illusion cast by Lady Hwanio? Marriott, ensnared by the illusion, unable to lift his head from the shame of being pressed down and mocked, was a sight to behold. To think someone of higher age and rank would be so humbled. It was fitting for the right hand of the Sun Duke. Yan continued with a face of feigned trouble. If it weighs on you so, consider this a debt to be repaid later. At Yan's words, Marriott slightly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with regret. Would that suffice? I'll ask a difficult favor in return, so no backtracking later, Sir Marriott. Marriott gazed at Yan's playful demeanor and burst into laughter. Ha! I'll make sure to claim my due when the time comes. Don't regret it then. Agreed. With a relieved sigh, Marriott shook his head in resignation. Just as Yan was about to bid farewell and retire to his quarters, a knight approached Marriott and Yan, saluting with precision. Attention, His Excellency the Sun Duke requests the presence of Master Yan. The Sun Duke himself, Yan grinned. This was the moment his purpose for being here shone brightest. The knight led Yan not to the office he had visited before, but to a higher floor. A secret space, inaccessible even to servants, knights, and Sir Marriott himself. Yet, Yan was well aware of its true nature, having failed to penetrate it in his past life. The knight halted at a certain point. From here, only Master Yan may enter. His Excellency the Sun Duke awaits inside. Thank you, Yan replied. After the knight saluted and descended, Yan confirmed his departure and began walking inward. Previously, sneaking in required disabling numerous magical traps, a time-consuming task. But now, thanks to the Sun Duke's arrangements, no traps were triggered. Walking further, a familiar silhouette caught his eye. A blond man in a red robe adorned with golden embroidery stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at a golden door. Yan bowed respectfully. Did you summon me, Your Excellency the Sun Duke? You are the second outsider to enter this place, remarked the Sun Duke, glancing at Yan. Desire to recruit Yan was evident in his eyes. As one ages, the craving for talent grows, he hinted, reaching out to the door. Whoosh, the part touched by the Sun Duke flickered blue, whirring. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of bolts unlocking preceded the thick door's opening. A fresh scent of grass rushed into Yan's nostrils. Enter, commanded the Sun Duke. Yan nodded and stepped through the door. Inside was a sight as wondrous as the imperial armory itself. Extraordinary swords, spears, shields, and various armaments were neatly arranged on the walls, with small chests of what seemed like elixirs below. One wall was filled with books that appeared to be manuals of skill. Unlike the imperial armory, the collection didn't end there. Oh, Is that not the Sun and Ice, the masterpiece of the great painter Dylan? Artifacts and ancient tomes of unknown origins were meticulously displayed. The Sun Duke turned to Yan with a hint of admiration. You seem well-versed in the arts. The painting Yan recognized was one that only a connoisseur could appreciate. I pale in comparison to other nobles. You're quite the catch, the Sun Duke mused. Yan smiled bitterly. After thwarting Judah's trickery, the Sun Duke's overt attempts to recruit him were overwhelming. He wished to draw a firm line, but he had yet to secure the elixir, though he planned to acquire it soon. Your words honor me, Yan politely indicated his refusal. The Sun Duke clicked his tongue in disappointment. Yan had reached a point where the Sun Duke could go no further. There lay a finely crafted glass bottle containing a golden liquid. Below it, a label and records pertaining to the treasure. Yan's eyes gleamed as he read the name. Divine Tears Elixir. It was the item he had long sought. Swallowing hard, Yan stole a glance at the Sun Duke, who seemed reluctant to part with the elixir. But the hesitation was brief. The Sun Duke grasped the bottle, and the golden elixir shimmered within. With this I can revive my father. Yan's eyes were filled with longing as he gazed at the elixir. The Sun Duke sighed and handed it to Yan. From now on, it's yours. Yan bowed deeply and exclaimed, Thank you, Your Excellency the Sun Duke. Just take it, the Duke replied. Yes, Yan carefully received the elixir as if handling a newborn and promptly placed it into his spatial pouch, safe from harm. The Sun Duke, still seemingly regretful, turned away. As Yan was about to follow, something caught his eye. At the far end lay a familiar sword, neatly placed, a sword of red and splendor. It was Ifrit. No, should I refrain from calling it Ifrit now? After all, he had consumed the fire giant Ifrit, the sword's essence. But still, with or without power, it remains a divine artifact. His purpose here was to negotiate with the Sun Duke, to wrap something unnecessary to him in value and sell it at a high price. That's the essence of trade, isn't it? Yan's lips curled slightly. Truly, this is how business is done. Chapter 197. Descending to the lower floor, the Sun Duke inquired, How much longer shall you linger here? Yan, with a face of dilemma, scratched his cheek. Having achieved his goal, there was no reason to stay, and he yearned to revive his father as swiftly as possible. The Sun Duke gazed intently at Yan. It seems you plan to depart forthwith. Yan offered a bitter smile and nodded. My apologies. No need for that. You're far better than these nobles, engaging in pointless camaraderie. But a hint of regret flickered in the Sun Duke's eyes. Have you truly no desire to join my ranks? If you wish, I promise you the successor's position to Marriott. Marriott's official title was the Grand Commander of the Cavalrian Duke's Knights. He wielded authority over the Sun Duke's 5 knightly orders and, when necessary, could even command naval forces, a position of remarkable stature. As the second-in-command of the Cavalrian Dukedom, such authority might seem natural, but the influence of this position was significant. At this banquet, even viscounts were at Marriott's mercy, which said it all. The Sun Duke held Yan in high esteem, offering him the role of Grand Commander, a position befitting someone beyond his mere 20 years. The Sun Duke continued, As astute as you are, you must realize the exceptional nature of my offer. Should he accept, it would stir more controversy than when Yan secured the position of executor. Such was the magnitude of being the right hand of the Sun Duke. However, I must decline. Yan expressed his refusal politely yet firmly, and a shadow of disappointment crossed the Sun Duke's eyes. Is that so? A pity, but he did not press further. For Yan to reject such a grand proposal meant he had an unwavering goal of his own. A man with such a firm objective would not be distracted. Then Yan, with a sly smile, spoke up, However, I can recommend someone suitable. The judgment, of course, lies with your majesty. A recommendation? The Sun Duke asked, intrigued. Yan pointed to Casa, who was mingling with other nobles in the lobby. Once frozen stiff upon arrival, he now fluttered about with ease. He is the fallen heir of the Ifrain house. I am aware. I've occasionally conversed with the former Ifrain family head. I've heard of his sharpness since youth. The Sun Duke stroked his chin, observing Casa. While superior to his fellow knights, he paled in comparison to Yan. And the Sun Duke knew he could attract such talent whenever he wished. Just as he was about to feel a twinge of disappointment, Yan added, "If your majesty takes a closer look, you'll find him lacking nothing to serve as your trusted aide. He may not be the strongest, but he understands every word spoken to him." A person of the Sun Duke's stature always needed reliable subordinates, and it would place him in my debt. "Why go to such lengths?" the Sun Duke asked, puzzled. Yan had swept up all the talents from the training academy, but as he understood, these were bound by contracts forged with artificial elixirs. In a few years, they could all depart. Each talent was crucial to him, yet Yan seemed intent on releasing Casa. "I promised from the start. I'd resolve the secret woes he carries if he invested 3 years with me." The Sun Duke chuckled. "So you're using me? You seem like someone who can resolve a subordinate's troubles well." At Yan's words, the Sun Duke frowned slightly. He never hesitated to help his subordinates ascend to higher positions, be it personal or financial, and always discreetly. But for Yan to notice that meant, is he quick-witted, or does he understand his opponent well? No wonder he was a man to be coveted. The Sun Duke's lips curled into a smile. "Very well, send him to me in 3 years." It sounded like he was suggesting to exploit Casa for 3 years, but underlying that was the intent to nurture him well before sending him over. Yan grinned. "You won't regret it. Don't ask for him back." "Of course." The Sun Duke glanced at Casa and smiled. "Haha, then I shall delve into the secrets of the Ifrain house. You might find something more intriguing than expected, for the Ifrain house's hidden history held many fascinating tales." Casa concluded his conversation with the nobles and promptly headed towards the main gate in response to Yan's call. There, ready to return to Armenia, Yan awaited him. "What's this? You're leaving already? You should have said something." "Wait a moment, I'll quickly fetch my things." Casa showed no sign of regret, although it was an opportunity to forge closer ties with the other nobles. After all, it was Yan who created this opportunity. Especially since the number of nobles seeking him out had surged after Yan conversed as an equal with the envoys. With the envoys and the Sun Duke keeping Yan occupied, there was no chance for direct dialogue. Thus, they deemed it more beneficial to converse with Casa, a knight under Yan's command, than to wait idly. It was a case of settling for the next best thing, but Casa was unfazed. He believed the connections formed would prove invaluable someday. As Casa hurried to gather his belongings, Yan shook his head. "You'll stay here for another week." "What?" The banquet would end in 4 days, yet he was to stay a whole week longer. As Casa sent a questioning glance, Yan smirked. "If you came here just to socialize with the ordinary nobility, you might as well leave." Casa was sharp-witted. He grasped the implication of Yan's words immediately. His eyes began to widen. You can't mean? The Sun Duke himself will seek you out." "Hey, don't regret it later, do well, and once it's all over, return to your domain at your leisure." Yan patted the shoulder of Casa, who stared back in a daze. "Get a grip, I'm off." As Yan turned and left the estate, Casa finally snapped back to reality. He then shouted towards Yan, now a distant figure. "Yan, thank you." Tears welled up in his eyes. The goal that had seemed so vague and distant was now coming into sharp focus. Why has she been acting so oddly lately? Has she lost something? Cruel and Roman exchanged words as they observed Lorna's recent strange behavior. Her face had grown pale as she wandered the village, seemingly searching for something, even distancing herself from Charles, who was usually inseparable from her. It seems she's been shocked by something, but it's frustrating not knowing what it is. "Yikes!" Startled by Charles, who approached like a ghost without a sound, Cruel stumbled backward. "What a fool!" Roman scoffed at Cruel's reaction. Amid their bickering, Charles looked on at Lorna with a forlorn expression. Lorna recalled the enigmatic man she had encountered in the Forest of Beasts, specifically the words he had spoken. "Isn't this the noble lady of the Beowulf family? This is private property of the Armenian domain. Identify yourself. Skip the boring talk. I'm here to give you a hint about something you've been searching for all your life." "What?" Initially, she thought him an intruder and intended to capture and interrogate him. But his next words made Lorna's eyes widen in shock. "Why are you doing this? Because of the revolutionaries who killed your brother? How could you possibly?" And then, the stranger dropped a bombshell. "Your brother is very much alive, and he's an officer among the revolutionaries." At that moment, Lorna felt her head spinning. She had come this far driven by the sole purpose of annihilating the revolutionaries who had killed her beloved brother. And now, to learn that her brother was one of them, the stranger pointed towards the village with a sly grin. "He's hiding in there right now. Seems like he's avoiding you, but have a good look around." With those words, the stranger vanished. Lorna tried to seize him with her mana, but he was far too skilled, evading her grasp entirely. Returning to the village, she began searching every corner for her brother. Believing the stranger's words felt foolish, yet Lorna couldn't dismiss them. She thought of the people Yan had brought recently. The chief instructor from the Dragon Knight training days, a patient with a severed right arm, an unusually short old man, and a person wearing a mask. The patient with the severed arm was entirely different from her brother. She knew the chief instructor's face from the training days, and the short old man's physique was nothing like her brother's. But the masked person, I've never seen his face, and he always watched me whenever we crossed paths. At first, she thought him odd, but if he was her brother, Theo Beowulf, Lorna scanned her surroundings with fierce eyes. Noticing she was searching for him, the masked man hadn't shown himself since, her eyes filled with venom. If it's really my brother. With that thought, she suddenly sprinted towards the forest of beasts. The knights, Cruel, Roman, and Charles, watched her dash with wide eyes, but Lorna didn't care and ran into the forest at incredible speed. As she ran, she glanced back, but there was no sign of pursuit. Lorna bit her lip hard. Then a steep cliff came into view. If it's really my brother, he would find a way to save her, no matter what. With a leap, Lorna threw herself off the cliff. Her body soared for a moment before plummeting rapidly. Without summoning her mana, the fall would surely injure her, but she clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. Better to be hurt. After all, with her nearly superhuman physique, she wouldn't die from such a fall. A few months of rest would heal her completely, just as Lorna's slender form was about to crash into the ground. What a foolish thing to do! Something tightly embraced her, slowing the fall dramatically. When they finally reached the ground, Lorna slowly opened her eyes to see the figure holding her tightly. The clothes were the same as the masked man's, but in his haste, he hadn't even had time to put on his mask. The face that had been hidden behind the mask was now exposed to the world. Short silver hair framed a gentle face, marred by a large scar across the cheek, a stark contrast to his otherwise docile appearance. Lorna's eyes widened, then filled with tears. How could you? Despite the changes, she recognized him instantly. The man gave a bitter smile and bowed his head. "I'm sorry. How could you do this?" Lorna pounded on the shoulders of the person holding her. "All this time I've been?" Unable to finish her sentence, she burst into tears, pouring out her emotions. "It's been so hard. I wanted to die." The person holding her was her brother, Theo Beowulf, whom she had thought dead for over a decade. "I'm sorry." Theo couldn't lift his head in front of Lorna, who was unleashing her intense emotions. All he could offer was an apology. Chapter 198, Dawn of the Next Day. Yan advised Bella on the ongoing intelligence war with the revolutionaries before promptly returning to Armenia. At last, it feels like a place fit for humans. The domain was developing at an unbelievable pace. What was once a land of shacks and log houses had now transformed into a town of brick homes. It was thanks to the generous dispersal of wealth by the Armenian merchants, led by the artificial elixirs. That's when he spotted a familiar figure. Yan called out to her. "Lorna!" She turned around, her face as pale as if she'd seen a ghost. Yan tilted his head in confusion and approached her, reaching for her shoulder. "Let go." Lorna shook off Yan's hand and staggered towards her home. Yan frowned as he watched her leave. "What's going on?" She wasn't one to act like this. Was she troubled by something? Shaking his head from side to side, Yan dismissed his concern. Though he was curious about her behavior, there were more pressing matters at hand. Yan hastened his steps, heading towards his mansion. With a creak, the door swung open, and Owen, who had been dozing off, hastily wiped the drool from his mouth and turned his head. "Who goes there?" "It's me." Upon recognizing it was Yan, Owen let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, it's you, Yan. Why aren't you resting inside? The chief might launch a surprise attack at any moment," he said, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Owen seemed to be on guard against an unexpected strike from the revolutionaries protecting Argonne. It appeared he hadn't had a proper rest in a while. Yan observed Owen silently. To think he would betray us in the future after all this? What could have possibly happened? But what good would it do to ask Owen, who knew nothing of the future? There was only one thing Yan could say. Lord Owen, if you ever find yourself troubled, don't suffer in silence. Share with me. Troubled? What trouble? Just in case. It's better to solve problems together, isn't it? I don't quite follow, but all right. Yan nodded at his response. Could you step outside for a moment? Huh. Why? I'm about to administer the elixir to my father, and we can't afford any variables. Owen's eyes widened at Yan's words. You found it? Yes, so please. Owen's face lit up as he sprang to his feet. Then he hesitated, turning his head slightly. He couldn't understand why he was being asked to leave, but he soon dismissed it as nothing. It was a time for a miraculous father-son reunion. Perhaps the other's eyes would be uncomfortable. Owen licked his lips and stepped outside. He then sat down on the floor, ensuring no one else could enter. Once Owen had closed the door behind him, Yan called out, Maman, you really found the elixir? Maman appeared beside the bed where Yan's father lay. He had been tasked with guarding the father, at a steep price, of course. Yes. Yan immediately reached into his spatial pocket and pulled out a glass bottle containing the elixir. Maman's gaze followed the motion. The golden liquid shimmered inside. Feeling something extraordinary, Maman gasped. To think this still existed. Even I gave up searching for it after years. 1,000 years ago. Maman chuckled in disbelief at what Yan had procured. As per our agreement, I'll wake him, and you'll get the remaining elixir. Yan needed insurance to protect his father, especially after witnessing Owen's betrayal. He considered telling Damien or Theo, but knew they wouldn't easily believe it, given their long history together. That's why he made a deal with Maman. To guard his father, and upon successfully using the elixir to awaken him, to give Maman a portion of what remained. Hess, to think I'd see the day I'd get the elixir. Let's wake my father now. At Yan's command, Maman extended his hand. Yan carefully passed the elixir over the skeletal hand. Maman gently uncorked the bottle. Pop. As the cork flew off, an enchanting fragrance filled the room. The scent alone was enough to stir the mana within the mana heart, truly worthy of being called the tears of the gods. A single sip would grant immense mana, but now was not the time for that. Maman handled the elixir with an uncharacteristically solemn demeanor. As he waved his bony hand, the elixir slowly flowed from the bottle, seeping into the father's nose and mouth. And then, tremble, tremble. The father's body began to thrash like a freshly caught fish. Immediately after, flames erupted from his body. These were not the flames of the sun gong, but something entirely different. If he was a torch that illuminated the world, the father was a destructive fire demon that could shatter it. The sudden blaze shot out in all directions, threatening to engulf the room. Whoosh, sizzle. But it couldn't penetrate the protective barrier Maman had prepared in advance. Father! Yan watched his father and Maman with trembling eyes. He wasn't just letting the elixir flow into his father's body. He was spreading it thinly and efficiently across the mana rod, flesh, and brain for maximum effect. It was possible only because Maman was there. Even with his exceptional control, Yan couldn't spread it as thinly and consistently. 4 hours passed in this manner. The sounds of villagers greeting each other outside suggested morning had arrived. Meanwhile, the fire demon's power emanating from the father grew stronger over time. Maman's magic and the father's flames fiercely consumed each other. Maman's jaw rattled as if he was reaching his limit. If Maman had a human form, he would be sweating profusely. Such was the intensity of his concentration. Yan, come here and lend your strength. I can't hold it back with my mana alone. Yan hurried to Maman's side. Maman placed his hand on Yan's chest. Whoosh! A vast amount of mana was drawn from the mana heart into Maman's hand. Perhaps because of that, the color of the barrier Maman had cast became clearer, its energy stronger. Roar! The fire demon, as if provoked, burst forth with incredible force, but it couldn't escape Maman's protective barrier. After a fierce struggle, the flames began to subside. That was the moment. Yan's eyes widened. Father! Argon's eyelids slowly opened. He struggled to speak. It was a faint and delicate voice, but Yan could hear it. Yan, yes, father, I'm here. But with those words, the father's eyes closed again. Yan looked at Maman, his face filled with panic. He's just lost consciousness for a moment. When he comes to, he'll wake up refreshed like any ordinary person. Yan sighed in relief at the diagnosis. When Argon awoke, dusk had already settled outside the window. What in the world has happened? He wore a look of bewilderment at the sight before him. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, his right arm was missing. But that wasn't what shocked him. The detestable cell and chains that greeted him every time he opened his eyes were nowhere to be found. Instead, his view was filled with the ordinary bedroom of a mansion. Argon turned his dazed eyes towards the window. The crimson twilight was sinking. Below, people were winding down from their day's work. Then, he felt a heavy weight on his legs. As Argon's gaze shifted there, his eyes gradually widened. A robust-looking young man was asleep, resting his arm on Argon's legs. And then, he realized the young man's face seemed familiar. Argon's expression hardened. He remembered where he had seen this youth before. Long ago, when the revolutionaries attacked, this was the young man who had helped him and rescued his son. And the identity of this young man was Yan. At Argon's trembling voice, the youth rustlingly lifted his head. As Argon saw the youth's face, a tear rolled down his cheek. No matter how many years had passed, his son's face was etched deeply into his mind. Even when he was being drained of his strength in the cell, even when he was bound by chains, he always imagined his son's face to endure those hard times. How had he grown up? Did he live a rough life marked by scars? Could they meet again? What would he say if they did? Would his son resent him? Would the chief barge in and prevent their meeting? And if that happened, could it be that he had been hurt or worse, killed, but dispelling all those worries? Father, is it really you, Yan? Yan stood by his side. Do you recognize me? How could I not recognize you? How could he forget the face of his son, which he had always cherished in his mind? He looked just like his mother, with eyes and nose resembling his own. Argon, lacking a right arm, slowly caressed his son's face with his left hand. The soft and tender touch of the past was no longer there. Instead, he felt rough skin. His child had grown into a man. Tears streamed down Argon's face. At long last, he was face to face with the son he had only imagined for so long. Now, even in death, he would have no regrets. He had lived through humiliation and disgrace, clinging to the hope of seeing his son again. And now that wish had been fulfilled. Argon's face contorted and he began to sob sadly. Ahaha, it's been such a long time. Hearing his father's sobs, Yan felt his heart clench for the first time. He had not anticipated it would be this difficult when he set out to find his parents after his return. Nor had he known it would hurt this much. He had lived for decades erasing the existence of his parents, becoming accustomed to their absence. But seeing his father, emaciated to the point of being skeletal, weeping, his emotions burst forth like a dam breaking. Tears flowed as if his tear ducts were broken. Thus, father and son embraced each other and wept bitterly. Joy, regret, relief, ecstasy, and other indescribable emotions swirled together. Until all the accumulated longing was shed, until there were no more tears left to cry. They wept aloud together. That evening, the night was met with a downpour. Chapter 199, hours after Argon opened his eyes. Thud. Argon, you're back. Supreme Commander. Owen, Damien, and Theo burst through the door. Their eyes widened at the sight of the awakened Argon, and soon, tears began to well up. For over a decade, they roamed the Empire with the sole purpose of retrieving even the Supreme Commander's corpse. But now, faced with a living Argon, emotions surged within them. Damien approached Argon slowly and knelt by the bed where he lay. At last, we meet again. A storm of emotions swirled in Damien's eyes, joy, relief, remorse, and more. His lips curled into a gentle smile as he took Argon's gaunt left hand. The lengths I've gone to find you? Damien's voice broke, and he swiftly wiped his eyes. It was a side of the chief instructor they had never seen before. Theo and Owen stood by, their expressions mirroring Damien's. Just then, Tusk, what are you doing fussing over someone who's just woken up? Mammon scoffed from atop the table, rising to his feet. Despite his mockery, the trio didn't show any discomfort. Instead, they bowed deeply. Thank you for awakening the Supreme Commander. Thank you, Lord Mammon. We're indebted to you, and we shan't forget this grace. Even Argon, lying down, struggled to sit up and bowed his head. Though Yan's elixir played a part, without Mammon, they wouldn't have even dared to try. Mamon's eyes glowed red as everyone suddenly expressed their gratitude. Ahem, spare me the needless chatter and let's get to the point. Save the melodrama for after everything is settled. He turned his head away with a loud exclamation. A smile bloomed on everyone's faces inside the room. They felt the warmth within the small skeleton's frame, which was far from insignificant. After a while, the room filled with warmth, and they turned to the matter at hand. Yan was the first to speak. I told you I entered Father's psyche, right? I heard about it earlier. But I still haven't gotten an answer. An answer? Argon echoed, but Yan didn't miss the slight tremor in his voice. He sensed his father's reluctance to speak, yet it was a matter that had to be addressed. At first, I thought it was a world created by Father's regrets and subconscious. But looking back, it was the past. And it's because of what I did in that past that I exist now. Am I wrong? Argon pondered Yan's question. After a long contemplation, he looked at Yan and thought. His son had grown splendidly, possessing abilities far beyond his peers. It's time to tell him the truth. Argon sighed deeply and began to speak. That power is a legacy passed down through the imperial line. Yan frowned at the revelation. Excuse me, the imperial power Yan knew was the dragon's secret arts, unrelated to what was being discussed. But Argon chuckled and shook his head. The bloodline of the imperial family carries two powers. One is the dragon form and the dragon's secret arts you mentioned. Argon took a deep breath before continuing. The other is the ability related to time. Time? Yan's eyes widened at the new information. An ability related to time. If such a thing were possible, it could completely alter the paradigm of the current empire, no, the entire continent. Does this mean I truly traveled through time? Argon nodded affirmatively. Yes. I confined myself to a past where I could save you, and I remained motionless until a being capable of saving me appeared. Argon looked at Yan. Yan understood the implication. The being his father referred to was himself. His father had waited for him, uncertain whether he would ever come. So that's how it happened, but with father's abilities from now on. Wait, Yan's expression suddenly hardened. He had been so focused on his father's abilities that he overlooked the rest of what had been said. His father had just mentioned a power passed down through the imperial line. That meant? Yan's eyes began to tremble, and his voice grew faint. Don't tell me, father? Realizing what Yan was about to ask, Argon nodded with a resigned look. Yes, I am of the imperial bloodline. Despite the revelation, no one in the room showed surprise. They all knew. Argon fidgeted with his remaining left hand as he continued. And I was the younger uncle of the current emperor. Yan's eyes bulged. The current emperor was known to be in his 60s, if Argon was his younger uncle. Reading Yan's thoughts, Argon smiled wryly. By age, I'm over 80. But still younger than me, so you're in your prime? Owen laughed heartily, but Yan couldn't join in. Something continued to bother him. Argon leaned back against the bed's headboard and looked up with a distant gaze. Why would someone born into the imperial family organize a rebellion and risk everything? That was the dissonance Yan had felt. Yes, the current emperor is my nephew, yet not my nephew. Yan furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. Argon continued. And my brother, the previous emperor, was my brother and yet not my brother. Yan's eyes darkened. He racked his brain to decipher Argon's cryptic words, and soon Yan's face turned pale. Argon watched him with a bitter smile. And my father, too, was my father but also not my father, as were his predecessors and those before them. Yan's face began to show shock. He realized what Argon was implying. It was a notion too terrifying to voice. But if Yan's current thoughts were correct, the puzzle pieces fit perfectly. The unease he felt when he regressed to this life and met Prince Leon, and the familiarity when he encountered the emperor during the court meeting. With a heavy voice, Yan asked, ... could it be the emperor's true identity is? Yes. Argon looked at Yan with a mournful smile. There has never been a change of emperors in the empire. The body, or rather, the vessel may have changed, but not the emperor. What Argon meant was, the true identity of the current emperor was none other than the founding emperor who ushered in the era of humanity. The first to react was Mammon. Upon hearing Argon's words, his eyes blazed with an intense glow, and he asked with a venomous tone, Bahamut, are you saying that detestable wretch is still alive? Mamon's body shook violently. Ha 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 ha, to think Bahamut, you were alive all this time. He began to laugh maniacally, looking up at the sky. His voice was a tumultuous mix of fierce anger and ecstatic joy. The energy emanating from Mamon swept through the mansion. It was hard to believe such force could come from a figure no larger than an adult's forearm. His aura was so menacing that everyone in the room, except for Yan, tensed up. It was at that moment. "I've heard you're called Mamon." Argon, with a strained expression, spoke up. At his words, Mamon's crazed laughter abruptly stopped. He then tilted his head down to look at Argon. "Speak. Father, or rather the founder, once told me a story about you." As soon as he heard this, the volcanic tension in the room cooled to an icy chill. It meant that the mana in the air was being influenced by Mamon's mood. "From Bahamut?" Mamon's question carried a hint of mockery. Argon nodded and continued. "The founder said that before the establishment of the Kabbalan Empire, there was a friendship. He mentioned creating the dragon's secret art with a mage who had been a friend even before the empire was founded. I believe that mage was you, Mamon. As such, I thought you might know the weaknesses of the dragon's secret art." Pht. Mamon interrupted Argon with a burst of laughter. He looked at Argon and asked, "The dragon's secret art?" "Yes. I've never created such a thing, boy." Argon frowned at Mamon's words, but what followed left both Argon and Yan in shock. "It's merely a mold optimized for shaping vessels." "Excuse me," Mamon turned to Yan and asked, "Do you remember the first time we met?" Yan nodded. Then Mamon scoffed and said, "I saw that descendant of Bahamut back then. He was practicing some trashy, fiery version of something he shouldn't have been learning, and I thought it was strange." Yan's eyes widened. "Could it be?" "Yes, that Bahamut. He was training the vessel to master the dragon's secret art, to create a body optimized for the divine dragon's breath. It also conveniently enhances the body's potential." Silence enveloped the room. It was shocking enough that the emperor had survived for 1,000 years as the founder. But to think that the dragon's secret art, believed to be the imperial family's secret, was nothing more than a mere mold for shaping. Then, Argon asked with a rigid face, "Are you saying that what the founder is practicing is not the dragon's secret art?" "Exactly. There's a perfected form that such a thing can't even compare to." "Could you tell me what it is?" Desperation crept onto Argon's face. If what Mamon said was true, then all the preparations he had made up until now would have been for naught. Mamon smirked. "Why carry eyes if you cannot see?" A perplexing statement. Argon's eyes widened in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Your son, that boy Yan." Mamon's words made Argon swiftly turn to look at Yan. Mamon's voice echoed in his ear. "That boy is practicing the true divine dragon's breath." Hearing this, both Argon and Damien's eyes bulged. Argon was astonished that his son had learned the founder's vision. And Damien was surprised that Yan, almost like his disciple, had learned something strange instead of the shadow blade. After all, he could still feel the unique energy of the shadow blade emanating from Yan.